Good morning, Mr. Clerk. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this meeting for City Council for September 26, 2024 to order and acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. We'll now have the opening prayer. Please rise if you are able, and we'll hear from Councillor Brian Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking personally, it's been a difficult summer, but I want to thank a number of members of council for reaching out. I will not mention Orange Shirt Day today in the belief that others will probably do so in their announcements. In terms of a prayer, I've had this summer to catch up on a number of things. There's a favorite film of mine, Breaker Morant, that has a wonderful biblical quote from Matthew 10:36, but it's hard to construct that into a prayer. So instead, in honor of former Councillor Gerbasi, I'm going to quote some Leonard Cohen with the biblical reference from the Song of Bernadette, luckily not sung by me, you'll be relieved to know. But the reference is sort of about looking back on a period of your life and then trying to atone or trying to undo some of the damage that you've done. So the quote is, in terms of a prayer, and again, in honor of former Councillor Gerbasi, who was a Leonard Cohen fan, the quote is, we've been around, and it also has a running reference, so you can't beat that. We've been around, we fall, we fly. We mostly fall, we mostly run. And every now and then we try to mend the damage that we've done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to, pardon me, before moving on to that, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Burwadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, and Councillor Wyatt.
Let us now welcome our pages for today. We have Salem Mellick from Dakota Collegiate, who resides in the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry ward, and Ko-Ann Lee from Ecole Secondary Oak Park High School, who resides in the Charleswood Tuxedo Westwood ward. Welcome to you both. Thank you for serving council today. We'll now move into morning announcements. Councillor Cindy Gilroy.
The mayor first?
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor, you first.
Sure. No problem. Either's good with me. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to everybody. Just a few announcements this morning. I think we were all deeply saddened to hear of the sudden passing of Grand Chief Kathy Merrick on September 6th. And we were all elected in 2022, right around the same time that Kathy Merrick was elected as Grand Chief. And since becoming mayor, I've had the privilege of working closely with Chief Merrick and certainly value the time that we spent together. Her leadership, her strength and compassion touched many lives, and we know that she will be deeply missed by certainly family, friends, and the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs and Indigenous communities across the country. I said before, and I'll restate, which others have echoed around this chamber, that her death is not only a loss to the Indigenous community, but to really all Winnipeggers, all Manitobans, and indeed all Canadians. I was honored to attend the service in her home community of Pimicikamak and for a beautiful funeral service with others. September 30th coming up, as Councillor Mays alluded to, is Orange Shirt Day, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And I encourage all city employees and members of council to join me and show their support by wearing an orange shirt to work tomorrow. And on Monday, I'll be participating in Orange Shirt Day powwow organized by Waysay Healing Centre, where we'll be remembering the children that did not return home from residential schools. And I know, Madam Speaker, that so many council members, most council members do participate in one or more Orange Shirt Day events. Yesterday, I took part in the unveiling of a monument to commemorate the lives tragically lost in the 1972 plane crash that took the lives of 8 residential school students and their pilot on the way home to Bunaboni Cree Nation. The permanent marker, located on the Yellow Ribbon Greenway Trail in St. James near the corner of Silver and Linwood, honors their memory and acknowledges the deep impact on the families and community. The monument serves as a step in our shared journey toward reconciliation and helps to ensure that future generations will remember these lives and learn about this painful chapter in our shared history. I want to commend the Royal Aviation Museum of Western Canada and all the partners who had a part in any way in getting this small park plaza established, and certainly in yesterday's events to mark this significant moment in our history. Just a couple of comments about the Winnipeg Metropolitan Region. Most of you know, I think everybody knows around this council chamber, that the Winnipeg Metropolitan Region and its membership was established by provincial legislation, and of course Winnipeg is a member. The WMR has been in the process of developing a regional plan, as was required and mandated by the province of Manitoba. Recently, the Premier announced that new legislation will be introduced that will likely, very likely in fact, impact the membership of the Winnipeg Met region and subsequently then impact Plan 2050. And so, as a central member of the WMR, we await the legislation and its impact before discussing and determining next steps. Recently, the Winnipeg Met Region board members did meet with Minister Bushy, had a really good discussion, and will continue to work with the province on what they deem are the next steps that they require. This morning, the Public Service issued a news release about the successful applicants to the first round of the Housing Accelerator grants. I'm very excited that the city will be supporting the development of 1,135 new housing units in Winnipeg, including 597 affordable units and 613 located in downtown Winnipeg. The list of projects includes office to residential conversions, surface parking lot development, mixed-use developments, partnership with Indigenous organizations, and a lot of deeply affordable and rent-geared to income units as well. And I think all of us want to commend Moira Gear and her HALF team for designing a robust evaluation process and for doing a lot of great work in a condensed timeline. And this process helps us to develop a pipeline of potential housing projects, and our HALF team will be working with many of the unsuccessful applicants to help them identify other funding opportunities. One of the exciting things about this first round of grants is that it was oversubscribed, substantially oversubscribed. But again, those who are unsuccessful applicants, our staff will continue to work with them, and this is a pipeline for other funding opportunities. Finally, we've had many great Winnipeg 150 celebrations. Thank you to councillors who around this chamber have put together 150 events in their ward. There's more to come. I think there's one in Waverly West with Councillor Lukes this Saturday, and one, Councillor Gilroy is going to mention one as well, I think. Very good, coming up. So it's great to see all the participation. Another event we have coming up is the Winnipeg 150 Mayor's Ball that will be held at the RBC Convention Centre on October the 5th. Proceeds will go to support the 4 major performing arts organizations, the Royal Winnipeg Ballet, the Manitoba Opera, Royal Manitoba Theatre Centre, and the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra. And I look forward to seeing many of my colleagues there. And as I said, there are many more opportunities to celebrate Winnipeg 150 coming up, so I want to encourage everyone to check out the events in the City of Winnipeg website. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your morning announcements. And now on to Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very proud and honored to represent Canadian capital cities for the City of Winnipeg, and we just finished hosting an event of people from across Canada that came to our wonderful city to really share and highlight some of the great work we are doing. The theme was downtown transformation, so it was a really great event. I just wanted to highlight some of the things that people got to hear. The transformation of Waiwanai, the historic Hudson Bay Heritage Building, the addition of Trunor Square, and the plaza transformation of Portage Place Shopping Centre, Centre Plan 2050, the panel discussion with Chief Daniels and Hazel Borist, and we also had Kate Fensky and Glenda Gartner from True North Real Estate that were also helping us out for the conference. It was an amazing conference, and you know what I have to say to my councillor colleagues, every single day we deal with a lot of stuff that isn't so fun to deal with, and it really kind of hinders us in some of the work that I think we do, right? But having to been a part of this conference and really see our city from a different light, hear the passion from the organizers that are doing really great work in our community organizations, and hearing the great work that our city is doing. They were very, very passionate. There was no political people intervening in what they were saying, and they were very passionate about the topics that they're working on. And it really made me fall in love with my city all over again. People were talking about how great we are doing. So I just want to remind us, because I know we don't always agree around this room about the work that we're doing, but however, we all have a passion and love for this city, and it is being recognized. So I just want to thank everybody for that. And I also just wanted to provide you with a little bit of update on the UN Safe Cities work that I'm doing. As chair of the UN Safe Cities that looks at violence and sexual violence towards our women in public spaces. We are trying to transform ourselves. A lot of stuff during COVID has really hindered the work that we're doing. Thankfully, council recognized that this work is important. We had a little bit of funding. So we're doing a scoping study and really working with our community partners that are on the ground working with women, or those that are perceived to be female, and our young girls that are out there. I was walking in the streets down in our downtown, working with a group that's handing out food and providing services for people that are in need. I was shocked at the level of female youth that are out on our street. It really shocked me. And the UN Safe Cities is seeing an uptake in cities across Canada, across North America, and now even within our European cities. So now we were the first Canadian city to be part of the UN Safe Cities, and now we have 8 across Canada. New York and Chicago has joined in. There is a need. And as we are seeing more safety issues arising within our cities, we know that the number one thing we can do if we protect women and girls, we're making our cities safer for everybody. And on that, I do want to just mention the lives that were taken shortly of Morgan Beatrice Harris, Mercedes Moran, Rebecca Contois, I don't know if I'm saying that right, yeah. Contois, sorry, and Buffalo Woman. And I just want to recognize that our work is not over, and I'm very proud and honored to be taking this on, and hopefully I will be coming back to you with more of a robust plan in the future, and we're undertaking that work right now. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gillingham. Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Got a big agenda today. Let's move forward. We have 2 condolence motions before us today for Mary Clara Purcell, mother-in-law of Mayor Gillingham, and Terry Patricia Bergen, the mother-in-law of Councillor Chambers. The mayor also remarked on the untimely passing of Grand Chief Kathy Merrick. Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, will you read the condolence motions into the record, please?
Moved by Councillor Lukes, seconded by Councillor Chambers, that council place on record its profound sorrow at the death of Marie Clara Purcell, mother-in-law of Mayor Scott Gillingham, which occurred on August 25th, 2024. This council extends to Mayor Gillingham and his family its deepest sympathy and condolences in their bereavement. Moved by Councillor Allard, seconded by Councillor Mays, that council place on record its profound sorrow at the death of Terry Patricia Bergen, mother-in-law of Councillor Chambers, which occurred on July 24th, 2024. This council extends to Councillor Chambers and his family its deepest sympathy and condolence in their bereavement.
Thank you. Please rise if you are able for a moment of silence. Councillor Lukes, will you move that the minutes of the meeting held on July 18th, 2024 be taken as read and confirmed?
So moved.
All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. We'll now move into delegations. It's my pleasure to welcome Grand Chief Jerry Daniels, of the Southern Chiefs Organization, and Jim Ludlow, President, True North Real Estate Development, who are appearing together in support of Item 3 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated September 17, 2024. It's regarding the shareholder approval for sale of the Portage Place Mall assets, assignment of related Skywalk agreements, and financial support for a redevelopment of the mall. They are attending here in person today. Welcome to you.
Thank you. Bonjour, Dame Margaret. Gamam Kodishna Kaz, Gavushtiak Dunji. Benasi Dudim. Thank you for that warm introduction of the project. Project 92 is a not-for-profit officially called TNSCO Housing 92 Inc. It is a partnership between True North Real Estate Development and Southern Chiefs Organization. Economic reconciliation is the cornerstone of Project 92. Call to Action 92 coming out of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. This project will lift many relatives out of poverty and provide meaningful jobs, as I've shared last time I was with you. I shared about how some of the people who were on site at the building across at Wewena had spoken about how many of the people there were in poverty, have dealt with addictions issues, and how it's been a real opportunity for them to sort of restructure their lives and get stability into their lives. And so that's been, I think, very important, and we'll continue to sort of engage in the people who are working in that building. Our citizens living in Winnipeg, whether in the city or from our nations across the south, can find housing here. All profits will be reinvested into the property or used to build additional housing. The planned development includes access to a large-scale grocery store to improve food access in the downtown core. This project is more than good jobs. It is a place to live. It creates a critical foundation for a good life, whether that be a job or an education. Project 92 will be a shining example of economic reconciliation and the value of establishing First Nations partnerships. Why we know all of this? Project 92 complements SCO's Wewena Pegakanagan project, just across Portage Avenue, connected by the Reconciliation Bridge. A multi-million-dollar project which is already creating significant long-term employment, including more than 1 million working hours during the construction phase. Wewena will also include more than 375 housing units for families, post-secondary students, veterans, and culturally safe assisted living units for First Nations elders. Between the two projects, this is more than 550 new housing units in downtown Winnipeg. Project 92 sets the stage for meaningful economic reconciliation and will be the blueprint for future projects as corporations and businesses join us on the path forward.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Mr. Ludlow?
Thank you, Grand Chief. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I'll take a moment to reflect and reinforce Councillor Gilroy's comments this morning about the Capital Cities Conference. I was at that as well. Great conference. And the Grand Chief and myself spoke at it, but what was most impressive was what I was hearing about the City of Winnipeg. You know, we're often lost in what we do here and sometimes lost in what we read. Sometimes it's not always positive. But the folks that were coming into the City of Winnipeg were telling us they wish they were here and they wish they were us, and they saw the projects and the work that we're doing in the city, specifically in downtown, and most of them were saying, how do we do that in our own city? We had some comments to all of them about, you know, Saskatchewan and Nova Scotia and football teams and the Blue Bombers and the Jets, and we went through all of that, and in the end, as we were reflecting on it, we feel very privileged to be here in the City of Winnipeg. We feel very privileged to have the professional sports, arts, entertainment, the many parks and the things that make the City of Winnipeg special. So, look, the Grand Chief and I and our respective organizations have come together on a major redevelopment plan for downtown Winnipeg that includes Portage Place and the Bay. Very broadly speaking, that we believe produces very unprecedented in many ways social and economic impact for the City of Winnipeg. Our primary responsibility in this is the redevelopment of Portage Place. Our partnership with the Southern Chiefs organization involves Project 92, which is a component of Portage Place on the west pad, which is a multifamily market, affordable housing tower that's being built inside the organization, which is a component of our partnership, which is called TN SCO Housing 92 Inc. It is a not-for-profit. Our housing will be delivered through not-for-profit. The balance of the campus redevelopment includes neighborhood and wraparound services, parking, very significant healthcare delivery strategies for the province of Manitoba. And we believe, and we hope that you believe as well, that it will be impactful for the downtown. We have very carefully studied the development. We very carefully looked at the alternative, and frankly, that's what brought us to this table, was the alternative, which was increasing vacancy, leading to potential closure. Of course, Waiwanee, the Bay, had closed. The beautiful redevelopment plan for the Bay, very, very responsive development plan for Portage Place vis-a-vis downtown. So we think this is, of many things we are doing, one of the paths forward for Winnipeg that will touch on social impact, economic impact, deliver housing solutions, deliver health solutions, deliver neighborhood services solutions, and most notably, deliver people, density, activity, moving forward, and development. So with all of that, and respectfully, we're here presenting to you with some optimism and some hope that you believe what we believe, and we can carry the day together and move forward in downtown Winnipeg. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take any questions. Mayor Gillingham, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Grand Chief and Jim, both for your presentation. I'm just wondering, sorry about that. I'm just wondering if you could talk just briefly about should the approvals be in place, how soon this project could kind of be commenced. I know, Grand Chief, you're certainly well underway on Waiwanee, but I'm just wondering on this specific what's before us here. Thank you.
Very good question, Mr. Mayor. Almost immediately. And I think we like to work backwards from what we think our delivery date is going to be. And we will tell you that the housing solution of the assets that are being developed in Portage Place will be the first tower that will be completed with occupancy, we believe, at the end of 2027. Its current plan is 217 units with a mix of market and affordable, up 40% affordable, including accessible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, Mr. Ludlow, good to see you again. Thank you. And Grand Chief Daniels, thank you for this. This is an exciting announcement. I'm sure it will pass City Hall unanimously. That, on the heels of what the Mayor asked, that's similar to what I wanted to ask, which is, what I'm hearing from the public is we've given significant subsidies, government subsidies, we're doing more today. What I'm hearing from the public is, when are we going to see activity happening, not just on the Portage Place site, but also the site known as the former Hudson Bay building? When are we going to see the activity happening and results in terms of the significant public funding and subsidies that have been earmarked to these worthy projects?
Thank you. Grand Chief?
Well, I won't answer for Jim here about Portage. I think he made that one clear. But with Waiwanee now, we're looking at a soft opening for the 100th anniversary, which I think is in a few years. So roughly the same time, I would think, as Portage Place, or at least the tower.
Thank you. Second question?
And that would be the expected date of the opening of the grocery store that I think is quite exciting news for the downtown, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, Councillor White, we in advance of today, we've done a significant amount on our side of, I'll say, pre-development work, analysis, study, drawing, et cetera, with a view that, when we get to the place where we get through days like this and get to the point where we are triggering on those option agreements that we have, that we're essentially ready to move. At the point we do that, time is valuable to us, and time is money to us, so we would want to move very quickly. As I said earlier, the housing asset I'll say it's an easier asset to build. it will come up more quickly than the health asset. But I've also spent time in Waiwanee as well, inside the bay, and there's lots that's going on inside the building that you can't see on the outside. It's pretty impressive work that's currently underway in there at the moment.
Thank you. Please, during delegations, bring all questions and responses through the chair. Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Chambers.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm glad that something's going to be moving forward. Years ago, I talked to Jim August, and he says, "What are you worried about?" I said, "Well, that building is not going to be very useful, not that far in the future, not 50 years, but probably closer." And it turned out that way, and I'm glad that True North and the Southern Chiefs are involved. Madam Speaker, my question is, the actual residential property tower is the not-for-profit entity, and I'm just curious as to how do our proponents here intend to populate that not-for-profit board that will be overseeing the residential property?
Thank you. Mr. Ludlow?
At the moment, the governance structure, the board, is equally balanced, so it's equal ownership between ourselves and Southern Chiefs, and the board is equally structured, balanced, 50-50 between ourselves and Southern Chiefs.
Thank you. Second question,
Yes,
Councillor Eady.
Madam Speaker, I didn't get clarification. There's the medical phase and building, and then there's also there's still be a lot of businesses involved and stuff in the middle component, I think it is, Madam Speaker, and I'm just wondering, is that part of this overall renewal of Portage Place, is that also not-for-profit, or is that
No.
for-profit?
Yeah, no, so in the end, we take the whole asset and consolidate it into one title. There are two titles right now, a leasehold and a freehold interest, some complexity to it. And then we subdivide it and carve it out into three separate asset classes. One will be a housing asset class, which will be held by a not-for-profit, and the central core, which is central retail and parking, will be held by True North, and there'll be a separate asset class, which is the health asset class, which will also be True North. And True North, as you know, is a partnership here in Winnipeg between ourselves, the Richardson family and Thompson family in Toronto.
My final question,
Thank you.
Madam
Yes,
Speaker,
Councillor
is-
Eady.
My final question, Madam Speaker, I already know the answer, but I think the public should hear this, Madam Speaker. What is the not-for-profit going to do with any excess money that may result from operating it from year to year?
Thank you, Councillor Eady.
Grand Chief?
I just shared it with my opening sort of statement about it'll be reinvested into housing and reinvested into the maintenance of the building, into additional housing. And so the plan obviously is to hopefully expand and continue to create more affordable housing, more housing for our people in downtown Winnipeg.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the delegation this morning. Community safety is something that I'm acutely working towards improving, especially in the context of our downtown area. My question is to the proponent is, what elements are you incorporating to address downtown safety through the redevelopment of Portage Place? We see the investments that are going in at Air Canada Park to improve that gathering space. But from the concepts of crime prevention through environmental design and crime prevention through social design, what elements are you incorporating to make sure that gathering space is a safe space?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. You know, we are deeply involved in and committed to downtown safety, among other things, through the DCSP. So all of the the fundamental design elements of the building point to people, population, lighting, security, cameras, collaboration. We have set aside a space in in the Portage Place redevelopment plan, actually 4 offices for DCSP, among other things. So I think, as the design continues to evolve, it will be fundamental for us to be touching on all those points as we continue to, collaborate through those components together in the downtown. I think the notion of density, of population, of reducing the vacancies, of opening up Portage Place as it is planned to do, creating, more connectivity between the Central Park community and the south part of downtown, all adds to visibility, breathability, and all of which sort of touches on the notion of downtown safety, which is, enhanced, among other things, just by people and density kind of thing. So we are, appreciate the comment, very mindful of that as you are, as the city is. I mean, it's one of those things that we live and work in downtown and have been there for many, many years. Most of our investable assets at the moment are in downtown Winnipeg. So it's critically important to us to continue on the path of improving what it means to be safe in downtown Winnipeg.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we thank you for your presentation today. Our next delegation is Muhammad Ali of the Order of the Knights of Roselle, Winnipeg chapter, who is joining us in person in support of item 5 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee, dated September 17th, 2024. It's regarding welcoming Winnipeg, adding to an existing marker.
Also suspend the rules to have Stuart Smith speak to item number 7.
Okay. Item number 7, the 10 Commandments Monument.
Yes.
So that would be suspension of the rules for an additional speaker.
Yes.
5 minutes, no questions.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Muhammad Ali, welcome. And you are here today with?
I'm here today with Sir Ray Sator.
Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, Council. We're here today for your support to unanimously give us the permission to put our marker at Dr. Jose Rizal's statue. I'd like to thank the APC, the Welcoming Winnipeg Committee, and all that were involved in the process to getting this thing done. This is the last hurdle to get it done. And once this is done, we will be getting the marker coming from the Philippines. First, I would like to thank Council Vivian Santos for graciously helping us with this project and funding it at the same time. Also, I would like to thank Madam Speaker for her part in playing with the Dr. Jose Rizal Park, getting that done. It started already. Also, Councillor Mayor Mays for also giving us some funding to get it done. We are here for your support to get this project finished, and now I'll give you Ray to say a few words.
Thank you, Sir Mo. Good morning. My name is Ray Sator. I'm the chapter commander of the Knights of Rizal, Winnipeg chapter. The Knights of Rizal is a civic and patriotic international organization. It is also a cultural, non-sectarian, non-partisan, and non-racial organization which promotes the teachings of Philippines national hero, Dr. Jose Rizal, and among the Filipino peoples and others who may believe in his teachings and that they may emulate and follow his example. So, as Sir Mo said, we are here today to request your support of the addition of the historical marker in close proximity of Dr. Rizal's statue located at Waterford Grid Common, which is northwest of the intersection of Old Commonwealth Path and Dr. Rizal Way. And the marker will read, Jose Rizal, Philippine national hero, born on 19 June 1861, physician, poet, writer, educator, linguist, and inventor. Authored novels Noli Me Tangere in 1887 and El Filibusterismo in 1891, which bared colonial oppression of the Filipinos. He advocated nonviolent struggle for freedom, but was charged with inciting dissent. The living soul of 1896 Philippine Revolution, he was executed on the 30th December, 1896. His martyrdom inspired a sense of nationhood that eventually led to the proclamation of the Philippine independence in 1898. And just to share that the people of the Philippines and indigenous peoples of Canada share some similar experiences and generational impacts of colonization. Both groups maintain their desire to decolonize and are on their own respective journeys. Honoring Dr. Jose Rizal with this new plaque not only calls attention of the historical impacts of colonization around the world, but also recognizes the people who speak out against colonialism. So this new plaque is being gifted to the Knights of Rizal Winnipeg chapter to demonstrate the breadth of Dr. Jose Rizal's influence and significance to the Filipino community as they have immigrated to other countries. This is a sharing of pride and culture. The Order of the Knights of Rizal Winnipeg chapter is thrilled to be receiving such wonderful gift and would like to have this plaque added to the statue of Dr. Rizal that was dedicated in the summer of 2020. And perhaps the first world-class global Filipino, Dr. Rizal was known and admired around the world, with his writings reportedly inspired Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King in leading their own nonviolent movements. This plaque marker, once installed, will put Dr. Jose Rizal's statue in Winnipeg in the National Historical Commission of the Philippines official list of Dr. Jose Rizal's statue around the world. So again, thank you very much, and we appreciate your support of this endeavor.
Thank you. We'll now take any questions. No questions at this time. Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Our next delegation is Kelly Ryback, who's appearing in support of item 6 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated September 17th, 2024. It's regarding the General Council of Winnipeg Community Centers 2025 to 2027 business plan. And he's also in opposition to item 9 regarding the proposed grant intake and review process. Welcome, Kelly.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Council. Pleasure to be here today. The General Council of Winnipeg Community Centers, with their 3-year plan in support of, I want to say that I grew up in Crestview, and the Crestview Community Club on Morgan Crescent was the hub of the community. That if you wanted something to do, you went to the community center. And it was a life of sport that my parents volunteered at, me and my siblings participated in. It was incredible. But as Councillor Luke said previously on this discussion, our community centers are structured under the 60s, and that's no longer the case. As there's competition now for leisure activity, and sports is no longer centralized at the community center. Hockey's no longer played and mostly not practiced indoors. And the community centers have had to adapt. Some have done that, some have challenged with that. I've been to several AGMs where 2 years ago, one community club didn't even have a quorum. So they had to postpone their AGM. Some clubs have grown through amalgamation or just being in a new area and having additional facilities put in place, but we've created have and have-nots amongst our community clubs. The business plan is addressing for new programming, restoration, enhancements. I support 2 things that they address highlighted under their major issues. One was the implementation of online registration for sports activities and management through online. It was like 20 years ago when I was on the St. James Hockey Board and they talked about online registration. I successfully opposed it because I did not want to remove the experience of a young child with his parent going to register for a sport, meeting new people, meeting new kids, and taking away not only that experience and meeting a new coach, but decreasing the visitation to the community center. Sometimes you find out more just by dropping in as to what's programmed or what's going on to develop an interest. And it decreases the number of volunteer hours. And I've volunteered many hours at my community clubs with being out there 20 below, flooding the ice and things like that. But I'm encouraged of the plans within this business plan to bring new organizations and have new uses within the clubs and have increased facilities. I'm a member of Woodhaven Men's Shed. It's an incredible organization. It's part of a worldwide organization that it started out at Woodhaven Community Club. So we have to find ways to attract people to these locations and have more things going and return to being a big hub and of the neighborhood community. I also encourage you that if you're considering items for parks, that maybe you should consider the community center. I was disappointed in this past year that St. James is getting a new spray pad, but it would have been wonderful if that spray pad had been at Bord Air Community Club. Another opportunity, just where the the council can provide assistance and support to help community clubs learn from best practices and pursue other opportunities for grants, etc. A second challenge that they have was just the minimum wage increases. That over a short period of time, minimum wage has gone up over 30%, and that has its benefits, but also increases challenges that they had to decrease the number of centers that receive funding for janitorial services. And what I do want to identify is, as if you pass this business plan today, will it be outdated as early as 30 days from now when you go and speak on the living wage? That if the community centers are required to adopt the living wage as being a funded organization, then this actually outdates this business plan and have to go back to the drawing board, or at least have to make requests for additional funding. But I do encourage you to support this plan, and hopefully it can lead to more opportunities for growth and to enhance our communities. Okay. The grant intake review process, I am listed as opposing it. Let me be clear though, I'm not opposing the grants themselves or where that money goes, because they are very worthwhile organizations, etc. And I spoke on that at the July EPC meeting. It's just in the criteria that I would ask for some opportunity for improvement, and that is being, first, just there's a huge gap when somebody goes to request $25,001 to $100,000 on what they're required to provide. And it's not until you get to the $100,000 grant that you have to provide accountant-generated financial statements. That all these organizations already have that. They have to submit to Revenue Canada. That I get concerned when you can say that the only criteria is internally prepared financial statements. The second part of that is that I just believe that gap of $25,001 to $100,000 is just too large for a certain criteria requirements. Now, I have submitted a written submission that you could find online, and that is, it's 2 charts, and all that it's about revenue and expenses, and it's about compensation and other costs. That the reason I provided that is what you're asking is organizations to submit is already available online, because they have to submit to CRA. And that information, you could find out anything about that you need to know financially about an organization just by quickly going online. You can see a quick view with pie charts and large categories, or you can go into the detailed T3010 submission and get individual expense items for your evaluation. And I will also encourage that when these are being evaluated by the panel, the CAO, that regardless what the organization submits, that they go to this website within CRA, which is Charities and Giving, to be able to find this information and actually compare to what they submitted to make sure that it is accurate. So I just, should this process be improved before you allow it, or does it, after it's approved, is there opportunity for adjustments as you learn from growth? But I also encouraged by, as Councillor Lukes has said, that this is opportunity for a wider range of organizations to get into these grants, because it has not been well publicized. And I'll give you one example of Agape Table, which is now is serving up to 1,000 lunches a day. That is almost double the quantity they were serving pre-pandemic. They receive 0 government funding from all levels. Secondly, they only have 3 full-time employees. It is a machine when you go there. I encourage you to experience a morning of volunteering there. We go regularly, and my cap is off to those to that organization. But it's just an example of a very essential public service that could benefit greatly by being a recipient of one of these grants. We're finding right now through recent volunteer experience that because the demand is so big, they've actually had to downsize the lunches they're providing. So that is also encouraging. And at the last EPC meeting, as Councillor Santos said, Madam Speaker, that the requirement is beyond the core and the inner city. It is far-reaching to the perimeter, that there are areas of our community that are out in the suburbs that do require and benefit from the organizations that brought us to the grant intake process. So I'm just asking you to reconsider the requirements in delivering this program. And also, for Madam Speaker, for the Council, do all you can to reach out to organizations that you think could benefit and are worthy of receiving a grant intake. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our delegation? Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the grants that we're talking about have been mostly related to, well, what I believe is related to city mandate for the most part in terms of funds for recreation, art type things, funding the boxing program is keeping kids out of trouble, and there's many, Andrew Street Family Center is working with they ended up getting their grant because of the core area initiative many years ago. One might say it's so long ago, but it serves a purpose in the area. But Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering if, well, maybe the public doesn't understand. One of the reasons that we look at applying the money that is allocated in regards to many of those things, I've attempted to increase the overall budget so that we could include more organizations who are working at the things that really are more directly related to us. And I'm wondering if the delegation actually understands it's because we don't increase the budget amount for these very important services is the reason why you'll find that they're only concentrated in the more difficult areas of our city.
Madam Speaker, I understand, and I agree. There is more funding that's required. The need has exceeded the funds available. And this is also a challenge before Council that, because it was not in the original budget, reinstating $2.1 million, just in fact where that money is going to come from when you're challenged. But I would agree that it's a greater priority than what is budgeted today. And the other aspect of it that is one organization is either not knowing about it or because of misunderstanding, lack of knowledge or skill set or even time, they're not able to even create an application. So that's why, I just brought forward that CRA information that could help make things simpler. But the need is greater than the budget, I agree.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Schreier, your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank Kelly Ryback again for being here, for his insights over the years here. A couple of issues. One, he said that Agape Table, excellent place where I've visited and marginally volunteered, receives no government contributions, yet I am looking at it as a registered federal charity. Therefore, if I make a donation, I'm steering my tax money, which would go to the federal government. I'm personally have the choice of steering my federal tax money away from there and towards the Agape table. And on that basis, I would consider it some sort of recognition by the federal government of some sort of contribution to Agape table. Is it possible to see it that way?
Well, you could, that, Madam Speaker, that would apply to every single donation ever made.
Yes.
So, but as my statement of Agape table, and there are other charity organizations that receive from budgets from governments receive $0. Agape table being one of them. Another one, and these are, I know of this because these are charities that I champion and am involved with. A second one, necessarily not applicable to the intake, Winnipeg Pet Rescue, $0 government funding. And there's several others, and maybe, there's many that fit the criteria of need that just either aren't aware of it or just don't know how to establish a grant. I apply for grants that I receive. I run a program for vulnerable kids in through St. James School Division for a golf outing at John Bloomberg Golf Course. With my Rotary Club, we do other things. So it's, again, the need is huge. And this could open up the opportunity for others. And something that you're going to be facing, that the council is going to be facing next month, Madam Speaker, that I'll go back to, if you adopt the living wage, this applies to this as it's written. So now money, even though it benefits the part-time employee of these organizations, it takes away from delivering the service to those who are in need of it.
Thank you, Kelly. There's
Thank
a
you.
second question.
Sure. And on that basis, some of those nonprofits mentioned do not receive charitable donations and may be more eligible for direct government funding. In the meantime, Mr. Rybeck also mentioned in terms of living wages here and how we deal with that with the city budget. Happens to be that in the last 30 years, some salaries that come directly from the city budget have gone up 10, 20 times in the last 30 years. Yet when it comes to livable wages, could we not say that there are certain wages at City Hall that in the last 30 years, they're actually a smaller and smaller portion of the budget, not a larger one like some salaries at City Hall, city budget, and that they're less livable wages than they were 30 years ago? That some of these jobs, these lower paying wage jobs, used to be more livable wages than they are today. Meanwhile, some of the salaries have gone up 20 times and 10 times compared to the rate of inflation as 30 years ago. In other words, there's a big gap in terms of where the city budget salaries and wages are going. Some have gone way up, some have gone down, such as these livable wages.
The question, please.
That is my question. If any comment by Mr. Rybeck?
Madam Speaker, that exists throughout all aspects of industry and commerce, not only government, of how wages are changed based on job description criteria, or if you're executive or not. But this isn't intended to be a living wage discussion. It's just that for this program, that will be an impact to this program. That yes, and for the benefit for people to serve for the poverty reduction program that benefits that employee, it will take away from frontline services if that is implemented in a future discussion.
But it seems to me we're putting the concentration on the lowest wages of the city, where we pay the lowest, and that's our concentration. We haven't dealt with, we don't talk about here at City Hall, where the highest salaries, those increases, and how they impact our budget, how they impact the taxpayer, and how they end up affecting livable wages with the city budget.
Madam Speaker, just in response, if specific to that, and again, we are getting off topic, but I would welcome any executive and elected official wage freeze to benefit the lower paid jobs and benefit any grants and reduce taxes or provide more services. Thank you.
Would we?
That was 3 questions, Councillor Schreier. Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none, we thank you for your presentation
Thank you,
today.
everybody.
Our next delegation, Ed Humey, who is in support of item 7 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated September 17th, 2024. It's regarding a donation of the Ten Commandments Monument. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Gillingham, city councilors, my fellow citizens of Winnipeg. My name is Ed Hume, and I'm the organizer of the petition for Keep the Ten Commandments in Assiniboine Park. First, I'd like to thank EPC for their recommendation from last week. We are very appreciative of that, and we feel that is one step closer to resolving this important issue of the Ten Commandment Monument. The Ten Commandments are one of the oldest sets of universal values in the world, which put some limitations on human behavior. Jews, Christians, Muslims all use the Ten Commandments for guidance. In fact, all religions, including secularism and atheism, whether formally or informally, support them too, for building healthy, harmonious relationships with family, friends, and neighbors within society. The Ten Commandments form a basic standard of conduct for all humanity. Without it, anarchy and chaos would exist. 10 reasons why the Ten Commandments should be restored to the Assiniboine Park. 1, the status quo at the Assiniboine Park was upset. The Ten Commandments stood peacefully in a quiet, respectful area of Assiniboine Park, the formal gardens, for over 52 years. Probably 80% of people don't even know it was in the park. Then, in the spring of 2017, it was put in storage to make way for the construction of the Leaf Diversity Garden. At that time, there were no complaints by the public to have it removed or petitions against it. Just the Assiniboine Park Conservancy, APC, and their board, a group of non-elected officials, made the decision to have it permanently removed from the park for no good reason. All they had to do was simply relocate the Ten Commandment Monument to another quiet, contemplative area in the park. APC said they had no place for it. There's over 400 acres in the park. In my opinion, APC blew it. They created a problem that didn't exist. 2, our petition is to keep the Ten Commandments in Assiniboine Park. The 1,526 online and paper petition signers want to have the monument put back into the Assiniboine Park, not just any park. The present recommendation from APC is too broad in scope. The monument could be put on private land available to the public, on public land anywhere in the city, or put back in Assiniboine Park. Our petition calls for the monument to be put back in Assiniboine Park. 3, Assiniboine Park is the crown jewel of Winnipeg. It is the most suitable location for this monument. The choice of Assiniboine Park for the placement of this monument could not have been more ideal, providing access as it does for residents and visitors to have an educational opportunity for quiet contemplation of our past, present, and future. Matter of fact, the original reason for the creation of the Assiniboine Park was for quiet contemplation and restful relaxation. And that was established by George Champion, who used to be head of the parks at that time. That was the original reason for it. We're saying that because of the original reason of the park, that the Ten Commandments is a perfect fit and needs to be restored back into the park. Number 4, wisdom from the past. When Mayor Stephen Juba and his city councilors accepted the Ten Commandments back in 1965, the fact that they chose Assiniboine Park demonstrated that they wanted it to have maximum public viewing for the citizens of Winnipeg. They were honoring the universal wisdom of the Ten Commandments. Hopefully, the present council would do the same. 5, the givers of the gift really want the monument to remain in the park. The Fraternal Order of the Eagles, FOE, has always wanted the gift of the Ten Commandments monument to remain in the park. Darrell Lee, president of the Manitoba chapter of FOE, in June 11, 22 article in the Free Press said, quote, "We prefer it remain in the park." And more recently, at an EPC meeting on September 17th, president of FOE, Aries 23, Stuart Smith, the actual givers of the monument, not only wanted to see it restored to the park, but hired a lawyer to help them protect and advance their cause, to have it displayed in the park again. 6, the level of support. Presently, we have significant public support to have the monument returned to the Assiniboine Park. 1,526 signers, both online and paper petitions. A letter of support from the Jewish Federation of Winnipeg and the Native Evangelical Fellowship of Canada, the Fraternal Order of Eagles, and plus we have some outstanding supporters like Gail Asper and retired pastor Bruce Martin. On the other hand, what level of support did the APC have other than their own administration and their board to remove the monument? APC didn't even send a representative to support their request at the September 17th EPC meeting. How serious are they? 7, retired pastor Bruce Martin spoke at EPC reminding councillors that the use of tolerance, diversity, and pluralism are all good reasons for putting Ten Commandments back in Assiniboine Park. In a pluralistic society, you're always going to have some people disagreeing with each other, and that's okay. Tolerance is necessary to live in a multicultural society. Thus, a rich cultural diversity can grow when we don't take sides and seek to eliminate one group over another. 8, historical value could be lost. The placement of the Ten Commandment monument back into the park is necessary to protect its historical and cultural value. Anything less would be diminishing this monument. In light of its intended purpose to have maximum viewing for those citizens who choose, and you don't have to, you choose to view it. This would also produce a diminishing public educational opportunity. 9, offended Jews, Christians, and Muslims. Restoring the monument to the same park would help mend the relationship between offended Jews, Christians, and Muslims with the city and APC, who allowed this monument to be put in storage for 7 years. And finally, 10, protect our freedom and safety. 10 Commandments were not given to restrict our freedom, but to safeguard it. That's why our whole legal system has been built on it. Thus, we should be proud of the Ten Commandment monument and treat it with the respect it deserves. We need to put it back into the best public location it can be, the Assiniboine Park. In closing, the present EPC recommendation is definitely a step forward, and we're thankful for that. But we feel the mayor and the council should be considering the following motion instead today. The Ten Commandment monument should be relocated back into the Assiniboine Park in a quiet, honorable, respectful area of the park. The city, Assiniboine Park Conservancy, APC, the Fraternal Order of Eagles, and other supporting groups could determine the location within the Assiniboine Park. 7 years of disrespect in storage has been far too long. Thus, this work should be completed by the end of 2025. We would also respectfully ask the City Council to have a recorded vote today on this very important issue so that the citizens of Winnipeg would clearly know where you stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. We'll now hear from the next speaker, and then we'll take delegations, take questions. Our next speaker is Gail Asper, speaking on the same topic in support. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. I'm Gail Asper, and I'm a proud Winnipegger, and I've enjoyed visiting Assiniboine Park for my entire life, including lately on a daily basis. And I would really like to thank EPC for voting to keep the commandments in a public space. And I echo all of Ed's recommendations. And I want to say kudos to Ed, who was supposed to be in Toronto today at his granddaughter's birthday, but chose to be here instead. That is dedication. So I profoundly hope Council will approve the EPC recommendation. And I also hope that Council can find a place in the massive Assiniboine Park to provide a home for the commandments, just as Kildonan Park has a home for its commandments. My connection to the commandments arose when I was doing my usual jog through Assiniboine Park, and I used to always test myself if I could remember the commandments, and then one day they were gone. So I asked the park, where are the commandments, and they told me they're gone because the leaf is being constructed. But when the leaf was opened, I asked, like, okay, where are the commandments? And they said, oh, they're not coming back, and they could not give me a good reason why. So I started asking again and again and really never got an answer. 7 years have gone by, and councillors, never in my wildest dreams did I ever think it would take so much effort and be so necessary to explain why the Ten Commandments are a good thing to have in the park. The Asper Foundation website has received many thoughtful emails from strangers expressing their agreement and reminding me the commandments provide a moral compass for the world, a world which seems badly in need of such a compass. Assiniboine Park is a spectacular place for all Winnipeggers of different viewpoints and backgrounds. And since we're celebrating diversity in the park, perhaps an ideal place might be in the Diversity Gardens, or they could complement the Moses statue in the Leo Mall Gardens. I've also been a longtime supporter of public art and was instrumental in bringing the John Hirsch statue to MTC. I was in charge of gifting the lady in the park to the English Gardens and bringing the statue of Gandhi to the Forks. And I feel that public art is a great way to educate and inspire, and I think that's true of this Commandments Monument. Now, some people have mentioned to me they don't feel comfortable having what they feel is a religious statement in a public park because we're supposed to have separation of church or synagogue and state. But in fact, to me, the Ten Commandments are actually a 3,500-year-old set of values that were common throughout the Middle East, a universal set of moral precepts that are relevant to this day for all humans. Council members, you experience firsthand what happens when people break the commandments. You need more police to catch the murderers. You get small businesses closing downtown because of rampant, blatant shoplifting. Voters are turned off because they don't trust what politicians are saying because some politicians proudly admit they're lying. This is bad for democracy. People are taking stress leave because they're not getting their 1 day of rest even. So I ask myself, what harm can come from reminding ourselves, don't murder, don't lie, respect our parents and our elders, give ourselves a day of rest and our employees, even our farm animals. And whether you're religious or not, I value the Ten Commandments as a reminder of the way humans should treat each other. And I value the inspiration they give me and others to be better people. And I also feel from an education perspective, it's important to know what the Ten Commandments are because they form a part of Western culture, a part of pop culture even. And knowing what they are, I think, should probably be a part of everyone's basic education. I got emails referencing Charlton Heston in the Ten Commandments, or for the younger set, the Prince of Egypt animated film. And Governor General award-winning Indigenous playwright Ian Ross reminded me of the big scene in Arthur Miller's classic, The Crucible, where the Ten Commandments figure prominently. So why not have the park as a place where people can become familiar with these highly relevant moral codes? So in closing, I support the recommendation of EPC to keep the commandments in a public space. I hope City Council accepts that recommendation and directs the City Administration to find a place in Assiniboine Park. Contrary to Ed, I would urge Council to give the City a timeline of no more than 3 months to find a site and 3 more months to install the commandments. Thank you. Oh, I stood up.
There'll be no presentations from the gallery. Thank you. Questions, Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Speaker, through you to the guest speakers, thank you very much for your presentation today, and thank you for your ongoing perseverance and patience on pursuing this subject, and for making this happen. Hopefully something will happen in terms of a public location. Has there any thought been given, when you travel, especially throughout the United States, quite often in communities you will see the 10 Commandments on a statue, and quite often they're outside of a town courthouse, right? And has there been any thought given to our court, our present-day courts, which is the entranceway with actually a big public art structure there now, on York Avenue. Any thought been given to that as a potential location similar to, and I believe that part of the right-of-way there is City of Winnipeg right-of-way that the courthouse has on their facility on the outside there. So.
We've been musing amongst ourselves where the best place is and where it will get the most exposure. So my view is really, exposure is good. And maybe we could do a second one in front of the courts and also legislature. So, it could be on the legislative grounds. That's a beautiful site as well. But of course, there's so many things in the commandments that if people are going into the courts, they probably could have a little reminder. So I would be supportive of creating a second set of commandments for the courts. But I also really do like Assiniboine Park. Like there are little things that just hit you if you're walking by, especially for me, the day of rest is a big deal, that we're, probably working on our cell phones as we're in the park. We probably just need to turn off the bloody phone and just be in the moment. So here's for 2 commandments, and I'd be prepared to donate to that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Rollins, followed by Councillor Mays.
Good morning, and thank you to both Ed Hume. For the record, Mr. Hume, happy birthday to your granddaughter. This councillor thinks you should be in Toronto and online with us. But I digress. My question, Madam Speaker, is fundamentally, you've been to EPC. Have you heard from Assiniboine Park? It strikes me as odd that such important community builders, such as former trustee Ed Hume and Gail Asper, has not heard from Assiniboine Park, arguably a devolved relationship with the City of Winnipeg, but a public trust and a public park nonetheless. Talk to me about the communications that you have had that I might not know about since you brought this conflict to the public arena, to EPC, and now council. Talk to me about that. I'm keenly interested if you've heard from Ray Karasavich or anyone at Assiniboine Park.
Or I think Ed probably can talk. I know that I called, years ago, called Margaret Redmond, who I know well, and she was the one that told me it's not going back without really a reason. And then I called, of course, a few people I know on the board and bugged them, naturally. Everybody knows I like to bug people. And the people I spoke to were in favor, actually, of the commandments, and they didn't agree with the decision of them not being in the park. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, and then, then you can talk about the welcoming committee.
Well, first of all, we did talk to, way back when the first step we went to was to the park, or to the APC. Myself and my pastor, we went and asked them questions about this way back in about 2019, and the answer that we're given was that we don't want it here, and that's it. And they were handling it like it was totally their monument. And then I told them that really that monument doesn't belong to you. The monument belongs to the City of Winnipeg, the councillors, the mayor, and the citizens of Winnipeg. It was a gift to us.
Second question, Madam Speaker, if I may. Do you think it is for lack of knowledge on your contact information that you haven't, in recent weeks, let's say in the last month, heard from the Assiniboine Park Conservancy? Do they not have your phone numbers, your emails, Or, is there any outreach perhaps you've not done to update your contact information with the Assiniboine Park? And perhaps are you not accessible at all? I mean, I certainly know how to get a hold of both of you, but maybe they don't. So is it possible that you've, changed your contact information and they don't have it?
No, in my case, when I did approach them, I left them email. I was emailing Margaret Redmond on a regular basis and in contact with Bruce Keats, who's the manager of the park. They had all my information.
And I get emails daily from Ray and talk to him and bug him about other things. So yes, and donations are being made to the park constantly. We're invited. We are major sponsors of the Babs Asper Gardens and whatnot. So, they know how to find me for sure.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Thank you.
Always good to hear an Arthur Miller reference, though I do prefer After the Fall rather than The Crucible for sheer biblical allusions. But the comment I'm glad to hear you say you are reaching out to Ray Karasevich. Duncan and I sit on the APC board. I've sat on there with 4 or 5 other councillors over time. Margaret was a force of nature, of course, and Ray is doing well. But yeah, certainly I've heard more about this bloody issue at APC than the $55 million cost overrun on the Leaf. It is somewhat ironic we've spent far more time on this than on the cost overrun, but that's all in litigation. The comment I had, so I did want to make it clear about, I do think the APC board, which has written a variety of emails to us about this, might disagree with some of the characterizations. And frankly, if we view APC still as part of the city, then that's good news for CUPE, man, because they keep saying it's really part of the city and that the collective agreement they had with the city should govern. So we should probably be a little careful about if it's really in or if it's out. So it is out. There was, I guess, a comment made about the unelected board. Of course it's unelected. It's not Michigan. We don't elect university boards. We don't elect
The question,
hospital
Councillor Mays,
boards.
thank you.
So yeah, it's unelected, but Duncan and I, councillors, sit on that board. The question is, I would think the best argument you could make was that there's a totem pole there. Why have you not talked about that? That's probably the best argument you could make for your side.
Okay, actually, I did forget. And of course, we only had 5 minutes for me, but yeah, we have a beautiful totem pole. And I actually looked up the artwork on the totem pole, and it's mythological. It's talking about Indigenous values. So it's celebrated. There was a big ceremony installing the totem pole. It's super prominent. It's fabulous, and I welcome that totem pole. So yeah, we can learn from all these things. That's my point about the education aspect. Let's learn from all of these things. Let's not take them away and have nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Really appreciate Gail and Ed being here today, and in a sense, a rather serious issue. Surprisingly, it's pretty deep. Now, theology is not my strong point, never pretended. But I've got to say, having said that, I just never said it's my strongest point. But one thing I've never mentioned in my 10 years here on council, over a period of decades, I've traveled around the world to dozens of countries on 5 continents. And I did get a sense of humanity, did get a sense of our sociology, and our even anthropologically, because we have just talking about, Gail just talked about how deep this is, how far back this goes. Maybe pre-Judeo-Christian, pre-Judaism. This is an expression of humanity that goes back a long time. It's ancient. This is our human nature, and it's now expressed in words when we create societies and social constructs of law and order. And these things are what creates civilization as we move forward and we learn from mistakes. And I would say not only this is Judeo-Christian, but I would say maybe the Abrahamic religions. Now, in this council chamber, we all say our prayers. I sing prayers from every religion here in this council.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Schreier.
The question is, would we accept, given that it says the first commandment, you shall have no other gods before me? The question would be here, would we be expecting, would our delegates here accept and respect therefore for consistency and fairness, if there would end up being other
Thank you.
religions
The
who
question's
end
been
up
asked.
being there at the park?
Yes, we live in a pluralistic society, and
Extension?
there is,
Councillor Schreier moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried.
okay, we live in a pluralistic society where there's lots of different, and a multicultural society, and there's no reason why other groups and peoples can have things. There's no laws I'm aware of in Canada yet that says you can't have a religious
Thank you.
monument in Canada.
Thank you for your response. Mayor Gillingham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I want to thank the delegates for their presentations today. Appreciate that. Yes, I see there's others as well, but I want to thank the two of you for your presentations today. You wouldn't know this, but just as...
I haven't seen that yet today where someone's answer was cut off. I was hoping for, that was pretty short. We've had longer answers all day today, hoping they could finish their response.
I think they did respond.
The only thing I'd say is I wouldn't want that kind of the multi-faith, the idea of a garden, holding up the installation of the commandments.
Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you. Yes, through you, Madam Speaker, just to thank you both for your presentations today. You wouldn't know this, but I'll ask it as an are you aware. I did have a conversation in the last couple of days. APC did reach out to me. Certainly looking forward to, if it comes through, if we adopt what EPC recommended, looking forward to working with our interim CAO, Mr. Sherwood Armbruster, and APC to implement the intention of what EPC passed. So just wanted to make you aware of that. We've had good dialogue with them in the last 48 hours, 3 days. Also, just to reinforce as well, thank you for putting on the record that the monument will be, is in storage, will be in storage until such time as it can be placed somewhere and worked out in such a way with the park and our interim CAO. And also just to reiterate that at no time was there ever any indication that the monument would be sent to a landfill or anything of the sort. It's always been in storage. It will remain in storage until a place is found for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that concludes our questions under this delegation. Thank you for your presentation today. Okay. I didn't have another individual on our list, did you?
That's the suspension of the
Okay.
rules, but then he would be to...
Just to clarify, that was the one that was suspended, so it would come at the end of all delegations. So if you'd like to just be in the gallery for the next 5 or 10 minutes, we'll get to that presentation. Thank you. Okay, you know what, just in the interest of time, you're down here, sir. If you could please come to the podium. Okay. Thank you.
We support that call
Thank
on
you,
your
Mr.
part.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Stuart Smith, please come forward. We'll have 5 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As a proud Métis from the Waverley area, I thank Councillor Lukes for the exemption to allow me to speak. For 125 years, the Fraternal Order of Eagles, Erie 23, has been helping the needy citizens of Winnipeg, and hopefully will continue to do so for the next 125 years. Again, thank you for your support. Eagles Erie 23 want the citizens of Winnipeg, visitors from Canada and abroad to observe and envision the monument installed in 1965 as a donation be replaced to City Park. Return is not wanted. I do recognize Mayor Gillingham's remarks that there has been changes in the last 48 hours. So I thank you very much for everything that might happen here towards this. I didn't hear, but there was a reference to Gail Asper asking if they had spoken to City Park. A name I don't know how to spell, Sherry Rollins asked about Kinnisavich, I did get a phone call during this meeting 2 weeks ago when we presented, and I had never spoken to him, but he was clarifying why the Eagles wanted or he was surprised when I said we did not want it back. We wanted it to go, but we were only told originally that if it wasn't picked up, it was going to be disposed of. So I'm not sure. It was a very brief conversation, but he was quite concerned when I was explaining these things. But I don't know who the gentleman is. But yes, he did call me. I thank you very much.
For your presentation. Thank you. We'll now move into the next delegation, Kate Kaler, in support of item 9, the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated September 17th, 2024. It's regarding the proposed grant intake and review process. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Apologies for the members of EPC. You'll be hearing a lot for the second time, but not everything. And hopefully you all had a chance to review our correspondence from yesterday and all got the updated report that we sent. I had actually did not know I couldn't do a presentation today. 10 years at Social Planning Council, and I did not know I couldn't do one at council. So you won't get the slideshow. All right. I am here on behalf of a very broad coalition of organizations, some that are currently funded by community grants and others who are not, but understand the potential ripple effect of what you decide to do with this vital program. Thank you to those we have been able to meet with, and also to the back and forth that we've had with people we could not meet with. Also, thank you for your responsiveness in reconsidering what impact the city's report and draft bylaw on the program will have on the sector and those they work to serve. We certainly appreciate the commitment to return the full 3.4 million funding level. Likewise, the proposed amendment by Councillor Santos that passed at EPC of the removal of the 2 clauses that would prohibit operational expenditures from being eligible. However, after meetings with some of you, grant project officers, as well as the interim CAO and CFO, we are now very concerned with the stipulation that makes any expenditures prior to approval also ineligible. We did not raise any objections to this clause earlier because it is quite standard. However, given where we are in the process, we now have to be. The currently funded programs need to have confirmation of funding by December. With confirmation, they will work to manage cash flow until city funds flow. This is pretty standard. However, if you do not pass your budget, and we do realize that you're still waiting to hear from the province, at least to the point of confirming what is available for community grants and guaranteeing the organizations that those funds will flow in the new year, they will have no choice but to lay off people. Even if that clause was also removed, it still would not serve. Organizations do not typically have funds or resources that they can gamble with. They must spend alternate funds on what they promised that funder. They cannot rob Peter to pay Paul. Apparently we're big on the Bible today. We are told that the earliest the draft budget will be available is December 11th. We are now September 26th. In the interim, we are told the city staff must devise a new process, and while it has always been an open process, a concerted effort is to be made to get new applicants as well as the previous grant applicants, and then do a fair and transparent evaluation of each and every application. We are told that this is pretty well unworkable, but even if it can be done, it will be chaotic, and it will still have an immediate destabilizing effect on the sector. Current grant recipients, as good employers, are going to have to be straight with their staff. They're going to have to warn them that their jobs were at risk. They are also going to have to warn participants that their program is at risk. Staff will look for new jobs. They have to. They have bills to pay. Participants are going to be left feeling abandoned, as organizations may or may not be able to meet their needs or refer them to someone else in this shorter time period. While losing funding was always a potential for these programs, they could at least be confident that there had been time for due consideration, as in their applications fully vetted, as well as their annual reports demonstrating that they have met deliverables or fairly reviewed. And if unsuccessful, they would be given enough time to adjust. At this time, the concern is that in an effort to have other organizations gain access to these funds, different or new will be prioritized over tried and true. We all know that different does not always mean better. And as we have pointed out, if a program is doing what it said it would do and is doing it well, why should it be cut? If the concern is that all city wards must have equal share, then we will have to disagree. An equitable share, sure. But while there are pockets of poverty throughout the city, we all know where it is most concentrated. If one of the SPAP priorities is the downtown, then moving money to the suburbs does not make sense at this time. If councillors do want to see certain services in your wards, why not approach the organizations already doing that work and work with them through either ward budgets or other funding opportunities so they can extend those services to your ward? Or, of course, find more money for the grant program. The sector collaborates all the time. We do combine resources and form partnerships. Community centers, which do need to be funded directly from community services and not through community grants, are spaces where other organizations can and do provide programming such as art. Of course, not all the current grant recipients are focused on poverty, but as far as I can see, they build inclusive, healthier community through a variety of means. We said at EPC that our report cover is not meant to be a picture of a breadline, but one that demonstrates nurturing. This is what community grants do. They nurture and deliver on the city's chartered responsibilities to look after the health and well-being of its inhabitants. Please note our report only has 14 of the 39 currently funded agencies who were able to participate over the summer. So I'll just read the stats instead of being able to show you. Art City, multiple sites, over 5,000 participants. Age and Opportunity, throughout the city, almost 10,000 older adults in their senior center without walls. BGC, 28 locations, multiple programs, and over 75,000 snacks or meals served. Graffiti Art Gallery, 2 locations, multiple outreach events a year with over 16,000 visits from youth. Green Action Center provides education on the environment with over 10,000 hours of community outreach. Main Street Project throughout the city with over 109,000 community contacts. Mediation services throughout the city, taking 250 to 350 community-related calls, 25% of which are direct referrals from city staff. MTYP has 1 main location, but available to all interested, plus does workshops and performances throughout the city. Their most recent numbers are 186, reaching almost 4,500. Ray, an essential outreach service with almost 15,000 contacts and distributing harm reduction supplies such as 4,343 Narcan kits. Save Our Seine, protection of the waterway and clearing of dangerous log jams and downed trees, 15 of each most recently. Spence Neighborhood Association builds belonging for youth in its drop-in We 24 arts and sports program. If there's a need that you can name, they will try to meet it. Trees Winnipeg distributed 5,492 discounted trees to property owners, and 72 trees were planted at 25 elementary schools. And here, the map, if it was up there, we would add in the Broadway Neighborhood Center and Rossbrook House, both of which are situated in the center of the city's highest poverty areas and provide essential services where they are most needed. Again, this is just 14 of the 39. So if the map was up there and we had them all in there, it would be it would be a mess. You wouldn't be able to read it. So having once again pointed out how essential the services that just some of the current recipients provide, we have a further ask. As long as the currently funded organizations complete their applications properly and have all their reporting up to date, then it is status quo for 2025. As in, those who are currently funded receive their 2024 funding amount for 2025. This will still amount to a cut, given inflation, but it will at least allow them the time to adjust and plan for next year while maintaining essential services. This will also allow city staff to devise and implement a fully transparent grant intake and evaluation process, hopefully in partnership with sector representatives. We understand that there has long been a desire to overhaul the community grants by some on council. However, the process was undertaken, as the city's own report demonstrates, without giving any consideration to how not just the organizations will be affected, but their participants and the sector as a whole. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions for our delegation? Councillor Schreier and Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think any politicians, well, not many, really want to do this. So why is this happening is the question. And we have to ask ourselves the question, considering the fact that we've raised every tax, fine, fee, levy, and rate. We've spent or we've depleted our financial reserves. We're borrowing more money, selling more debentures, and yet we've already been doing cuts. Do you feel that City Hall has done a good job to the taxpayers in explaining how it is that we're looking for further cuts. Even though we've raised every tax, fine, levy and rate and fine, we've depleted our financial reserves, we've done other cuts, we're selling more debentures, we're going further into debt, yet we still have to do this. Do you think City Hall's done a good job in explaining that?
Thank you. Kate?
I'm not actually sure how to answer it. I think a lot of people, what I've said here before, and how I feel and other people feel about taxes is they don't mind paying taxes. They really don't, as long as the money is being well spent. A lot of times, I would liken that directly to conversations we've had about safety and with private business owners and things like that, and they will say they don't mind paying taxes, but they want to see the results. And we then get into that conversation, does that mean police, or does that mean the community grants program and all the work that those folks do in providing safety? So they want to see results would be my only answer to that.
Thank you. Second question?
Sure. We have raised taxes, we've spent but we've also spent our reserves. We're selling more debentures. We're already making other cuts. Do you think that aspect, besides the fact that we have been raising taxes, we also have raised, we use our water rates to go into general revenue. We use our water rates as a tax. These things, besides the tax increases, have these things, do you feel, being expressed well by City Hall to explain after doing all that, we're still looking at making further cuts?
I think you would have to do a poll on that. I don't have an answer for you on it.
Thank you. Next question is Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have a few questions here, so hopefully I can get them all asked. Firstly, do you know that with this money going back to the budget, this is not being money, you still have to fight for it?
Yes.
This is going back to the Budget Working Group. So this really, when they said that they were going to not do those cuts, the cuts are happening, unless it's done on the floor today.
Our understanding is there is a commitment to it and that there has been somebody tasked to find that additional money, but it has not been found yet. That's our understanding.
I just encourage you to keep fighting that because it's a Budget Working Group and anything goes in the Budget Working Group. Okay. The cuts were not restored. Now, the cuts, I also want to talk a little bit about, there was asks at EPC and none of them has been really granted. Some of the asks was that not only with the funding that we just talked about, but that there was no political interference in the decision-making. There's asked for this be put with the multi-budget process, which would
The
make...
specific question, Councillor Gilroy?
Are you aware that EPC did not do any of the recommendations? One being that you've asked for no political interference in this process. Two, sorry.
Okay, the question's been asked, I think. Thank you.
Okay.
Would you like to respond?
Okay, and then I'll let her answer.
Yes, we are aware that those did not get into the changes that were made to Councillor Santos's amendment. We're still hopeful that can happen, but if we're at a time crunch, and right now we're more focused on the money more than anything else, and hopefully this process unfolds and we can adjust it if we need to later.
And my last question is, with the continuation of the General Council of Community Centres and other grants that really we are obligated to be doing, with those inclusions, if there's any funding cuts, you will have to, your organizations will have to fight for that funding against core organizations that are doing core services for the City of Winnipeg. Are you aware of that?
We're hoping very much that can be avoided, which is why we want the community centres to be funded differently, and just to mention that they are in support of this coalition as well.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Chambers?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the delegation. Do you believe that there should be an evaluation framework or metrics to evaluate the work done through these grants that are issued so that on an annual basis, the grant money that was issued demonstrates the work that's been done within that funding year?
Absolutely. But what I'm told from the organizations that get these, they report every year. And those reports are reviewed by whomever is in charge of their grants. Their officer is the person who reviews it. They get sent up the ladder, but seems like they don't get far enough, or we don't understand why not. But I know Eddie Ayoub has been here, and he said, I'd be happy to come here every single year and show you a wonderful slideshow, not at council, but at EPC, I guess. So that is, there's none of us have any issue with having our work evaluated, but it has to be done fairly and transparently.
So evaluation, would it be qualitative, quantitative?
It would be both, I would imagine, because, you know, there are certain things that if you are, say, public safety, if you are working with very sort of low-risk folks, you can work with a lot more of them. When you're working with higher-risk folks, you have to be far more concentrated. So it couldn't be, you know, comparing two organizations, they only, you know, they work with a certain number, and then another organization works with a ton of numbers. You'd actually have to look at the qualitative part of that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Orlikow.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today and your continued diligence on this file. And unfortunately, I have looked at the ideas of how we can put the money into play right now, but I am a big proponent. Unless I know where the money is coming from, an easy thing would have been doing is just calling a first call on the budget, but I couldn't figure out where I could find that 2.3 million in the time frame, so that option wasn't there. So, but I did hear, and then Councillor Gilroy approached me on it, and I just want to get your feedback. The political nature of the evaluation committee. There was a movement to have 3 councillors on it, 2 from SBC and the chair, speaker. All lovely people. Again, we're not talking about people, we're talking about positions.
Yes.
Well, again, then it got me thinking politics again. So I felt that political, well, why them, not us, and who are they and stuff. So we put a motion for Councillor Gilroy and I to actually get politicians out of that evaluation process. Is that something you would support?
Yes, we thought it would be better if there wouldn't be any politics. They have the control over the budget, obviously. You are the ones that determine the overall budget. That's your oversight on it, but it should actually be grant officers.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Lukes.
Thank you. I just wanted to put this on the record as a did you know. Did you know that all of these grants were political grants to start with? And that is why we're here today, because they were all political decisions that were made by members on EPC. Many around the table have not sat on EPC or been part of EPC to offer up influence to secure political grants. And that's what they are. They're political grants. And I'm not sure if you know that. And that's why we're here, because there's not been equity, and we talk about equity.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, she is not stating fact. Is the Winnipeg Housing Rehab Corporation, do you think that was just some one councillor's decision to provide a grant?
Councillor
Or the Winnipeg Public Library Board that's listed in here, was that?
Councillor Eady, order. You'll have an opportunity to ask a question.
It's not the truth.
Kate, would you like to respond?
I could answer that. I'm aware of some of them being a political, the will of. We mentioned Just TV as an example last time when I was here at EPC. That was a program that was saved by Mayor Cates because they were being, the vital program was going, 5 vital programs were going down the tubes because the federal government refused to support them after they proved all of their deliverables, by the way. So yes, we're aware some of them were that way. And again, Eddie Ayoub has been here, other people have been here. We're not opposed to an open, transparent process, not opposed to, but it's the timing of it right now. Nobody expected this large of a cut at this point in time. It's September and December is coming soon, and they are looking at having to lay people off.
Thank you. Councillor Orlikow? No? Okay. Any further speakers? Seeing none? Oh, Councillor Mays, yes. So Councillor Schreier moves extension. 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary, carried. He's not in the line for questions, just had a comment. Councillor Mays.
Yes, good points about the reduction in funding, which remains unconfirmed or controversial. I just find it odd, the context around, well, we wouldn't want politicians who are elected by the public making any decisions about how the budget's spent. I'm pretty damn proud that I got the Save Our Seine grant, and I got it in because I got it on EPC, quite frankly, and I apologize for none of that. Secondly, there's a terrific grant that has nothing to do with my ward, to U of Winnipeg for inner-city work study. It'll probably be cut because, well, last year I was told by one of the staff who had left to work for the province, there was, quote, no way this was going to get approved because the City of Winnipeg staff no longer supported it. To Brawadi's credit, he said, no, we should do this one more year at least, and then we'll have a whole different evaluation.
Councillor Mays, the question.
You know, I'm pretty proud that I got some money for an inner-city program like that. That's a reconciliation project. Shame on me for being a politician and not just leaving that to the staff, I guess, but I ran on it, proud to do it. So can you just sort of clarify what your view is in terms of the openness and transparency that would be part of a process?
Well, I have to tie that into your comments about the political oversight of it. If the concern would be is even the perception of bias, it's very difficult to not look at that. I've told folks not here the story of when I was at the John Howard Society. We had a particular member of parliament, and he objected to a protest having taken place in his office. This person is Pat Martin. I can name him. It's on the public record. And would say that he was a labor activist, but he very much objected because there was a protest and actually it wasn't against him, it was actually against Minister Swan at the time on the Bill C-10 business. He objected to that protest happening and called my boss in order to complain about that protest because he thought I was there. I wasn't actually, but he thought I was. So I thought that was very odd, and he was my member of parliament, so I contacted him directly and said, well, why are you objecting to why are you trying to cost me my job? And we never got a Canada Summer Grant after that. So can I say that he did that? No, of course not. He had to sign off on them, but I can look at that and I can say that's bias. I don't think politicians would want that sort of level of, would want that perception, would be my question on that. So transparent and fair is an evaluation process where you're very clear about what you're applying for. Right now, actually, any of the grant recipients that I've spoken to.
We have timed out for this item, and thank you for your presentation today.
All right, we'll follow up afterwards. Okay.
Next is Alana Phillips, who is appearing before council in support of items 1, 4, 6, 7, 9, 18, and 20. All of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated September 17th, 2024. Alana is with us today. Welcome.
Mayor's not here. Council, Speaker. Sorry, I was here the other week and was last. So I would just. Oh, I do. 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. Welcome, Alana.
Oh, thank you. Make sure I have everything here. So addressing all of these issues, I'm bringing up a new form of infrastructure that will allow us to do rezoning and bring funds up front, bring lower the rate of criminality within our city, and that's our country, et cetera, et cetera. Just talking about the 1/2024, about the vacant buildings and the boarding of the houses and the buildings. Vocational housing needs to meet the needs of specific communities, can include urban forest preservations via sustainable Indigenous and planetary conservation designs, resolving conflicts that's essential to meeting healthy city planning models. Laboratorial student housing, live-in tutorial housing portals, interactive laboratory portals, universal vocational portals, indiscriminate education employment task laboratories that can be moved as the schools need so that it brings down the costs and allows for all the students to have optimum education without increasing the cost of having to get every school with these facilities. Provides goods and services to both our local and international communities, responsive, sustainable local foreign and tourism development, Also, we can learn about grapes by actually living in, having art, and community services provide architectural models and design that allow us to live in a grapevine or in a mistletoe, and see all the cell walls as you walk down the hallways. Constructing vertically in Plateaus facilities, the service of large members or on small spaces, collectively vertical structures can become the I-beams for other scaffoldings, for domes, planetary logistics. Houston has a dome. You can look up mega engineering projects, and I think we should be in competition with them. Building horizontal, however, connects the services, as well as increasing those services building. Horizontal infrastructure can meet the needs of our social logistics, such as connecting hospitals, allowing our emergency responses to not have to navigate through traffic. Fires can be extinguished remotely from such logistic grids. Evolving our hydro infrastructure, owned by the people of Manitoba, for example, can allow for shut-ins to be mobile, persons with disabilities to not have to navigate weather, which is often dangerous urban life, to maneuver in and out of transit buses or buggies. Meeting global needs with responsibly connecting our communities, including horizontal zoning facilities in every future project, will reduce costs, raise the quality of life for all, and will facilitate all requirements for a happy, healthy, safe, vibrant urban community to grow and prosper as the agenda of our collective Western Mayoral Palace is respected. Poverty reduction, inclusive urban planning, vocational student housing, climate action apprenticeship, aerospace technology, advancing urban and rural communities, engineering, architectural design. Item 3, upgrades and extensions via vocational student laboratories and oh, sorry, I have this mixed up. Student housing, private sector, large corporations, small business alike can be involved. Student housing, faculties, benefits individual students, the public sector, infrastructure provisions through which continuous vocational training provides by vocational education laboratories, by mobile vocational education laboratories. We can have the maintenance and advancing of infrastructure continuously evolving. When the student is ready, the city can afford to facilitate a win-win for all, and a win for all is a win for one. The city can build our own infrastructure upgrades that not only facilitate optimum resources for Portage Place, too facilitates the advancing of our entire downtown community. Preparing for decades and future millennia will allow our city and our global communities for optimum preparedness. Where am I? A. Sustainable food service, cooperative infrastructure, rehabilitation and development between public and private sectors, indiscriminate accessibility, evolutionary infrastructure and transportation, environmental disaster development, urban farming, aerospace research, universal defense research, universal housing security, universal income security, universal sustainable development, optimum emergency response, wildlife rehabilitation, such as Omens Creek, which can paramount West Edmonton Mall, ecological urban development, skylighting, carbon capture, student professional collaborative economic development, sustainable tourism, reduces overhead expenditures for retail and services, indiscriminate vocational education, indiscriminate employment security, creating comprehensive skywalking infrastructure that grows our logistics, building vocationally state-of-the-art carbon capture, urban garden paths throughout our downtown community, extending outwards from the city center to our rural neighborhoods, complete communities, housing faculties, subsequent infrastructure, logistic produces optimum services and care, indiscriminate for all citizens, including innovation in these designs. We can transform surplus materials into sustainable advancements as opposed to being held back by unevolving economies. Considering bylaw number 102, budgets can be utilized for vocational training education that increases individuals' participation in production opportunities, leisure meets urban development, and tourism inclusion.
Alana, your presentation may also be on the record, perhaps at another committee.
Okay.
Yeah, and they are
airspace.
videotaped. They are videotaped, just so you know.
Yeah, thank you. Airspace and public, sorry, lots of time. Airspace and public spaces shielding our city from elements, climate variations via crime reduction, transportation, high-tech advancements, we can reach together the best healthcare services on the planet while reducing and/or eliminating three-level debt sinkings. Housing facilities, housing faculties, horizontal building logistics meets all the goals by end homelessness. This with funding from both federal and provincial governments through vocational housing initiatives, includes secondary suites on public and private spaces. Affordable housing does not have to be a handout. This project can protect our citizens from all sorts of power and landfill disasters. Acres of solar panel supplies via carbon reduction initiatives from the feds can, along with upgrading our bulk and waste services, upgrade our urban hydro infrastructure, providing essential utility compact hardware that we can make zoning more simplified for communities, urban centers to suburbia, allowing individuals and large corporations and governments to better produce immediate housing in order to literally end homelessness. The grants dispersed in the form of education and training costs, upgrading education administration versus grants for respite for homelessness. One is a money pit causing staff burnout. The other provides a responsible partnership between citizens and our individual housing options. 6, housing faculties alleviates financial and housing struggles, allowing community centers to provide recreation, leisure, and supports. Consider also mobile tutorial spaces that can be delivered to community centers and schools upon request, including transportation upgrades. Meeting the needs of optimum healthcare services will certainly increase leisure and cost effectiveness. More importantly, our global, initialization of connecting transports from communities relying upon Winnipeg via green spacing that will be continually maintained. More importantly, our global community can be encouraged to follow suit, and Winnipeg can take the lead if we have collective and initial will. The Western Agenda 7. If the Western Agenda, specifically the Mayoral Palace, is the common interest of joining peaceful communities, promoting independence via our individual freedom to reach the highest quality of life without sacrificing others into the extortion of indulgence administration, the 10 commands of truth are the safest pathway. To answer your question, Councillor Schreier, is Deuteronomy
Alana,
God is
Alana?
love, love is truth.
Alana,
So it's a
your
synonym.
presentation will be brought through the chair.
Right,
That's
okay.
myself.
To peace, the 10 commands are truth are the path, safest pathway to peace. In other words, to truth for reconciliation, one for all for one. And record-keeping infrastructure, number 8, that provides foundation for future infrastructure sites. Time capsules can be a logistics. 11 to 18, all subdivisions and rezonings need meet most of the advanced provisions for future additions and maintenance.
Thank
This
you,
should
Alana.
include-
That concludes your
Okay.
time. We will now take any questions if there are any. Seeing none, thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
It's your first time presenting at council.
Yes.
I invite you to connect with our City Clerk's Department on our
Wonderful.
processes for future. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, council will now break and reconvene at 1:30. If I'd invite the councillors to join Mayor Gillingham in the foyer for the council photo right away. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of September 26, 2024. We're still in the delegation section. Next up is David Grant, who's appearing remotely on a number of items as listed on the delegations page on your agendas. Mr. Clerk, do we have the delegation online? Yes, I do see him. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of September 26, 2024. We're still. David, could you? Yes, thank you. Just turn that off.
Yep.
Welcome to you, David Grant.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that was unfortunate. I had YouTube open looking for the return. Yes, back to the topics at hand. On housing, topic 4 for EPC. This report lists new units, but fails to report the number of units lost and why no one can live there now. Sorry about that. Some are destroyed by fire, obviously, and some are declared subpar and closed by the city. This data should be tracked and reported to tell the whole story. The report suggests building new rooming houses. It is silent on the conversion of existing houses to the rooming house model. This process is centuries old, and I believe should be encouraged. I believe that the new residential units provided by the city will meet applicable standards. The city is very careful about that. I suggest that they be constructed to a higher standard, one with high levels of isolation between units. If you listen to the customers, folks who, including the folks living in encampments, when they're interviewed on TV, you learn that many prefer a tent to their last indoor accommodation. Being able to move away from bad neighbors on a whim is fairly simple, and it's a good reason. That's one that's been expressed. We hear also that the tent tends to be free of bugs. That's another reason. I suggest that adequate gasketing be required by standards where wires and pipes and people enter the unit. The heating unit should also discourage the migration of bugs. We need new standards. It generally, on topic 8, generally this is a good report. Please ask staff to consider my notes that are in your agenda for the record keeping when people change jobs or leave. On topic 20, human rights. When this committee was first proposed, it seemed like a good idea to advise council on any violations of our rights. In the years since then, it has lost track of that purpose. Its reports are completely silent on actual human rights violations involving City Hall. It has become simply a place to advocate for diversity targets. The targets ignore the fact that folks in some demographic groups have preferences that differ from that target. This committee is now committed to the violation, they've declared this, of some basic rights of the people of Winnipeg. For this and other reasons, you should consider renaming it the DEI Committee of Council. DEI is certainly a noble cause, and to recognize that you have a group of able people working on this cause would be a good thing. You're all committed to transparency and plain language. This change would help fulfill those promises of plain language and transparency. On property topic 1, Winnipeg has too many rules that serve no purpose, in my opinion. I've brought it up here before. Examples are in your agenda. You usually adopt building standards soon after they are approved by higher levels of government. Winnipeg has always trusted those levels. In this agenda item, it seems that you no longer trust the building code. Items dropped by Manitoba, by consensus, are being added into a custom-made Winnipeg building code. Instead of making rules for pools, why are there no rules to make new rental suites resistant to the migration of pests? Do your development staff, who are involved with this stuff, not know of this need? On property topic 4, this agenda item makes reference to bills 34 and 37. When you look at the Manitoba website, you find that those bills include no wording involving the City Act or city powers. Get into that any further, there's much more in your agenda that I've written. On topic 5, there is widespread dissent since we expect widespread dissent as development is rapidly approved and the former living standards rules are thrown out, it is inappropriate, in my opinion, for council to be the arbiter of the fairness of it all. On topic 6, infill. For decades, we have all been taught that the smallest changes in what are called community livability attributes will not be allowed, upon pain of heavy fines for the smallest transgression. Now, at the suggestion of some anonymous Ottawa bureaucrat, houses can now be destroyed, mini parks can be torn up and replaced with apartment buildings, peering down on our homes from as much as 4 stories up. No one at City Hall was elected specifically to do any of this. This is a violation, in some ways, of the principles of democracy and good government. For centuries, Winnipeg has grown by developing new land, as do all cities which have available land. Since federal rules have provided the current demand for many thousands of new homes, the only practical answer is new residential greenfield development. We should be wary that Ontario cities have seen big apartment developments stall as developers who are seeking the pre-sale income from buyers, as the developers cannot sell the new units, and then the bank won't lend the money if they haven't sold enough units. So Buyers aren't necessarily going to be there for the regular full-price apartments that we're planning to put up. Anyway, we should be wary of that, have you note that. Decisions like this on what type of units should largely be made by local real estate professionals, not by an ideologue 1,000 miles away, even if there is support locally. On timelines, this is one of the items I want to speak to. Those making this motion were well-intended, but not ambitious enough. Surely waiting years for a development to be approved is intolerable nowadays. But when less than 10 hours of work is involved, a 90-day delay is a bit generous. If we are to build new homes fast, our target timelines should be much shorter than what's described in this item. On Wilkes traffic, like Councillor Duncan, I support building a new intersection lined up with the future location of the Moray extension. Until this is done, I favor closing all the area connections on the north side of Wilkes. If the council decides that they are, quote, dangerous, then that's the best answer, the only safe answer. Even at lower speeds, these attributes of those intersections will remain dangerous. The homes of a number of my friends and relatives are very near to Elmhurst, so I'm very familiar with these traffic issues. I've always been patient and have never had problems using these intersections safely. I want to thank Councillor Duncan for his work on this thing. Provincial highways, I would remind you, provincial highway authorities dealt with several of their dangerous intersections along highways 100 and 101 by closing those connections. The city claims that these intersections on Wilkes are a danger to us. The option of closing all intersections in my opinion, has not been properly evaluated. It removes all the stated dangers at nearly no cost. And obviously, once the new intersection, the Moray intersection is done, things would be back to being convenient and safe with a traffic light. Please have staff evaluate this easy change. I suggest close all those intersections, then work toward the new intersection mentioned by Councillor Duncan. As Councillor mentioned, some folks already go to Grant instead because that's safe and conventional, stop signs and traffic lights, and everything can be done conventionally there and avoid the whole problem with Wilkes. And I would ask you to give some thought to that and pose any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Seeing no questions, or there is one, Councillor Schreier.
Yeah, thank you again to David Grant for his comments and insights and observations. And there's one I just wanted to get clarification. I think it's a good point. We talk about, we hear statistics on new units, but he did make the question that I admit I've never thought of, the number of units that are destroyed. And to be fair, usable units, which you mentioned. And so just to get this straight, Mr. Grant, you're talking about we should be getting the information on new net usable units, not the number of new units, because that would stop an actual reasonable statistic. Is that right?
Yes, I watch the TV news on as much as I can, and quite often on the same broadcast, we hear about progress being made to provide new accommodations for people. And on the same broadcast, they show a multi-family place, like a hotel, a residential hotel, being burned and destroyed and probably never rebuilt. So it's obvious that the news covers the units added and the units deleted. And it just struck me that would be a more fair way of describing it, because anything we can do to prevent units from being deleted from the pool is a worthwhile thing. You know, whether that's smoke detectors or policing, that kind of stuff. But let's not have any more of these units destroyed. And I think that would tell the picture more clearly. And thanks very much for the question.
Thank you, David, for your presentation today. Our next delegation, just before that, Councillor Lord, you wish to ask for suspension of the rules?
Yes, I'd like to suspend the rules to allow for an additional delegation, Tom Scott, regarding EPC report number 16, amendments to the real estate policy framework.
Thank you. It's the PP&D report 16.
PP&D
That's
report.
right. So additional delegation, 5 minutes, no questions at the end. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Thank you. Joining us remotely is Jean Trottier, Chair of the Little Forks National Urban Park Proposal Advisory Committee, appearing in opposition to item 16, report of the Property and Development Committee dated September 13th regarding amendments to the real estate policy framework in support of affordable housing. Welcome.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the September 13 report of the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. My name is Jean Trottier. I'm a landscape architect and urban planner, an associate professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture at the University of Manitoba. I'm also the chairperson for the Little Forks Advisory Committee, which for the last 2 years, as some of you know, I've been developing a proposal to create a national urban park in the core area of Winnipeg along the Red Seine and Assiniboine rivers. This proposal is currently under review by Parks Canada, the City of Winnipeg, and their Indigenous partners. The proposal is supported by several organizations, including some that have submitted their opposition to the current report, and more specifically to the transfer of 825 Taché Avenue to surplus property. Now, 825 Taché is right at the northern end of Taché Avenue, next to Whittier Park, close to Whittier Park, in that thin strip of land between Taché and the Red River. The Little Fork Advisory Committee recommends that City Council not declare 825 Taché Avenue as surplus land at this time. 825 Taché Avenue is one of a small group of properties, about 200 meters of riverfront in total, that currently separates Whittier Park from the Red River Recreational Trail that runs along Taché Avenue southward to the Southwood Bridge and then across to the Forks. As one of the few gaps in an otherwise well-established public river trail system, these properties should instead be retained to help consolidate parkland between Taché Avenue and the Red River and to permit future completion of the river trail system. Much like Go to the Waterfront, the 20-year downtown Winnipeg waterfront vision approved by City Council in 2024, the Little Forks National Urban Park proposal envisions a continuous trail system along the downtown riverbanks. It identifies 825 Taché and adjacent properties as keystone or strategic properties for the creation of the National Urban Park. It is our understanding that 825 Taché Avenue has been assessed as surplus property in the context of the city's housing policy. But the decision to declare municipal land as surplus should also consider other long-term municipal policies. Though our Winnipeg 2045 commits to, quote, protecting and enhancing Winnipeg's forests, green spaces, natural environment, and natural area corridors, including Winnipeg's connecting riverbank corridors, unquote. Section D1 established neighborhoods of the complete community strategy, which applies here in the case of St. Boniface, states that, quote, the city should acquire lands where possible to add to the linear parkway network and riverbank areas, unquote. Declaring city-owned riparian properties as surplus land is inconsistent with these policies. It seems also incongruous that riparian land would be disposed of as the city is developing its master plan for green spaces and natural corridors bylaw, its biodiversity policy, its urban forest strategy, and its parks and recreation strategies, all of which identify waterways as strategic assets. From the inception of the Winnipeg Parks to the 1947 Metropolitan Parkways Plan and the 1993 Riverbank Parkway System, private riverbank ownership has always been the greatest impediment to public access to waterways. So it seems counterproductive for the city to dispose of the riparian properties it has acquired over the years, rather than using these as assets for achieving its historical, recreational, and environmental goals. Every piece of municipal riparian land declared surplus is a missed opportunity. Once they are gone, they are gone. We recommend to Council that all municipality-owned riparian properties be retained in perpetuity for the benefit of current and future generations. This includes 825 Taché Avenue, as well as other properties such as 45 Archibald, which has been declared surplus in April of 2024, but is also identified as another keystone or strategic property by the Little Forks proposal because of its ecologically strategic location at the mouth of the St. River. In summary, we would encourage City Council to, first, not approve 825 Taché as surplus property and amend the motion accordingly. 2, instruct the Chief Administrative Officer to remove 45 Archibald and other riparian properties from the surplus properties list. And 3, instruct the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development to revise the criteria for declaring city-owned property as surplus by excluding riparian properties. Now, before taking questions, I want to make clear that we are not opposed to social housing. I've already had to field 2 questions from reporters today saying that we were opposed to social housing project in St. Boniface. This is not the case. We want to make sure that the social housing development is evolving in consideration of the other long-range policies and priorities, and hopefully this national urban park that might come to fruition in the coming years. And there may be, in this particular instance here, based on the information that I have, opportunities to be creative and achieve both. We don't know. We don't have the information at this point. So our concern is that we might actually sell properties that may prove really strategic in the implementation of our river corridor vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our delegation? Councillor Lard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the delegation. Is the delegation aware that the St. Boniface North St. Boniface Secondary Plan does call for the linear parkway to be developed? And that's really my only question.
Could I just hold that? We do have another delegation as well, and then we'll come back to the questions. Jean, if you can just stay with us. Our next delegation is Pam Lucinic, who is also appearing in opposition to this item. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I had a couple of reports that I had revised slightly, so if they're of interest to anyone later for the wording of this presentation. So my name is Pamela Sankey, and I'm co-chair of Ours Winnipeg, a citywide green space advocacy organization. I'm here today in opposition to the agenda item 16, specifically regarding the declaration of city-owned land surplus. To be clear, we are not opposed to affordable housing. To begin, I acknowledge that Winnipeg has made great strides in protecting green space, especially since 2022 with the master plan, the 1,000 acres of additional green space, and the Montreal Pledge. Last November at EPC, I told the story about CBC Winnipeg's Up to Speed radio host asking the question, "What is your vision for Winnipeg?" And anything goes. The listener's response was a natural corridor along the Assiniboine River from the Forks to Assiniboine Park, where you never have to stop to cross a road. Well, we know once land is developed, it is almost impossible to get it back. We say, it's too bad. There's nothing we can do about that. The city has been unable to acquire parkland by purchasing it. Think LeMay Forest and Sumka. The easiest, most economical way for the city to acquire parkland is by converting land that it already owns. The city is missing out on an opportunity by declaring city-owned land along waterways and natural areas as surplus to be used for development. The 2 properties of concern today are 45 Archibald, which was declared surplus April 2024, and 825 Taché on today's agenda. City Council made a commitment to acquire 1,000 acres of parkland. By adding these 2 acres, or almost acres, we could make a small dent in the 1,000 acres. It would be minimal. There may be other properties that we are not aware of that should be added. Acquiring riverside and natural areas to create river corridors requires a steady, long-range, big-picture approach. Land must be acquired piece by piece. Opportunities must be taken advantage of as they arise, and the city must be ready. A fund must be set aside to support it. 825 Taché and 425 Archibald are 2 pieces of the missing links of the Red River Natural Corridor and the National Urban Park Plan. These 2 properties are very different. 825 Taché has long been sought by the neighborhood to be a link in the existing linear park. It makes sense to acquire this land from a parks planning perspective. Putting a condo there to take up part of the property would be make as much sense as putting a condo in the middle of Lindale or Churchill Drive Park, and especially if it's going to be a national urban park, to put a condo in the middle of it would not be a good look. 45 Archibald, on the surface, looks like an unusual place for parkland. It is definitely a terrible place for housing. On a noisy, isolated, industrial, dusty block of land, it is a place you don't want to live. In another way, it is a gem. It backs onto the Red River corridor across from Point Douglas. Hidden behind the dust and noise is a stretch of forest that wildlife and walkers use. The corridor connects with Whittier Park. 45 Archibald is the poster child of what the United Nations Decade of Ecosystem Restoration means. The decade is a reference also for the Master Green Space Plan. Think about Archibald when I say these points from the Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. This is Archibald. Restoring urban systems requires awareness and commitment from both citizens and decision makers. Poor planning leaves little space for vegetation. The condition of ecosystems profoundly affects our lives. Urban areas are a radical transformation of natural areas. Urban ecosystems help clean our air and water, cool urban heat islands, and support our well-being. They host a surprising amount of biodiversity. Civic authorities can clean up waterways. That is from the Decade of Ecosystem Restoration for Urban Areas. I have more.
That concludes the time for your presentation, but we will take questions at this time. First question is by Councillor Lard. You can either pose it to Jean or to Pam or both.
Sure. Well, to both, I guess. The question is, St. Boniface residents adopted the St. Boniface North St. Boniface secondary plan, and that does complete the parkway. So the parkway is part of the city plan. Are you aware? Unfortunately, I have to ask the question that way.
So why would it be surplus now then? Does that contradict the secondary plan that is now being declared surplus?
Pam,
So,
if you want
Madam Speaker, I
to
can
make your
respond to the
comments, just
question.
direct your questions through the chair. Thank you. Councillor Lard?
So, Madam Chair, through you to the delegates, the secondary plan does govern land development, and urban planners recommend developments in the context of secondary plans. The secondary plan clearly calls for a linear park in North St. Boniface. It came with the support of the North St. Boniface Residents Association, majority of residents that were polled during the update of the secondary plan in 2017. And I guess the hope is that over time, we will be able to reclaim that land using the development process in order to complete that linear park. So that's a bit of background, and all of this is subject to public hearings.
Thank you. Any further questions?
So, Madam Speaker, if I could
Yes, Jean, you'd like to respond?
respond to this? Yes, too. The concern, I think, on our part is that all of those plans are supportive, thankfully supporting each other. Secondary plan, the Back to the Waterfront plan, and then in our case, the National Urban Park proposal. Our concern is that it's a lot easier to put in a trail, but also to maintain a substantial riparian buffer to the river that allows the ecosystem a certain degree of integrity when you own the land. Once you sold the land and you try to get some easement back or some land back for the implementation of the trail, it's a much more difficult process, as we've seen in other parts of the city. So there are many areas where we would rather suggest that the city maintains ownership of the properties that are riparians to ensure that their substantial riparian zone can be created and maintained along with the recreational trails. And then if there's additional land available, then these could become surplus land. In the case of the property here on Taché, I have to admit we're not entirely clear with the information that was provided in terms of the extent of the property boundaries. There is another property between the river and 825 Taché from my understanding. So there might be some flexibility there. And the one at Archibald, the property goes all the way up to the river. So again, the only ways that we might be able to eventually get the trail in there would be if there are some flooding restrictions that might require some setbacks on the part of the developer, but it's a lot easier to do when the city owns the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question, Councillor Lard.
In response to that, are you aware to the delegates that in land sales, the public service can attach conditions and has in the past things like developer shall construct the park, stabilize riverbank, et cetera, things that might be in line with the North St. Bottom secondary plan, for example, and all the other planning documents?
Thank you. Jean?
Yes, we are aware. Many of these have been implemented. As far as the only place where this has been implemented systematically and supported by legislation is along the Seine River corridor within a 100-year flood plain. In other parts, it's hit and miss. If you go along the Assiniboine River and you see some of the recent developments, the interaction between the river and the back of the development is hit and miss here and there. So again, it's a question of security. Is once you own the land, when you own the land, you can ensure that these things will be provided. The vision that the city has for these river corridors is actually implemented. Once you get rid of the land, it's a lot more difficult to get those things back.
Madam Speaker?
Yes. Pam?
Yeah. I didn't really find the secondary plan. Like, I was looking at the material I had. But it's sort of like we are looking forward to a very interesting master plan for green space. It is going to be probably a showpiece for the city of Winnipeg. And so there are so many areas that will not be available to the natural corridors plan. Could that be changed? Can secondary plans be revised in light of new planning and new ideas?
Thank you. Any final question? No? I'll move on. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Yes, through the speaker to the delegations here today, are you aware that there is no report attached to the report that's before us today, and that's in violation of the 1999 real estate audit and the fire hall audit that was before this committee, this council about a decade ago, that there is not a full analysis of this, that this is a motion on the fly, and it's in a violation of two major audits that were conducted by the city of Winnipeg that said full
Councillor
reports,
Wyatt, you've asked your question.
included circulation of members of council, would be documented, and that we have no documentation tied to this matter. And the council before has had its knuckles rapped over motions on the fly without full detailed reports, and it's happening again. Are you aware of that?
If I can answer to that, I wasn't aware of this. What we were aware of is that the actual addresses of the properties came in very late. I got them on Monday late at night, and obviously it's very difficult to get a full understanding of what is being disposed of as an asset.
Yeah.
So.
And further to my question, I want to make it very clear that everybody's in favor of social housing, affordable housing. I think that's what the rush is to do that. But are you also aware that members of council were circulated as of late as December of last year? And indeed, I indicated my opposition to number 0 Cal Gardner because of its key location in terms of park connectivity and trail connectivity in the area, that it should not be disposed of. But of course, that's not captured in this because there's no report. And we're in violation of it. Are you aware of that?
Jean?
Nope.
Would you like to respond? Okay.
Last question.
Final question, Councillor Wyatt.
In light of the fact that council is violating its own policies with regards to real estate disposal and lands based on previous audits before, are you aware that you have legal rights at your disposal as a community in light of this decision by council to move forward without a report before it today?
Would you like to respond?
It's noted. I will bring this forward to our group, but I would rather at this point work with the city than against the city, and I think that we can all pull together in the same direction. I don't think that in this instance we're very far in terms of accommodating all the different desires, but certainly we have concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe that the door was opened in an implicit question that was asked with respect to why the media was, contrasting the support for Little Forks Park with a lack of support, for instance, and I think the Speaker felt, Madam Speaker, that this was unfair, and perhaps I do too, for affordable housing. But then taken together, Madam Speaker, both speakers, then we heard Madam Lysenko, say this isn't a place for condos. So I want to make sure that I provide a bit of a preamble to provide information and then ask the implicit question, which is, does this change your mind today? And does this provide you comfort? So that's going to be my question, Madam Speaker. But first, I have to provide a bit of information that climate and housing affordability are intertwined, and that climate change continues to compromise the housing and living circumstances of communities, including people who are sleeping rough on our riverbanks.
Okay. Question, Councillor Rowland.
So this has impacts, but both things are true. While this list, including 45 Archibald, 825 in particular, Taché, will have a significant park dedicated, right, to go to rezoning application, a significant park portion, Madam Speaker, therefore fitting into the ambitions that I share of National Historic Park Initiative.
The question, please.
As I said before, Madam Speaker, that my question is, does this provide you comfort? Does this change your mind? Because I think it's unfair to characterize these as condos when the report is called affordable housing that this council all supported. And it draws into, I think should provide these two speakers and advocates comfort that a park will be dedicated and that both things can be true. We can address climate change and housing and provide affordable housing and social housing on city property, while also dedicating a large portion to parks that frankly wouldn't be there if this report. Does that provide you comfort? Does that change your heart and mind today? Those are the questions.
That concludes the question period under this delegation. Okay.
Who are you asking?
It has
for,
time,
Madam Speaker?
the time is timed out on the clock, so we're going to move on to the next delegation now. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Chris Scott, President of ATU. Mr. Clerk, just to clarify, it is indeed Chris Scott next. We have another delegation coming forward here in the chamber. Yes, so it's Chris Scott, President of ATU, Local 1505, who is appearing in opposition to Item 1, the report of the Public Works Committee dated September 12th regarding the North Garage Replacement Project, the budget status. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of Council for allowing me to speak. I come forward today because of the recommendation from Public Works to stick to the original quote garnered many years ago prior to the pandemic, to the original $200 million for the North Garage replacement out on Oak Point Highway. This is contrary to the recommendation from the department that the cost overruns be partially funded. They didn't ask to fund the entire 105 million cost overruns, but fund it partially to 80 million, which would allow a lot of the key infrastructure to still be moved. This new garage is slated to be the hub for the zero-emission buses. With that, there are a lot of safety measures that have to be implemented into building construction, such as proper firewalls to protect the rest of the fleet or occupants from thermal runaway. Early detection systems such as thermal cameras and alarms are essential equipment critical to the development of this. And we have the concern that dropping it back to the original funding amount will jeopardize this. The Premier himself said he wants Winnipeg and the province to be the new leader in public transit, both in investment and innovation, which is the zero-emission technologies. Yes, there is a budgetary crunch. Costs of zero-emission buses are far more, generally twice the cost of the diesel buses, but this is the way the industry is going. Not having mechanical capacity, not installing hoists in this garage is going to severely impact the ongoing maintenance of the fleet. Zero emission buses require more regular maintenance, more inspections, and the elimination of hoists from this plan puts the service at risk. The full amount of the new garage we feel should be fully funded, but would have accepted the recommendation of the department to fund 80 million of the cost overruns. There's also the requirement, obviously, in my part, as well as those involved, to lobby the other partners in this project to up their funding to cover those cost overruns. It's not all on one level of government. A true partnership is equal shares for a project. So I will be speaking with members of the provincial government tomorrow and with the federal government after that to plead as well to properly invest in the transit system. With that, this garage should be viewed as an investment and not an expense. It's essential for long-term health of the transit system. It's the backbone of a public transit network, an active transportation network. We're investing in all the bike paths. We need to invest in public transit, which will take the ease off the infrastructure if we can get more people to use transit because it becomes more reliable. This also works in partnership with the Transit Master Plan implementation later next year. We need to ensure that we have all the facilities and equipment necessary to have that plan implemented successfully. I have been working with the department to adapt processes and measures to staff up to make sure we have enough operators and maintenance personnel to ensure this plan is implemented appropriately. We need to keep pace with the rest of the country. Yes, transit systems across the country are being underfunded by their provincial and federal counterparts, but we all need to step up and fund this because investment in transit is good for the economy, it's good for the community. Years ago, when my predecessor, John Callahan, stood here, he marked that every dollar invested in transit nets a $3 economic spin-off. That number is generally accepted to be a $5 economic spin-off, with some reports saying a $7 economic spin-off. So there is the reclaiming of this investment in time. Will you have it right away? No, you will get it in time. So for those reasons, I would ask that the council send this back, have it reassessed, and move to fund beyond the original $200 million project costs from 2019.
Thank you. We have another delegation on this item as well, so I'll ask you to stand down, Chris, and we'll call you back for questions. I'd like to call forward Steve Snyder, who's also opposed to this item. There'll be 5 minutes on the clock. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Out of an abundance of respect for your time and this process, I will be very brief. I'm coming in today as a citizen, but not just a citizen, a member of a wide variety of organizations working in mode shift, community economic development, municipal finance, and environmental sustainability. While I won't say I represent all of the different groups that I am involved with, I am merely using that as a context for my presentation. Since we've already heard from the public service regarding the operational risks and from the union regarding the operational risks involved, my report won't go into the operational side of things. But what I would like to share is my personal perspective as one of the members who've come forward, spent countless hours reading documents, informing themselves, and preparing in the public engagement process with the City of Winnipeg and Council. 3 years of time have been invested in the consultation for the Transit Master Plan. And this plan feeds into other policies such as the City's Strategic Priority Action Plan, Action Number 4.4, the Climate Action Plan's Mode Shift Goals, our Winnipeg 2045, and the current ongoing consultation for Winnipeg's Transportation Master Plan. This report here first appeared at SBC Public Works agenda on 8th of September and was approved by EPC on the 17th of September. That is merely 9 days. Council have put these plans in, have put all of the policy plans in jeopardy in the span of 9 days. The countless hours of all of these groups, not to mention the public services hours, and all the citizens that took time of their personal time to listen, learn, inform, and collaborate, all of that time wasted. The staff hours wasted. Engagement wasted. If this goes forward, all of that time will be wasted, because this puts in jeopardy. It is the high-risk option, and it puts in jeopardy those policy plans. So, not even mentioning that a properly functioning and operational transit system is a requirement for a 21st century of our size. This report is being approved at the speed of the Canadian 4x100 team. It's the blink of an eye compared to the amount of time that has been put into these policy plans. And it's a slap in the face to everyone who is involved in the engagement process, internal and external. The Engage Winnipeg policy says that the public engagement process is there to improve relationships between the city, the public, and stakeholders by building trust to ensure public engagement is meaningful. Why hold these at all when you're destroying the trust in a matter of days? That's it.
Thank you. We'll now take questions. Councillor Eadie. If I could ask you to come forward to the podium, please. Councillor Eadie.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Just rising to it's kind of help the delegation understand why we're kind of at this situation. So, Madam Speaker, prior to our former mayor leaving, deciding not to run, Madam Speaker, what had happened was there was applications for some major provincial federal dollars in order to move forward some really important and needed projects, including the North Winnipeg Garage, as well as Phase 2 of the Phase 2 biosolids effort over in the North Winnipeg sewage plant. And Madam Speaker, those went forward without a Class 3 estimate as to what the costs might be. And Madam Speaker, I don't know if they're aware, but ultimately I heard somebody say cost overruns, but really what it is we didn't move forward with a proper class estimate before requesting federal dollars. So I don't know that I'd call it a cost overrun. I'd call it a poor planning, poor effort. I don't know if they would agree, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Eadie. The response?
Yes, I did read in the report that the request to go to the Class 3 cost analysis to get a more accurate picture, and I believe this would be prudent as well. Unfortunately, as Councillor Eadie stated, it should have been done before asking for money, but I'm sure that whoever's on staff that's involved with negotiations for intergovernmental affairs is quite proficient in getting money from the other levels of government. If they're half as proficient as the Labour Relations Department, then they are excellent negotiators, and along with the union and other parties involved, pushing them, I don't see why we can't get the money.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Well, I hate to say I told you so, but I did warn people when you use wildly different evaluations for different plans, this is what happens. You have the sewer plan with $1 billion price tag, but then you build in $1 billion contingency. Suddenly it's a $2 billion thing. Transit, $800 million plan. We put in a $300 million because that's what the consultant was comfortable with. So suddenly you have these wildly different $1 billion discrepancies in different plans. Of course, you're drawn to the transit one because it's so much cheaper, but only because of the assumptions. The assumption, you're sort of saying it's being done at the speed of the Canadian relay team. You would agree in the budget it says it's a Class 5, and we won't go ahead necessarily until we get a Class 3 cost estimate. Councillor Lukes has been right on this. It was never guaranteed to go ahead. It was put in as a Class 5 estimate. Everybody knew that from the start, that we'd be waiting to see what the final price tag is. The tradition here, of course, is to lowball everything, and then you get your project in at a wildly higher rate when the moment comes. But the relay analogy doesn't hold up too well because everybody's known it's a Class 5 estimate right from the start, right from when it first went into the budget.
Thank you. The response?
Thank you, Councillor Mays. I am just merely speaking as a citizen and what I perceive as the outcome of this. I see not funding this transit garage properly a high risk, because that's what the public service has told us. I see that if we do not go ahead with this, we put our policy plans at risk. Policy plans that have taken a very long time to put together, to approve, that have come to council and been approved by you sitting here. That's all I can speak to regarding this and my own perceptions. So I'll apologize if that doesn't answer your question.
I guess, wouldn't we all agree there's a risk if you don't adequately fund sewage treatment that you'll be done by 2095 instead of the provincial deadline of 2047? And given that we've allocated $18 million toward the $1 billion Phase 3 of the North End sewage treatment plant, which after all is supposed to help clean up nutrient levels in Lake Winnipeg, which we were tasked to do in 2003, I mean, that has its risks as well, I suppose, in a such. The problem is we're debating these things using completely different numbers from our staff. So I appreciate there's a risk to the transit master plan, but I also appreciate the plan to move forward on sewage treatment lies in tatters if we don't actually get some accurate debating going on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The response?
I understand the difficulty in choosing priority over major infrastructure plans, and definitely we wouldn't want to destroy the environment with having the sewage treatment plan fail. With that being said, we need to change in some aspects our thought processes. To the degree of major developments, not speaking exclusively to the one that was discussed today with regards to Portage Place, but in many of these major developments, deals such as tax breaks are provided to spur development. Why do we just give away that money or not collect it? Why not do tax deferrals? We will give you 10 years of this reduction, but in the next 10 years, you must pay it. Get yourself off your feet, and then we'll claim the money. We may not have it right now, but we will get it. Some councillors that sit on the committee may be aware of the This is the End of the Line Leading Mobility Consulting report, where it speaks to we have to become creative on other revenue sources for funding transit models because the traditional funding models are falling short. They recommend stuff such as vehicle levies, vehicle for hire taxes or fees, off-street parking fees. These are things that would help fund the public transportation system and would help with congestion as well.
Thank you.
May I add to that? My apologies. I do understand that the chief planner for transit or one of the planners for transit actually mentioned all of those at Public Works and recommended a couple of them to actually help fund something like this.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Schreier, followed by Councillor Lukes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Chris Scott and for Steve Snyder for sharing their concerns on a really important issue. When it comes to transit, when it comes to buses, to me, the biggest issue is buses. The lifeblood of our transit system is buses. No ambiguity. When it's 30 below, you want to get on a bus, and it doesn't matter if it's 3 minutes faster or 3 minutes slower, you want to get on that bus, and ideally, when you have to transfer, when it's 30 below, you have a safe, warm place to transfer.
Question, please.
What are our primary concerns when it comes, if this garage ends up being underfunded to the satisfaction of our initial plans? What are your greatest concerns about what's going to happen to the vitality of our transit system and our dependability?
Well, as stated in part of my presentation, with the reduction of hoists that were due, I believe it was 16 hoists roughly, that were slated to go into this garage, that would impact the service going out. If we don't have the hoist to do the inspections, maintenance, or repairs to the buses, that will keep them off the road longer. We do have a out of service that's quite high at the moment. They're working diligently to bring that back under control. Unfortunately, it's also due to staffing issues on the trades. We also have the concern that building the scaled-back version of the garage will result into the fact that I will not see these new phases in my lifetime. We will not get there, because as we know, costs never go down. I saw a short time ago a plan for a subway, not Mayor Juba's LRT, but a subway that ran from Disraeli to roughly where Polo Park is now. And that was decided not to go because $11 million was too expensive. It's not $11 million anymore. The longer we delay this, the more expensive it will get, and we will be paying more in the long run. It's short-term pain for long-term gain, we feel.
Extension?
Thank you. Next question, and Councillor Schreier moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Sure. So for all the billions of dollars we put into our transit system, holding back on this project could actually hold back on the number of buses we have on the road servicing people when it's minus 30.
That is a real possibility, yes it is, as a result of the ability to properly maintain and repair them with the lack of hoists.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Berwadi.
It's the time's up. That's okay.
Okay, that concludes our time under this delegation. Thank you for your presentation. I guess that timed out as well.
No.
Did you just start the clock, Josh? Okay, the clock was just started, so Councillor Lukes, go ahead. We didn't hear the buzzer.
Okay, all right, okay. So, how to say this? Like, I'm really going to elaborate this when I speak to the motion, but did you know, and you do, you mentioned
I think
it.
Did You Know is copywritten.
Yeah. You were aware of the report, the Leading Mobility Consulting report that came out. This is the end of the line. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Right. And I guess the fact of the matter is, like, that report was really, it really resonated. The fact of the matter is, we really can't afford electrification. We can't afford to transition to zero-emission buses with the funding that we have and with the fees. Did you know that?
Yes, I am aware of that. The costs of the electric bus are approximately double of a diesel bus, and the hydrogen fuel cell is higher than an electric bus.
Right. So, did you know we have all these other priorities like the sewer treatment plant, like the closed Arlington Bridge, which none of them have money for? None of them have money for.
Yes, I am aware.
Okay. And did you know that we asked the department to
Councillor
go...
Lukes, that's your third question. Go
That's
ahead.
it? This is it?
Well, the one you're presenting.
Did you know that we asked Transit to come back in January and tell us how they could look at possibly doing something with $200 million that would put maintenance in? Maybe we leverage the north garage, or the old north garage for a while. Did you know that we asked Transit to come back with...
I was aware
Councillor
by
White moves
chance
extension.
discussion.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
I was aware in a chance discussion with the director that a report was asked to come back in January, but I was not aware of the content of what that report would be.
And we can talk more offline about that.
Thank you. Councillor Berwadi, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen, for being here. My question, I guess, is more directed to Mr. Scott. You have more knowledge in that on how the transit system operates. If we were to continue using the North Garage for a period of time, mostly for storage of buses, how would you see the new Route 90 facility built? Would it be more the servicing side, the hoist, and the mechanical side, or more bus storage, or more the electrification of buses? Do you have, I mean, again, we've asked our department to do that, but do you have any opinions on your side?
Well, the new Oak Point garage is slated to be zero-emission bus guided or geared. North Garage is essentially on its last legs. Some new windows and siding would be good, but it's not going to hold it up. North Garage also only has 2 hoists. They do very minor maintenance, oil changes, and inspections. But we would need to see the new garage built in a way that addresses, even if zero-emission buses are delayed, that it addresses that they are coming and we will be ready for them when they are here. And part of that is hoists. I've seen the two versions of plans. As an architectural student through high school, I'm aware it's far cheaper to change something on paper than it is in real life. And I'm impressed by the modified plans from the first draft to the second draft. And I'm sure they are capable, with some improvement in this funding, of providing what is needed with the upcoming zero-emission buses at a reduced $305 million, as is mentioned in the report, to meet the needs of the service and the new buses added to the fleet.
Thank you. Second question?
Will you let us know as soon as possible if you have any success in talking to the partners at the provincial and federal level to provide us with additional funding?
I will let anybody know that wants to know. I have a labor liaison meeting with all labor leaders and the provincial caucus tomorrow morning. And I will be talking with the necessary MLAs on this issue.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you.
Followed by Councillor Chambers.
Are you aware that we passed the transit master plan only a few months ago, actually, right before the summer? And that with the decision made on the transit garage, we're now violating our own policy that we just passed?
I am aware that the master plan was passed in June, but I'm not aware that this decision would violate any policy.
Yeah, it does, because
That
we can't meet the
concludes our
policy.
question period under this delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Our last delegation is Tom Scott, appearing in opposition on the item 16, Property and Development Committee. It's regarding the real estate policy framework. It'll be 5 minutes, no questions. Welcome.
First off, I want to make it very clear that I'm not opposed to the actual motion that you have going forward on the affordable housing. I'm just opposed to the fact that you're putting up the surplus land at 825 Taché for any other reason other than park. I've lived in St. Boniface for over 30 years, and I've seen, and if you can visualize just driving down Taché, you drive past the hospital, you see the riverbank, the new Belvedere that's being put out there, you know, the way they fixed up the riverbank. You go down, you cross Provencher, the old tourist hotel is gone. It's beautiful park space from Taché right to the river. That whole area used to be junkyards and everything else. Now, what do we have? We have beautiful park space from Taché right to the river. And what do we have on the other side of the street? We have condos, nice condos that add density to the area, bring in the tax dollars. We love it. It's a great mix of what we need in the area, density and park space in the linear park area. Now you get to the overpass, and all of a sudden you can visualize, very easily visualize the difference in the vision of past mayors and council and the current and previous one, where they decided that, no, we're not going to have this beautiful riverbank park from Taché to the river. We're going to have a little bit of parkway in the back and residential in the front. Now, if we put residential on that land on the opposite side of Taché, I doubt very highly will be high-priced condos, bringing in needed tax dollars. Affordable housing, we are willing to have anywhere in St. Boniface. We have multitude of social housing in the area, and it adds and it contributes to the character of the neighborhood. We are not opposed to any type of housing whatsoever, just housing in the right spots and does not affect the livability and the quality of life of the people. I forget when it was, but over 40 years ago, the Old St. Boniface Residents Association, which I'm here today representing as president, took all the way to the Supreme Court a development on Messenger. Instead of having high-rise there, we now have a nice park area with million-dollar homes fronting this. We wouldn't have had those million-dollar homes there. We would have had condos, and the rest of the area would have been just devastated. Think of what you're going to do by destroying the riverbank to other areas of the community that can be developed properly. The community expected, and because of all that development, all the junkyards, the tourist hotel, all those other places taken down, the community always expected that the old St. Boniface public work yards, which were taken over when amalgamated with the city of Winnipeg, would become park space, other than 2 residential lots that are there. And we informed council and anybody who would listen to us, and it was agreed that those 2 lots would remain residential because we did not feel that those residential property owners that were not allowed by the city of Winnipeg to develop their properties, maintain them, improve them, and that should not lose their rights. We did not ever expect that the city of Winnipeg would take those rights of those 2 over to the city of Winnipeg itself so that they could develop the old public works yard. We want to see this city council do what the past city councils have done and had the vision of that linear parkway all the way down. If this goes into development, the other 2 pieces of property along the river there in Taché that are not developed are too small to see a development in front with park space behind. So we would have this one building there. And for what? The city assessed the land at $600,000. I don't know what you would get for it, but you couldn't buy that type of park land for $600,000. You know, we always hear about, you know, somebody just mentioned about prices going up, 11 million for a subway before. How much would it cost to buy that 10, 15 years from now? And with the urban park and that, I got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Tom, thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you for
Thank you.
letting me speak.
Okay. We'll now move into reports of the Executive Policy Committee. Mr. Mayor, the report dated September 17th, there will be some items that will be stood down as a result of amending motions.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I'd like to introduce the agenda, move items 1 through 20, but I'd like to pull item number 3. I believe there's a motion on item 9 as well, for sure.
Okay. Thank you. And item 2 also. There's an amending motion for that. Okay. Councillor Wyatt?
9 and 19.
Okay. 7 is the monument at Assiniboine Park, and the other number was?
3.
That's been pulled?
9.
Yes.
19.
19 is the delegated authority for occasional liquor permits. Any others? 7? 7 has been pulled. I'll call the question on 1, 4 through 6, 8, 10 through 14, 15 through 18, and 20. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried.
10.
That's been noted. Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Madam Clerk.
Item 2, boards and commissions, city representatives.
Okay. This item has an amending motion. It's motion 1. So we'll hear from Mayor Gillingham, followed by Councillor Berwadi, who is the mover of the amending motion, which is also seconded by Councillor Lukes.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just turn it over
Mr.
to
Mayor.
Councillor Bawadi to introduce his amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Berwadi?
Questions or comments, I'll certainly take them.
Okay. Any other speakers? Do you wish to close, Councillor Berwadi? No? Mr. Mayor, I'll call the question. Councillor Wyatt?
This is number 3.
Number 2.
Oh, number 2.
I know we're
Yeah,
excited.
no, this,
Yeah.
all right.
I
No,
know we're
I
excited.
want to speak to number 2.
Okay, you've got the floor.
Yeah, I just want to say that it seems to be we're using the same policy or the same procedures when it comes to these appointments, boards and procedures, and I always thought that we were going to have a more open process with regards to how folks are being appointed to the various committees. but it has not amounted to that. I would hope that in the future that there would be more of a, especially when it comes to some of these committees that we appoint, there'd be a more inclusive process. Often this seems to stop at the IEPC table for discussion. It doesn't go further. And it's something that I just want to point out, that it seems business as usual in terms of these appointments. I'm sure I know they're all very good and appropriate appointments. I'm not going to vote against the clause. I'm just pointing out the fact that the appointments that once again are happening here on significant committees are happening in the same old-fashioned way, when it's been promised in the past that we would look at things differently on how we do appointments to various boards and commissions, and this is going to be a precursor to the major appointments that are made typically in December or January to different various committees and commissions of council and boards. Hope that the process could be more inclusive, but it never has been, it seems, no matter who gets elected mayor. And so my hope is that that could change and open up this process a little more. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll call the question. Councillor Brawadi, do you wish to close?
Just to comment on, I guess, sort of what was said there. There are in various collective agreements and different boards and committees and such where it has to be a specific person. In some cases, it's designated as the CFO. With the CFO changing, council has to appoint the new CFO to these positions. A lot of it is formality, but to the point, if there's anything that could be more open, certainly open to looking at that. And thank Councillor White for the comments.
Thank you. I'll call the question. We'll vote on the amending motion first. All in favor of motion 1? Contrary? That's carried. And the main item as amended. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Madam Clerk, item 2. Item 3.
Item 3, shareholder approval for a sale of the Portage Place Mall assets, assignment of related sidewalk agreements, and financial support for redevelopment of the mall.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think most of us, if not all of us around council, have been looking forward to this report coming forward and us having the opportunity to vote on this and support this significant transformation investment for downtown. We have before us a plan to redevelop the Portage Place Mall site. We know that this site has been underperforming, to say the least, for several years. And what we have here is an initiative, a local investor, working with the provincial and federal governments as well, looking to really transform this space. I want to kind of commend my colleagues for over the last several months and years. We've been calling upon True North to make sure that they're doing consultation and giving them opportunity to do their due diligence. I believe they've done that at this time. There has been robust public consultation. What we have before us now is really an investment that will equal $650 million over the next several years. Our $40 million will be leveraged in incentives. The value of the incentives is $40 million we're looking at today. It will be leveraged to draw into that site another $600+ million of investment from other funders. So to me, this is a very, very good news story. And this is about downtown. It's about attracting local investment. It's one large investment of many other investments that are being made right now into the downtown. I don't think we can underestimate the impact and the positive impact of the commitment between True North and Southern Chiefs Organization. That partnership, establishing a nonprofit to ensure that housing is built and affordable housing is included in their development, and those funds kind of going back into that housing is really, really key. And it's a partnership that on a scale that I don't think that we've seen before between a private sector investor and a First Nations community. I don't think we've seen it before on this scale in Manitoba or Winnipeg, at least any time recently. It's very, very significant in the heart of our downtown. It really is about economic reconciliation. It's about restoring and reestablishing economic activity within the downtown. It's about housing. It's about healthcare. It's about community spaces. It's about encouraging others to develop and invest in Winnipeg's downtown as well. So I'm very glad to have the opportunity to support this today. I'll be supporting this without reservation and encourage everyone else to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next is Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise. I'm in support of this effort that's being proposed by, well, this group, given that the Southern Chiefs organization is involved, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to say, at this point, I referred to it earlier, but in around 1998-99, Portage Place was already starting to show that there were some struggles, and the business leaseholder, operator, and whatever was having some problems, and it was a 50-year deal that it was originally sealed for Portage Place, Madam Speaker, and there was discussion that the shareholders would end up with this Portage Place back after 50 years, Madam Speaker. And for me, Madam Speaker, back when I was debating this issue at Business Admin back in the late 80s, there was a big concern, and I was dismissed by the current, at that time, in the late 90s, the person who was looking after the Forks North Portage, Madam Speaker, and essentially I was told, well, what do I care about the future? That's a long way down the road. Mr. Eadie, don't worry about it. And I'm saying, well, I am worried about it because I think it's going to be a problem even before I pass away. So it's not something we're passing on to our kids, Madam Speaker, next generation. So what we are at today, we're at approximately 35, 36 years into what was the original Portage Place concept and vision, and then what became reality and moved forward, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's been a number of years now that we've heard how difficult it is, Portage Place, and that it needed something different. This proposal sale that we're voting for, and what's going to be put on the agenda, Madam Speaker, is much better, because the other thing was a total private, well, you could say a not-for-profit is private, but I always had the vision that it should be like a not-for-profit effort for the residential. Business is business, and they want to make money off each other, then, you know, whatever, that's a good thing. That's business, Madam Speaker. So this one is better in that we have this, and yeah, the city, the shareholders are going to receive the sale price, and I believe the Forks North Portage, the organization that we're shareholders of, have intentions on what they want to use that, I can't remember the exact sale price, but the millions of dollars that will be going into those bank accounts. And I think that's good, because that corporation that we're shareholders of, it's not going away. They still run the Forks area. And so I think that's good. Now, looking at our $40 million investment, people say, well, you know, why are we giving $40 million to True North? But what we're really doing is we're investing in some public space, Madam Speaker. And I always hated the idea. I could not move. You know, I used to go to the Autumn Stone record store in Edmonton. And you could get there from Portage Avenue after you got off the bus, and you just walk over there or whatever. And then all of a sudden there's this big barrier, Madam Speaker. Anyway, I didn't like that. Not a good thing. Anyway, this plan opens it up at Edmonton for at least pedestrians and an open space. We have the provinces investing in a needed health clinic and whatever else they're having in there, Madam Speaker. I think that's really important. True North is buying but will be investing in their for-profit operations. I think that's really important as well. And then we have the not-for-profit. Now, I believe part of that $40 million is actually a tax incremental financing for some affordable housing in the not-for-profit tower. Now, I only have one concern. it's not a big concern, but when the province gives subsidy to a not-for-profit like the Winnipeg Housing Rehab Corporation, we're to provide audits of the operations, what's our net loss, what's our net whatever, and then, we present that. I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, for accountability purposes, that we get that when we give incremental financing over, I think this one, was it 25 or 30 years, Madam Speaker? But I think that we, for public accountability, I trust this effort here and the purchasers and the board that's going to be running everything. But ultimately, I'm not sure if that's going to be there, but the contractual stuff, we as council are not getting into the nitty-gritty, the meat of it. We're here to vote on, is this a good agreement? We have enough detail on it to know that it's a good project, Madam Speaker. But I think that our public service or somebody should see, just, for the not-for-profit tower, where that funding's going, and the other millions are going into those public spaces that all of Winnipeggers will be using. Hopefully, hopefully this is something that will be created as we move into the future. It's a place where people feel comfortable to go, Madam Speaker, from the suburbs or anywhere. I know I can't wait for it. It'd be really exciting. Although Autumn Stone Records is no longer on Edmonton near Ellis, but anyway, so Madam Speaker, I just wanted to rise and speak to it and just mention the one thing, just about a little bit of accountability. It doesn't have to be to council, but it's some accountability to some manager within the city of Winnipeg, just so we can see how things are operating, because sometimes, and I've seen a lot of this happen, you're going to build a brand new tower or whatever. Over time, like the Winnipeg Housing Rehab, over time you have the German Society at Mountain and McGregor. It needs some mega repairs and stuff. And it needs ongoing maintenance. And you need to make sure that you're doing that ongoing maintenance so that the building's going to last 100 years, Madam Speaker. Because at some point, some systems have to be replaced, and you have to have money in the coffers to be able to do it. Rather than coming to us as government, they're going to be making money on the tower, Madam Speaker. Rather than coming to us as government and saying, we don't have enough money to do the repairs. So let's make sure that that's operating properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is about downtown transformation, and I'm very, very excited to be the city councillor for this area, and I share that with Councillor Rollins and actually Councillor Santos, because everybody in that community really uses this the shopping mall as a place to gather. So I'm very happy to support this initiative moving forward. We know that 72%, according to the data from the biz, 72% of the people worried about our downtown. We are now showing that we are moving on issues around their downtown and making major investments to get people to live downtown, because we all know that when people don't go home at 6 o'clock, when they are living downtown, we're going to have a much more vibrant community, and we're not going to see some of the safety issues and stuff that people see, because we're going to have way more people around, walking in and around our downtown. It is very much a community place, which I feel the agreement that is going forward is really not looking at displacing the community. They're looking at bringing them in, and really looking at a space that is needed with a healthcare facility, adding a grocery store. It's really adding to what
the community is really needing downtown, and of course, adding the vibrancy. I really love the aspect of opening Edmonton up and making sure that, there's that north and south connection that I think we've lacked for many, many years. This is really going to do a lot for transforming our downtown. This was a major mall that I think everyone had hopes of, but for many years, it has been depleting and the owner wanting out. And the thought of the doors closing on that mall and it being an empty space would be very traumatic for the community. And now we have Winnipeggers wanting to reinvest in this space that really understand our downtown and really is the fabric of our community already. So I'm very honored to help support this. I look forward to the project. It looks very, very exciting, and hope that my councillor colleagues come along with me. This is in my ward. It really greatly impacts my community, this development. I'm very happy to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam.
It was after Councillor.
Yes, he was on the list, but he had to leave the chamber for a moment. Yeah, thank you.
I don't mind letting Councillor Chambers
Yeah.
speak first.
If you'd like to, sure. There's a
ahead,
speaking
Councillor
order in
Chambers.
it. He had
Happy to hear
stepped
you.
out, and I had moved him down. Go ahead, Councillor Chambers.
Thank
Lots
you, Madam
of time
Speaker.
for everyone.
This is ridiculous already. Thank you.
He had stood the item down, so anyways, let's move forward.
I'm encouraged to see the collaboration between the Southern Chiefs Organization and True North Real Estate Corporation that will see the revitalization of Portage Avenue and to downtown. Moreover, the movements towards actionable reconciliation is clearly demonstrated in this partnership. The anticipated investments of Portage Place hold significant importance for the Southern Chiefs Organization and to True North Real Estate Corporation, as it marks strategic collaboration that aims to bring a transformative revitalization to Portage Avenue and to downtown Winnipeg. Portage Place in its day was a prominent shopping mall in the heart of the city. It has faced many challenges in recent years, and this joint venture presents opportunity to breathe new life into the space. The SCO, representing the interest of Southern First Nations, recognizes the economic and social impact that a thriving downtown can have on the community it serves. By partnering with True North Real Estate Corporation, known for its commitment to community development, there's a shared vision to not only rejuvenate the physical space of Portage Place, but also promote a vibrant and inclusive environment that benefits both the residents and businesses. This collaboration goes beyond a mere real estate transaction. It reflects a commitment to community building and economic empowerment. The revitalization project is expected to create job opportunities, attract new businesses, and provide a platform for Indigenous entrepreneurs to contribute to the economic landscape of Winnipeg. By strategically reimagining Portage Place, the partners aim to enhance the overall experience for residents and visitors alike, turning it into a dynamic hub that reflects the cultural diversity and heritage of the region. The success of this endeavor could serve as a model for other urban renewal projects, demonstrating positive outcomes that can arise from collaborative efforts between Indigenous organizations and private industries. In addition to economic benefits, the revitalization of Portage Place has the potential to redefine the city's social and cultural identity. The project aims to create a welcoming space that celebrates the rich history and traditions of Indigenous peoples in the regions. By incorporating elements of Indigenous art, culture, and design, the partners hope to cultivate a sense of pride and connection among the local community, and that's exactly what Councillor Gilroy had spoken to earlier. The transformation of Portage Avenue and downtown Winnipeg is not just about bricks and mortar. It's about creating a lasting legacy that honors the past while embracing more vibrant and sustainable futures for all residents. And I believe that is the message of our Winnipeg 150 this year, our shared stories and our shared future. For that reason, Madam Speaker, I'm in support of the motion to provide council support to True North True North Corporation, and ask my council colleagues to consider supporting this as well so that the renaissance of our downtown can commence in accordance to our own strategic plan of council in prioritizing our downtown. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. On to you, Councillor Wyatt. You stood the item down, and then Councillor Rollins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the clause. I will say this, that this is a major subsidy to the industry and to the investors in downtown Winnipeg. Our expectations are very high. I think the mayor has emphasized that as well, that we will see these major subsidies result in the deliverable housing as well as grocery store and the improvements both to Portage Place, which I'm excited to see, and I think we all are, as well as to the former Hudson Bay building. And it was good to see Chief Daniels here and Mr. Ludlow on behalf of True North. And I would say that the public has high expectations. I've heard from many members of the public saying, well, when are we going to see some activity happening? It should be noted that Portage Place was a major investment at the time. It was part of the Core Area Initiative program, which was seen at the time as a major magic wand to start dealing with the deterioration and the decline of the downtown. In many ways, it did the opposite. You created almost like a Berlin Wall effect along Portage Avenue, cutting off the North Portage area from the south. Is going to open up that area now with the Edmonton Street opening up again, and the ability to create a more walkable and connected community in the downtown. But it should be pointed out that the challenges facing the downtown, Madam Speaker, are not just housing and social housing, the need of it. It's not just the fact that we've invested major dollars through our shed district and the entertainment tax, the entertainment value of the shed through the tax increment financing, both provincial and federal subsidies. It should also be pointed out that even with the amenities that are being proposed, that this will not be the silver bullet for the downtown. In many ways, the challenge facing the downtown is one of complete inclusiveness with regards to safety. Right now, if you talk to people who come downtown, and I've talked to many, that their concern about the downtown is whether or not they're safe or not, or feel safe, or perceived to be safe. And that still is the outstanding issue. And whether you build affordable housing or not, yes, that adds more eyes and ears to the sidewalk. Grocery store does the same thing. All those improvements will add. But at the end of the day, if people don't feel safe, they won't come. And indeed, the very people who will be living in this affordable housing have a right to live in a neighborhood where they can step outside their door and feel safe. Right now, that can't be said for much of the downtown. Just walk outside of this building and you don't have to go far, especially in the evening where you may not feel safe. I've heard it from residents who come down here in public hearings. So the challenge we're faced with is how do we deal with that? How do we deal with the urban health crisis that's taking place in the streets of our city as we speak? Ongoing. We're not the only city, Madam Speaker, I recognize that, in Canada. But we are not rolling up our sleeves to deal with this. The mayor's office hired somebody to deal with mental health addiction as well as housing. We haven't seen the outcome of that yet. We need to see public policy that would take forward a municipal initiative to deal with the ongoing urban health crisis, both in terms of mental health addiction and housing. The fact that people are still living in shelters in our downtown. The fact that people don't feel safe walking down the sidewalk in our downtown because of the ongoing crisis happening in the streets. The fact that we have, as a city, been funding the police service, but then in the same budget, cutting it by $9 million through a so-called efficiency requirement of the Winnipeg Police Service. As long as we keep doing these things, undermining the Winnipeg Police Service, cutting investments, undermining the downtown, we are literally putting $1 in and $2 out. We are undermining our efforts. And what's happening now in the city, people are voting. They're voting with their feet. They're slowly leaving the city because they don't feel safe. As a matter of fact, there's neighborhoods in the city where you wouldn't want to raise your family in, but there's families living in them and they don't feel safe. And the trickle is happening now where they're leaving the city in a trickle, and has been the pattern in other cities. It could turn into a flood. And so we sit on the teetering top of a fence. We can go one way or the other at this point in our city. We could either go the way of turning it around and making this a city safe and secure, and we invest in it, and we start making the investments and have the courage to do so, and that means in terms of taxes in our budget. Or we can watch what's happened in other North American cities that hollow out, and it happens quick before you know it. And then you try to turn that around. Good luck. It's cities in the United States, Some cities in Canada struggling with that. We can't let that happen here. But we are literally sitting on top of fence, teetering one way or the other. We have to start to address these issues, Madam Speaker. As long as, this is fantastic, this is great, but as long as we continue to have the crisis that's happening out there, the feeling the city's unsafe, to open our newspapers on Monday morning and see the headline, violent crime up across the city for the last year again, the most violent city, one of the most violent cities in Canada, that's not the headlines we should be reading. We should be reading how it's turning around, how we are achieving the opposite. We are not at this point. Until we are, we have a lot of work to do. And I realize that the challenge I've thrown down in terms of the budget, I will support. Beyond what the mayor has committed in his election in terms of taxes, I believe that we are at a point in the city where we have to make strategic investments. And I've said it publicly in the standing committee, and I've said it publicly here. So, Madam Speaker, I'm supportive of this, but we've got a lot of work to do if we want to see the downtown become a place where people will want to live with their families in affordable housing. Because frankly, if I were a family and I needed affordable housing and I could choose to live one in Transcona or in North Kildonan or in St. James or downtown, I know what the decision would be for my family. And I know what your decision would be too if you were in the same circumstance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins.
Speaker, you know, I take up the challenge really seriously on turning the city around, in particular when it comes to housing. You'd expect me to say that. But today I want to say that this is a good day for housing. This morning we released some of the projects that we're doing aligned with the Housing Accelerator Fund with partners like Dan Vandal. And the federal government money has been really significant, and I know folks have been watching that. But you know what's also significant is this project. And it is a good day for housing. It's a good day when we pass this for downtown. And, you know, the leadership that has gone into that has been a bit of a journey. We were here, Madam Speaker, you and I certainly were, when a crowd came in opposed to the first iteration of the Portage Place redevelopment project. And many of those criticisms were about the lack of Indigenous-led in the downtown. And it is really key that we stand here today with celebrating potentially a unanimous vote that celebrates the TNSCO Inc., a not-for-profit organization, TNSCO 92, that is about the calls to action and the calls to justice, Madam Speaker. That's really exciting. And we have the leadership of Mark Chipman, Gavin Johnstone, Jim Ludlow, Kevin Donnelly, Glenda that was here this morning, Norva Ruddell, Lorna Daniels, Don House, who I worked with the Downtown Biz, you know, Kevin Chief that Councillor Gilroy worked for, Madam Speaker, her old boss before he joined True North's team. We have Grand Chief Jerry Daniels, Madam Speaker, and his wonderful team at Southern Chiefs Organization, Joy Kramer, Jen Rattray. We're so lucky to have all this people power in the city working together to put our arms around, frankly, all of council in the city of Winnipeg to get our super huge challenges done together. And I'm really excited about that, Madam Speaker. This council, the people of Winnipeg, including the fabulous executive director of the YMCA downtown, Cordella, who came to talk to us about this project, her support for this project, and her capital plan that is turning the downtown around. The daycares that are going in across the street from each other, from Wewone, the Bay project at SCO, to the theaters that they're supporting, the green space, the community centers that I know Councillor Gilroy has always checked in, proceeding beyond trust. Is that still there? Is that still there? It is still there. 650 million, you don't get to say that price point every day. 1.2 million square feet, you don't get to say that every day. It is a remarkable day, and it's a remarkable day because we have a bit of an embarrassment of riches, and we've worked really hard as a council, I think, to get here. The Housing Accelerator Fund supporting Shoal Lake 90, Manitoba Inuit, Indigenous Indinaway. These projects, over 200 Indigenous-led units, we got out the door this morning a couple of months ago when we put that together as a council. We know we have more work to do, Madam Speaker. We really do. We know we have more partners to get out there and make sure that the Affordable Housing Now program is picking up where the Housing Accelerator program left off. And we know we have more work to do with amazing partners like Southern Chiefs, MMF, the province of Manitoba, and indeed some of the large business stakeholders like Mark Chipman, who talked about the faith he has in the work we have to do and the hope in his heart, and referenced Mayor Gillingham and Premier's Canoes collaborative relationship. That collaboration and that spirit, I think, we have embedded in many of the agenda items today, from EPC, and maybe, you know, at 7 o'clock when we get down to property and development, if I stop talking, Madam Speaker. But it's exciting, and these milestones, while there's more work to do, we definitely should take hold of them, celebrate them as hard as we can, just like my colleague in the downtown did when she did us all a favor and showcased Jim Ludlow, showcased True North at the Capital Cities Conference. Did we think we were going to get here when those Winnipeggers came in and we saw a precarious deal with Starlight fall over the last few years? Maybe not. But my glass is half full, Madam Speaker. I'm really excited. The work that we've produced this month wasn't just done this month. It was done over many hard months to get to respond to the housing crisis in a way that can fill Winnipeggers with the spirit of hope and the wind of change that we need to see. We know we need to do better. We know from every front page article that might highlight something great, like the Habitat for Humanity projects and the key ceremonies that Mayor Gillingham attended last week, and highlight something that tests us, Madam Speaker, and holds the mirror up, that Winnipeggers think that we're still averaging 50-50 on this as a priority. This agenda, when moved unanimously, will send a very strong message, Madam Speaker, that we believe in the Affordable Housing Now program. We believe in the programs that we are working really hard to collaborate with other levels of government, as a level of government with the fiscal constraints that cities have and the lack of legislative powers that we have, and enabling tools to draw down additional revenue. But today, an inspiring day. I can't believe we're here, except I know the strength of Winnipeggers. I know the strength of leaders like Grand Chief Daniels and Mark Chipman and his strong, strong team. And I know, Madam Speaker, this month, the strength of all the members of councillors that have their eye on resolving the housing crisis, their eye on the prize. I trust it'll be a unanimous vote each and every time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowlands. Next is Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a big day. This is going to be one of the most major changes ever so far in the history of downtown Winnipeg. Symbolic that we be celebrating our sesquicentennial, 150 years this year, and this is truly historic. And on that basis, well, I can't help but look at it with a feeling of gravity, because this is big, and we can't ignore that. And why are we doing this? Why has it come to this? It's essentially a day for potential optimism. There's a lot of positivity going into this. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I've been around for a while. I've been watching good leadership over the generations with more resources and applying them. And still, our challenges continue. One thing I've been missing from this conversation, well, a couple of councillors did talk about it. This is an issue of gravity. This is big and this is heavy. And if it wasn't, I don't believe this would have happened, what we're doing now. We're trying to put as much positivity in this. And what does that mean in factuality when it comes to governments being involved with these joint ventures? Is we're trying to solve serious problems. I'm not going to say, why would I say we're in a better position of greater leadership than ever before? I don't know. We're certainly not in a better economic situation. So with humility, I hope we go and do this. With humility, understanding the problems we're trying to achieve, trying to solve. The issue of safety. Councillor Wyatt was quite right about issues of safety and who's kidding whom. It is absolutely the reality of it. And if we don't accept that, we're not really dealing. But we are trying to deal here. We are trying to do something, which means, although it hasn't been said by all councillors in their speeches, we are trying to deal with these issues of safety. But that's a gigantic issue. I don't believe any individual, any group, or any government has ever solved those issues so simply or easily. And sometimes when it comes to a moment like this, we wish to gloss over it because it is such an unusual moment right now in this council chamber, right now, in terms of what we're about to do. Bear in mind, we are doing this to try and solve some of the greatest problems in our society, and this is an expression of it. The downtown of a major Canadian city, and this is what it's come to. Now, just saying this is what it's come to. Don't judge what I'm saying, whether it's bad or good. This is what it's come to, objectively, regardless how you feel about it. This is what it's come to. After 150 years, we're entering into a most unusual multilateral agreement. Private industry, various levels of government, in this case, which is rather apt, and for the future, Indigenous government involved directly through the Southern Chiefs Organization. Because when we talk about safety, we're talking about something big. We're talking about, since we're using the term, the era of reconciliation, we use that term right now. It's the term to use right now. Reconciliation certainly isn't new to our society. It's been going on for a long time. It's going to be going on for a long time, for decades and generations to come. It certainly hasn't started a decade or two ago or a generation ago. But in the process of trying to understand how it is we solve problems of humanity and human nature, we're doing that right now in downtown Winnipeg in a way that we've never done before. And as Councillor Scott Gillingham has said, right, this is new. This is new for Canadian cities. That's where we're at. And I'm going to say, when it comes to issues of safety, well, it's a big issue. But what I do know, in some real way that I can't completely understand, but I know it's very much part of it, it has to do with empowerment of the individual and self-identity, an identity of the empowerment of society. And who feels empowerment, who feels empowered, who is empowered. And that will decide how safe we are. And how do we achieve that empowerment for the individual, and how do we define empowerment? But that's the issue, and don't think we're going to solve the issue of downtown Winnipeg or the problems of our society without dealing with that issue. You can call it different terms. You can call it poverty. Poverty and empowerment are essentially the same thing. What kind of poverty does one live in? What is their state of mind? What is their sense of empowerment? Where are they coming from? That they might influence whether people feel safe downtown. No, I live a block from Redwood and Main, and I walk personally. I walk anywhere, anytime. I walk in my neighborhood anytime. I walk from my house down Main Street to City Hall anytime. I'll walk in any neighborhood anytime, and I do. Ask around. Not everybody, they're not all in their houses watching me, and I'm just saying, that's how I live. and I walk downtown at night. I am around Portage Place at night. It happens. And for different reasons. I might be at the convention center. I might be driving my son to the School of Music at U of W, walking around downtown for an hour, waiting for his lesson to be over. A juxtaposition of empowerment, is it not? But that's exactly what I'm talking about. And I will live that. We all live it one way or another. So I'm going to say, in this moment of hope and positivity, do not forget in our humility the gravity of this, because we are dealing with it. I'm going to say it for the record, because it's going to be when all of us are gone from council, and for those who are signing the agreements, and this multilateral agreement today between public and private investment, when we're all sort of gone from this, we'll probably all we'll be alive. It's within very soon years. But the accountability to this agreement, of which we are part today, the accountability to this in terms of how it affects our downtown Winnipeg, will be in a level of accountability that we haven't seen before. So bear that in mind, because I said there's gravity to this. Because when people start questioning the safety of downtown Winnipeg, the investment of downtown Winnipeg, the importance and relevance of downtown Winnipeg to our city, our neighborhood, we as a city, as taxpayers and citizens of this city, and really of this country. The future of this, what we start today, the future of this agreement, the future of this development, this project, this vision, will be under, I'll say it one more time, will be under more scrutiny than anything else we've ever done regarding downtown Winnipeg, ever. And with hope, I leave it at that. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech ekose.
Thank you. Any further speakers on this item? Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues for their comments, also thank members of our public service, including Mr. Matt Dryburgh and his team, for their work, not only in preparing this report, but all their work in advance of this with the developer and the applicant. I know it's late in the day already, we've got a long agenda to go, but I think it's a good opportunity as I close this portion of this agenda item today, just to maybe touch on downtown for a minute. We can, and if someone has referenced headlines, we can open the papers or watch the news and what's going online, and we see the frustration sometimes with members of the public who just think things aren't moving too slow or aren't moving fast enough, that they're moving too slow, and some display a kind of a level of pessimism that probably is not unsurprising. I think for all of us, we would say that we too want to see things moving faster. But I want to just remind all of us of the good work that we are doing. We're not where we need to be yet at all. But when it comes to the downtown, people have asked me, how do you tackle the downtown? Do you deal with the homelessness challenges first, or do you deal with crime first, or development first? What do you do first? And maybe it's not great, but the best response I can give is, have you ever watched Timbits soccer? Yes. Then you know what the swarm offense is all about, right? Where there's the ball, there's 16 kids or 20 kids or whatever, all moving around the ball at the same time. And maybe it's not a great analogy, but it's the one I use. We're tackling it all at the same time. And permit me, just bear with me as I list some of the things that are being done right now, all simultaneously. On the issue of crime and safety, we have just invested in new community safety offices that are on our transit buses and around our transit stops. They're working in partnership with the Downtown Community Safety Partnership and the Bear Clan and the Biz Patrol's ambassadors, who are also working in partnership with the Winnipeg Police Service, who have more foot patrol coming to our streets soon, in partnership with the province of Manitoba, who's most recently extended their funding for police services for the Retail Crime Initiative, and our businesses within our downtown, including the Exchange District, Councillor Rollins area, through Osborne Village, are appreciative of the work of the Winnipeg Police Service. That's just some of the work that we've begun on safety. There's a better alignment and coordination. And the Downtown Community Safety Partnership is working in coordination with the Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service. Now the Fire Paramedic Service, under the good leadership of our Chief Schmidt, in partnership with Greg Burnett of the DCSP, the Fire Paramedic Service can dispatch calls to the DCSP to take some of the load off our fire paramedics. A lot of the calls, most of those calls are in the downtown. That's just on crime and safety. We've got a ways to go, but good work is happening because we're making the investment. On homelessness, there is a move towards coordination. I had a very good meeting with my chief of staff and Jared Baker from my office, who's dealing with homelessness and addiction. We had a really good meeting last week with Minister Bernadette Smith. It's yet another meeting with her. And we can't steal their thunder, but suffice to say, they've given every indication, and they've given every indication publicly, that they're moving toward a substantial change in how we're addressing homelessness. And so there's a coordination that is happening and a better coordination that is coming so that we can truly begin to make a dent on people who are living unsheltered. But look what we're doing here to do our part when it comes to addressing homelessness. Today, we just announced the Housing Accelerator Fund's first round of successful applicants. If you take a look at the list, you got an email this morning at 9 o'clock from our public service. The list, the 11 successful applicants. A lot of those applicants are in the downtown. A lot of those housing developments will be in the downtown. Some of them address things like the transformation of office buildings to retrofit them and change them to housing units. There's also units that will be built for those who are fleeing intimate partner violence. There's units there for youth who are vulnerable. There are units there that transform vacant parking lots within our downtown. So there is, and I could go on and on. You see the list. It's substantial. A lot of it is development in our downtown. It's more housing in our downtown. That's to add to the Manitoba Métis Federation's investments at Portage and Main and at 200 Main. The Market Lands work that's going on right next door. We see it every day that we walk out of the doors of this building. The University of Winnipeg Community Renewal Corporation, not only are they doing that project, they have other projects going on. If you haven't been to Red River College campus recently, you need to go. It's beautiful. It's a significant investment in the downtown. Railside at the Forks, they've received their permits to proceed. The Wawanesa building just opened up. And of course, we have before us Portage Place Mall. I'm not done yet. Let me carry on. We also have our arts organizations that are really beginning to reestablish themselves after COVID. So in the downtown, consistently, you can see the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra, the ballet, the theater, the opera. The Jets, their season starts again right away. The Goldeyes had a very successful run and came oh so close to a championship. But they had thousands of people here attending the downtown, and of course, we've talked about the Sea Bears and their attraction to the downtown, and the number of people that they're attracting into our downtown. Nuit Blanche takes place this weekend. We're doing so much collectively to improve the downtown. The point of the matter is, folks, it all takes time. But when True North and their partners and SCO and others, and when the people, other mayors and councillors that Councillor Gilroy and Councillor Chambers hosted from the capital cities region, when they come into our community and say, there's some good things happening in the downtown, they're right. There's a reason they're saying that. We're not there yet. We haven't got everything sorted out. But as we keep making these good decisions, incremental progress is being made. And when you begin to pile all this one thing on top of the other, I'm very bullish on Winnipeg's downtown. I'm very bullish on the future of our community. And today we're making the right decision to make a big step forward through this development. And I look forward to everyone supporting it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, there's a call for a recorded vote. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 16, nays 0.
Thank you, and the vote is unanimous. Moving on to the next agenda item, I will alert Council that we will take a short recess shortly after 4 o'clock. There's been several requests from members around the chamber. I will call to that when we get there. Item 9, Madam Clerk.
Item 7. Donation of the Ten Commandments Monument at Assiniboine Park to the Fraternal Order of the Eagles, number 23.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. What I really wanted to put on the record is what I already kind of asked in our delegations, just to thank our interim CEO, Mr. Sherwood Armbruster, for his willingness to work with the Assiniboine Park Conservancy in trying to find a good location for the Ten Commandments Monument in the park, if possible, if not in the park, ultimately guaranteeing the goal is that it would still remain in public space so people can view it, the monument, have access to it as well. So I just, that's the motion that we brought forward at EPC, and I'll be supporting that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Chambers? You did not this time. I got my eye on the ball. Councillor Chambers?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you. While the Ten Commandments has biblical references, there are non-religious perspectives that merit discussion here at Council today, and specifically why it needs representation at Assiniboine Park is relevant. From a non-religious perspective, the Ten Commandments is an art monument, and the discussion before us here this morning serves as a foundational set of ethical principles that have served to shape societal norms and legal systems for centuries. These commandments address basic moral imperatives such as prohibiting theft, murder, dishonesty, which are essential to maintaining social order and trust within the community. In this way, they can be acknowledged as a framework that help individuals coexist peacefully by promoting behaviors that respect the rights and well-being of others. Beyond the individual, the Ten Commandments also emphasizes responsibilities to the broader community. For example, the Ten Commandments states to honor one's parents that can be viewed as reinforcement of social structures that support family bonds and generational continuity. The principles of fairness and respect in relationships, as reflected in the prohibitions against coveting, encouraging a sense of justice and equality in interpersonal interactions. These values help create a stable and cohesive community by promoting integrity and mutual respect. Finally, the Ten Commandments addressing societal integrity, such as guidelines against false testimony, have been particularly influential in shaping our modern legal systems. Trust and honesty are critical to the functioning of courts, business, and governments. When these ethical principles are codified into law, they help ensure that institutions operate justly and transparently. In this, what we want in the Ten Commandments transcends religious origins and contributes to the development of universal human values that promote a stable and just society. For me, my favorite or closely followed Ten Commandment is honor thy mother and thy father, that their days may be long upon the earth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Schreier.
In light of the request by members of council, I'll keep my comments brief. I just would like to thank the delegations who came here today to speak to the item, and Gail Asper for her persistence on this. She definitely, her persistence overcomes resistance. There's no doubt about it. She's that individual that is like that and very dedicated to her city over the years. And so when she comes here and speaks, I think we all definitely listen to her and take what she says with great consideration. And I had a chance to chat with her informally after her delegation. She was actually, the thought of, other than the Assiniboine Park, the thought of having the Ten Commandments in front of the law courts actually was something that she actually smiled upon very strongly. She thought it was an interesting concept. She never really struck her as an idea, but, and I do believe we control the right-of-way there, if not part of it, if not all of it, but nonetheless the province possibly. I think it's something that's worthy. It's interesting, the Ten Commandments are actually in Kildonan Park, and so they're kind of hidden. Apparently they're up on the other side of the pavilion in the lake there, but I'm not too sure why APC has made a concern about it. It seems somewhat unnecessary to get to this level, but it is what it is. I've always thought that the Ten Commandments should be there along with the Beatitudes. That's my own personal view, you know. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. You've heard of those. They're basically, you know, it's like, it's words to live by. I think it was what Councillor Chambers was also saying. And I don't necessarily see it as a religious item. I see it as values in terms of how to live your life and follow to be a good neighbor, you know, to be your brother's keeper, so to speak, and your neighbors. So, you know, Madam Speaker, I hope that this can be dealt with quickly by EPC, and I'm glad that EPC's gotten involved at the JNF dinner, which was a number of months ago. Gil Asper made a beeline for myself to talk about this issue and raise it, so I'm glad that it's being addressed, and hopefully it can be addressed quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I essentially agree with all the words from the previous speakers, Councillor Marcus Chambers, Councillor Russ Wyatt. I see no contradiction. I'll be supporting this as well. Essentially no contradiction. It's an interesting conversation that we've had this morning, because we're talking about something that is deep. In fact, in a sense, it transcends religion, I think, is part of what both Marcus Chambers and Russ Wyatt were saying. In fact, previous councillors this morning in delegation and our delegates. This is bigger than any one religion, and that's what I was making the point today. Having met people in their own environments around the world over the decades, over 5 continents, what do people have in common? What are the differences? But this sort of transcends, once again, this transcends, and I mean it, this is not metaphorical. These things of which we speak, well, in this case, I have to admit it is wrapped in religion, in this case, as we call it, the Ten Commandments. However, these concepts do transcend time and space. Not metaphorically, they transcend time, thousands of years, and they transcend space, human space, throughout the world. If you look around the world, you'll find that most societies have adapted certain kinds of ethics of conduct and rules. That's what society does. That's when you have society, as a matter of fact. Perhaps that's a bias, but I would say that's just a matter of nuance of perspective. And so I don't want to get too philosophical today, but it does get a little bit of philosophical, and we do deal with esoteric concepts here, even at the municipal level, where in fact we're the least esoteric level of government. Whether we like it or not, we're sort of money in, money out. Where does the money go? To the extent we're dealing with other things, it's much less than the other levels of government. Having said that, in this case, we're dealing with a piece of sort of small little piece of history in a park. And it comes to something as deep as what words are allowed and how they're allowed in a park. Because in this case, it does represent a religion. The 10 Commandments, including the first commandment about not honoring another deity. And therefore, it has religious connotations. I did ask the question this morning. Would the people in delegation, would Ed Hume and Gail Asper, how do they feel about other religions being represented in the parks? And Ed Hume did get a chance to answer, this is a pluralistic society. So once we allow this here, not because there are concepts that we believe in that they essentially are an expression of human nature throughout the world, one way or the other. Well, we all accept that, I'm pretty sure. But once we accept them as an aspect of a specific religion or group of religions, whether it be Judaic, Judeo-Christian, or Abrahamic, where there would be allowing other religions, the answer by Ed Hume was, in his opinion, as the delegate here, that we're living in a pluralistic society. So I'm going to have to admit that if we do allow this in a public place, and I'm not saying it's wrong, I'll be voting for this, we also have to accept the fact that there will be further discussion on this type of issue going forward because of the decision we make today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers on this item? Councillor Mays.
I'll try to be brief. Yeah, clearly it's religious. To say this is somehow transcends religion is just, come on. I mean, it's the Ten Commandments. It's pretty clearly a Christian document. That said, the best arguments, Councillor Schreier makes a good point in terms of what Ed Hume said. Okay, we want to argue whether this is religious or not? I mean, I got all day. Let's argue. Fine. Frankly, it'd be more interesting to debate the topics that the assertions that this is universal, and does anything approach universality in terms of religious faith, or that arguably would be a pretty good, interesting debate. That's not the debate at hand, unfortunately. The debate at hand is what to do with this monument. Yes, it's a pluralistic society. We continue to have the prayer here. I've quoted the Quran. I've quoted the Bible. I've quoted Leonard Cohen. Luke's has done Buddhist stuff. People have done all sorts of different things. I kind of like it. It shows diversity instead of just pretending this doesn't exist. I think there's a parallel here. There is a totem pole in the park. Could there not be room somewhere for something like this and for some other recognitions? We have in Brandon, they have a Labyrinth of Peace. Project of my wife 25 years ago, 20 years ago, all sorts of different religions recognized, each with its own symbol. So I think we could do something like that and recognize diversity of religious opinions, certainly their beliefs. Certainly there's a lot of that now in the city, much more than when this was donated. But what I really rise to do, I feel like people are taking shots here at the APC board, and probably no one's done that more than I have over the years, frankly, and had some pretty all-out arguments, but then also I think took the side of the APC when they had the legal situation on their side. So I think Margaret Redmond and now Ray Karasevich and Bruce Keats, who's the COO, have really tried to deal with this in a responsible manner. I have no memory. Duncan's been at board meetings with me. Morantz was there. Pagdagan was there. I don't know who all. I've been on this thing with any number of other councillors. No one ever said throw it in the garbage. No one ever said, anything dismissive about it. They wrestled with, somebody complained about it, what do you do? I think I was the one who said refer it to Welcoming Winnipeg, because it's still a city park. It's somewhat arm's length. Certainly the collective agreements are seen as being with a separate employer. So I think there was a good faith effort here to try and come up with some solution to the problem. It's a religious monument. Does that make it something we have to remove? No, I would argue no, it doesn't. So we can find some spot for it. If we have found a spot for the totem pole, I think we can probably find a spot for this and celebrate religious diversity, I think, rather than trying to eliminate all representations. On the other hand, I certainly hope we don't have to keep dealing with this because, let's be honest, there was a $55 million cost overrun on the LEAF project, and I don't think we've ever debated that or called for any sort of investigation into that. So it's all wrapped up in litigation still that will hopefully get resolved. But let's try and move forward on this, and the EPC suggestion at least hopefully gets us out of this quagmire and gets us to a resolution. But I think I owe it at least. I think my term at APC is winding up, but I do think I owe it at least to the new, to Ray Karasevich and Bruce and some of the other people there to say I think there was a good faith effort here to try and solve problems. But luckily we seem to have something on the table that we can all agree on.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, over to you to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. I want to echo what Councillor Mays has said, certainly about APC. My recent conversation with them, there's certainly a willingness on their part to say, look, we'll do our part to assist, not to assist, but we'll do our part to work with the CAO to find a good resolution for this. So thank you to everybody. I appreciate the comments today.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Next is item 9.
Item 9, proposed grant intake and review process.
We have a few motions that go with this item. We will be breaking shortly, but let's just get through a few more speakers first. So it's item 9. We have amending motion 2, and that That is moved by Councillor Gilroy, seconded by Councillor Orlikow. Councillor Gilroy, you'd like to withdraw that motion? And we have the concurrence of your seconder, Councillor Orlikow. Okay, all in favor? Contrary, carried. Amending motion 2 is withdrawn. Same thing for amending motion 8. We've heard from Councillor Gilroy and Councillor Orlikow to withdraw that. All in favor? Contrary, carried. And we have motion 10, moved by Councillor Bawadi and seconded by Councillor Gilroy, that will go with this item. Okay, with that, Mr. Mayor, do you wish to introduce the item?
Simply, I want to just briefly thank the delegate.
Sorry, I'm a little confused, there's so many of them. 8, no, we don't want to waive that one.
Okay, Councillor Gilroy asked for it to be withdrawn.
No, I don't think
She did say 2 and 8. She did say 2 and
Can we
8.
just clarify? I don't believe that's
Okay,
accurate.
Councillor Gilroy, you
Thank you.
did say that, or we voted on it?
I thought that the motion encompasses everything.
Okay,
That
we
is-
voted
that is-
on withdrawing
that
those 2, and there's a new motion.
But can incorporate some.
Apparently, motion 10 covers all aspects.
10 covers 8, I think.
Councillor.
Oh, sure. Sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the delegates who came forward today and the EPC and have come in the past as well. I want to thank my colleagues, certainly Councillor Bawadi, Councillor Gilroy, ultimately for motion 10 that is before us. I'm going to let them introduce that, and I think that's ultimately what we need to vote on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, we can take a recess, Councillor Bawadi,
Okay.
unless you, yes, we'll take a recess now, and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting after a short recess. It's September 26, 2024. We're on the reports of the Executive Policy Committee dated September 17th. Item 9. Councillor Bawadi, your opportunity to introduce your amending motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The motion before you here does something that sort of reverses something we did in the 2024 multi-year budget. Upon reflection, the work of many community groups in this community are very important. You know, it was interesting, you know, when we looked during the budget process at the whole grants piece, there were some grants that were long-term contractual obligations. There was a pile of grants where we returned a service that the city of Winnipeg would otherwise deliver, things like bus shack cleaning, graffiti removal. And we recognized that, hey, you know, if we didn't provide that grant, we'd have to be providing that service internally. We had an interesting group. I met with one particular interesting group this summer, and I made that argument to them. It's like, hey, you know, we were trying to find a savings to, you know, make sure that other core municipal services were delivered. But the reality is, we do provide community services. We have community centers, we have libraries, we have swimming pools, recreation. In a time when we're seeing an explosion of crime and problems in our city, it was not the appropriate time for us to be cutting back on these amenities. So thank you to everybody who's come and presented to us. The motion before us here today restores the money that was previously allocated, and for 2025, we'll do status quo on the grants that are already out there. So all the groups out there that are doing good work for the city, it will maintain that. And the new grant process that we've been discussing for some time and maybe still has some tweaking to do will be rolled out for 2026. So that there's a lot of predictability and a lot of consistency. The other piece that wasn't part of the original proposal was to have a number of members of council be involved in that decision-making process. After further review and further consideration, and a motion that was coming forward from Councillors Gilroy and Councillor Orlikow, this motion combines that recommendation that, in fact, it'll be the CAO's office and certain key individuals in the public service that will be involved in making those decisions. So, again, I thank the community groups that have come out and spoken. I thank you to all my colleagues for all of their thoughtful comments, and I look forward to any comments you have here on the floor at Council. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, I seconded this motion. I do rise in support of what we have here in front of us here today. I do want to share like a concern that I do have that I will be kind of following up with the mayor on. Me and him have connected on this, but one of the concerns, a big concern that I have is it's very unclear about all the consolidations of these grants. There's Appendix 2, there's Appendix 3, there's many different grants. Some are long-term funding, some are short-term funding, some are really city-run grants like the GWCC. So it's very unclear on if all of these grants will be going through this same process and if they will have to compete against each other. I'm really hoping that they don't have to compete against each other. I'm really hoping that we have a separate pocket of community grant funds that will have the grant process, but grants that we decide as a city, like our library board, like GWCC, should be kept very separate, because those are things that we as a city have a real big role in. And making sure that we fund our community centers means we don't have to have staff doing that work. So I don't want to see them competing with the community organizations for this funding or vice versa. So that is my big concern, and it is very unclear in this process how that's going to be aligned. We have appendices with many different grants on it, and so it is unclear if all of these grants have to be going through the same process. So that's what I'm going to be trying to get. I am supporting this moving forward, but that will be something that I'll keep dialoguing on and trying, if that is the case, trying to change, because I don't think that's a very fair or equitable process to have, and quite frankly, something that we wouldn't want to lose important, valuable city services on. So but I do want to thank the mayor and thank Councillor Barati for helping to support this motion. Making sure that we're listening to the community on what they need is vital. So now what we heard this morning with Kate Keller, now we will see that those community organizations that are having to go through a new process won't have to deal with it this grant, this 2025. They'll have to be prepared for the next one, but it gives them some time to be able to understand what this process is all about, us to communicate it a little bit better. And also for the ability to ensure that there is no, like, of course we heard here today, there's always going to be political issues around people wanting grants, people trying to add grants, but what we do not want to see is that once the grants are being decided, it shouldn't be dealt with at the political level. It should be taken out of our hands, so the administration has a very clear picture on what we did as a strat plan and making sure that it aligns with that without any kind of political interference. And that's what we're doing here today. So I feel that that the mayor and Councillor Barati has listened to the community on what some of what they're asking, and I think that that's really important when we're making decisions. So I want to thank them for that. Happy to support and looking forward to working with him further on the grant process and ensuring that we're not hindering some of the important services we do at the city, like our general councils of community centers, like our library boards, or other programs and services that the city has really, that is under the umbrella of the city. So hoping to dialogue further, but thank you very much for your working with us on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt, then Councillor Eadie.
Yeah, I rise, Madam Speaker, to say that I appreciate everything Councillor Gilroy has done, and I want to thank her for following up on this matter with the Executive Committee and some of the changes included, though I can't support the clause going forward. I can support the amendments to the clause, though Clause C, Item B, in terms of now deleting the elected representation participation and replacing it all with the administration, I have concerns about. I think that when it comes, if council wants to micromanage or develop a whole new process in terms of administering these grants, which is really what's being recommended here, that council should also have the courage to be part of the process in terms of allocating these grants. In other words, Madam Speaker, the grants are important. They're important organizations. They all originated not at the administration. They originated politically on the floor of council here over the years, one grant after another. And if council wishes to revise them or change them or allocate them differently, there should also be a political lens, not just an administrative lens, if you're proposing a whole new process. Frankly, I think we're creating a lot of red tape for these groups that they never went through. And what I find ironic about this, Madam Speaker, is this is not the big money when it comes to our grants. And the Chair of Finance knows this. The big money when it comes to our grants are groups like the Convention Centre getting millions, or Economic Development Winnipeg getting millions, or the True North, who we grant back their entertainment tax. We did that deal not when they had the Jets, but when they were the Moose. We haven't revisited that, nor had the courage to revisit that, and that's millions of dollars going back to a privately owned entertainment facility. Wonderful for economic development for the city, but maybe it's something that could be revisited, that we have no courage when it comes to those millions of dollars, but we can pick on the little community groups and throw a whole new red tape process in their face, which is really what this is doing. No, I won't be supporting this, especially since we don't have the courage to challenge those other grants. If we think all the grants are a problem and the grants have now escalated tens of millions of dollars compared to what they were before, then let's have the courage and look at all of them and put a new process in for them as well. Not just the small guys, not just the little guys who are getting $5,000 or $10,000, but the ones who are getting millions of dollars. If anything, that's where the lens should be. That's where we could actually find real savings, if possible, when it comes to grants, not picking on small community groups by putting them through a whole new red tape process, which really is what we're proposing to do now. That's what this is doing. I can't support that, Madam Speaker, considering that we're not prepared to do it with the big ones, and that we're going to basically make them subject to this. And frankly, I think, making it a subject to the administration alone, I respect the administration's opinion on things, but at the end of the day, you as well as I do know that sometimes we will make a different recommendation than the public service because of the good of the community that we know and that we're accountable for. So that's my concern as well. I want to thank again. I'm glad to see the clause being struck. It appears to me, and again, really uncomfortable making motions like this on the fly. We're making massive amendments to a bylaw. And again, I think it'd be better to send it back, clean it up, clean up the report, remove the elements of the report that right now still read that we are making ineligible operating grants. But then now with this amendment, we're actually taking that out by deleting it. Again, Madam Speaker, it seems that we're all over the map on this report. It seems rather rushed. And maybe the best thing would have done when those students came out here, I think it was in May at the council meeting, first thing in the morning, we just say, look, we got it wrong. We got it wrong. We're going to file this under G. Hell, we've done that with many other reports. A lot of them are far more worthy than this that we should have been acting upon, right? Let's just file it and move on. And we got the budget wrong because it was actually part of the budget, but nobody told anybody that it was part of the budget. And if we had been open and transparent and actually told these groups that we just passed a budget, by the way, that we're eliminating your grants, I think they probably would have been down here during the budget process itself. But of course, none of them knew that because none of them were advised of that fact because we chose not to tell them. We chose to tell them later on when they blew up and showed up in our courtyard here one morning prior to council. And then everybody went running for the hills, rightfully so. Anyway, those are my comments, Madam Speaker. Thank you. And I want to thank the young people who showed up that morning to show the courage with their drums, and it inspired, it caused me a moment of reflection about my youth when I was protesting in the streets, whether it be against free trade or for world peace with a Walk for Peace, and I was very moved and inspired by the young people who came and spoke out so passionately that morning. It gave me a great sense of hope for the future when I saw them, not when they're there together, supported by each other, their different groups and organizations, and that those are individuals who on a daily basis do a ton of things to make our city more livable. Sometimes we don't really see them. We don't see them front and center, and they're doing the work quite quietly, but on the front lines of the city and some of the challenges that I spoke about earlier. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little bit concerned. I rise in support of the amendment because I believe it's just amending the EPC recommendations and leaving alone EPC's recommendation to allow operating funds to deliver whatever program or project or whatever they're delivering under their application, Madam Speaker. It is doing things on the fly. What I'm going to be speaking about shortly, I don't want to really do it on the fly, but I will mention, if anybody actually spent the time to read the detail of the EPC recommendations, whatever it was, 4, 5, 6 pages, one set for operating, one set for capital, and in there, that's where you would find out that they were moving forward with this process for grants. Now, what I was disappointed to see is, well, there was the operating, and it was like the only thing, like we allocate budgets, Madam Speaker. And that's what council should be concerned with. And if we allocate the budgets and we also acknowledge those budgets need to deal with our strategic priorities, action plan, groups, and whatever they're trying to achieve, especially if they're delivering some kind of service through a grant that's directly related to the mandate of a city. I think that's very important. Like art programs and stuff, those, I participated in an art program out of the community centers back in the 60s, 70s. Well, not so much 70s, 60s. Anyway, that kind of thing, that's what cities did. And the funding for community centers to deliver that, it came from the city budget. And it was allowing us to deliver the mandate we have under recreation or whatever, what have you, community development and all those kind of things. Those were within our mandate. They've been eroded through the budget, Madam Speaker. But anyway, so my biggest concern is when I look at the list. Now, I think it is in our perspective, if we go forward, we can amend what that committee is going to deal with when looking at applications. But let me start with, as I mentioned, while the Winnipeg Public Library has been considered a grant, it is not an external organization. It is an advisory board that is part of the Winnipeg Public Library system, our responsibility. And why they would have to apply each year, although they do report each year how they spend their money, we get those reports at Community Services. It should not be in the list. I want to point out another thing. There's a GCWCC grant to maintain athletic fields for 30G. Now, the athletic fields are actually part of the city system. They're maintaining fields owned by the city. And did you know, I think you got kids that played soccer or whatever. Well, every one of those kids, when they're playing, there's a fee to play on a city field. And that money goes to Public Works, and they're supposed to maintain it. And they're not able to because we don't give them the budget to do it. Nobody wants to jack the fees for that. But what happened is GCWCC took over taking care of some athletic fields. Why you want to, that's something the city is supposed to do. It's our athletic fields, not nobody else's. Shouldn't be in there. Now, we have a whole housing plan and everything, and we have for decades and decades and decades. Winnipeg Housing Rehab Corp has been getting a grant from the city so that we're supporting not-for-profit housing for people in Winnipeg, because today's crisis is yesterday's crisis, but not as big. There needs to be affordable housing for the people, well, who aren't making living wage, Madam Speaker, whatever. Anyway, so I'm just pointing these out, that at some point, we got to take those out. They shouldn't be part of this system. This system is more about external organizations delivering programs or projects or whatever it is, not unlike some of our capital programs. Should we put a whole thing on capital programs, or are funding CIGP for not NGOs doing things that are important in our neighborhoods? I know community centers have gotten CIGP from the Mynarski Ward CIGP fund. You know, so those are city-owned assets, Madam Speaker. Anyway, so I just wanted to point that out, and that from my perspective, it's not all an individual project. Now, Councillor Pacticam brought the Pan Am Boxing Club over into the old, we decommissioned the Boyd Park Community Center decades and decades ago. It was a family center, the people are trying to run it. It's still there. The city still owns it, actually. And they're delivering a boxing program where they help the teenagers study, eat, and box. Learn about what it takes to have structure, to ensure they're going to have success in life. Because what happens is when you get anarchy and craziness on the street, 14-year-olds are stabbing people to death. That's why these grants are so important. So just remember that. So we should be, as council, more interested in increasing the amount of grants that we give to organizations who are delivering things that the city really should be delivering, but we haven't, because over the years, cut. And maybe we'll see some change into the future if we do this properly. And the administration understands the problem out there, and so they're going to have to figure out how to divide up or allocate money. But when we have things that are related to, well, the city doesn't want to do its job, so athletic fields are being maintained by GCWCC. Whatever. Anyway, I am voting for the amendment, and I'm going to wait a bit, but I think there's an opportunity in the future to change that list of organizations. Well, the Winnipeg Public Library Advisory Board is a board of the city, so the organization you're talking about cutting is the city of Winnipeg and the library system. Anyway, so hopefully we can amend that in the future.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just pulling up my notes here. Okay, so today we're at a crucial juncture where we have an opportunity to reshape our city grants and how they're awarded, ensuring that they better align with the 2022 and 2026 Strategic Action Plan. This amendment is about much more than policy. It's about creating a more open, transparent, and inclusive process that will benefit the entire community. For 2 decades, probably longer, this operating grant has been handed out in a way that remained largely stagnant. Many deserving, young, innovative organizations were unable to apply, and that is something we need to change. I understand that change can be difficult, especially after so many years of operating in a particular way. But this is an opportune moment to adapt and improve. I want to take a moment to sincerely thank the Mayor and the EPC Committee for taking the time over the summer months to pause and engage in the further discussions about this important policy. Their leadership and commitment to listening to the community have been crucial. That's why I'm fully supportive of restoring the grant funding to 2024 levels, making the program whole again. This is a critical step in ensuring the program's sustainability, and this amendment has been referred to the 2025 multi-year budget update for further consideration. But we want to note that bringing the funding back to these levels
are not just about maintaining the status quo, we are reaffirming our commitment to supporting essential community programming that makes a real difference in people's lives. The other amendment that I moved at EPC last week addresses Section 6.1, deleting the restriction against operating costs. We know that programming in a community space is essential to the well-being of our residences, and we must provide these organizations with the flexibility to apply for operating grants, ensuring that they have the resources to continue their vital work. This is all about fairness. It's about opening doors for organizations that could never access these grants in the past. By establishing a new evaluation committee and making the application process more transparent, we are setting the stage for a more equitable distribution of resources that truly reflects the needs and priorities of our community. Now, while we are making progress, we acknowledge that this policy is not perfect. There will always be areas that need refining, and I am committed to continue to work together with my council colleagues and community leaders to have an ongoing conversation. This will allow us to review and amend the policy as needed, ensuring that it continues to meet the evolving needs of our city and its people. We are in a unique position to make meaningful change, and I'm confident with these amendments will allow us to support the programs in the meantime and organizations that form the backbone of our city's social fabric. Therefore, I'm going to be supporting this amending motion with Councillor Brady and seconded by Councillor Gilroy. Really appreciate their ongoing work in collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Brady, do you wish to close? Okay. Mr. Mayor, I can call the question.
You can call the question, please, Madam Speaker.
Let's first vote on the amending motion 10. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. And the main item as amended. All in favor, please rise. Madam Clerk.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brady, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Shannon.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillor Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 14, nays 1.
Item 9 passes as amended. Councillor Orlikow absent. Okay. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 19, delegated authority for occasional liquor permits and extensions of hours.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Seeing the late hour, I will limit my comments on this one and just defer to my colleague from Transcona.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Liquor motion?
Yes.
Yeah, so I stood it down, Madam Speaker. It's a junior member of council or newer member of council recommending that we delegate this to the clerks. I think this still has a useful role at community committee. Sometimes we deal with issues where we need to put a recommendation on a request, and that could easily be missed with delegated authority and when it doesn't have to appear on an agenda to actually be addressed. And so even though I'm sure it's being recommended for time and space in terms of approving these things quicker, the reality is often we've had issues with events, and sometimes having it before the community committee, not delegated authority, but through the community committee, is important to establish some rules around a request. And so I would not support this recommendation and would suggest that maybe the mover and movers should really look at examples where this has been a concern in the past before they decide quickly to make such a procedural change. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, this came from the Assiniboia Community Committee, and just to give some background to those that are deciding not to eat dinner and listen to council on this Thursday. Typically, councillors will get an email regarding an event in their community that they would agree to in principle to approve these types of permits. And then months later, after the event has taken place, we would see these appear on our agendas at Community Committee, which seems redundant, and I'm still inquiring, and I had up until the point that we put this forward on why that would happen. I'm not sure that you can deny something that had already happened, but nonetheless, put this fix in place and allow for the clerk or their delegate to consult, and for my colleagues who might be concerned about points that Councillor Wyatt has brought up, to consult with the relevant ward councillor on this prior to giving authority. So I do appreciate the comments, and the intent here is to make this a quicker process for folks and to make sure that our agenda items at Community Committee are relevant to the needs of the community at that time. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Okay. Mr. Mayor, to
I
close.
simply want to rise to thank Councillors Dobson, Duncan, and Lukes, the Assiniboia Community Committee, for bringing this forward. I'm glad to support it.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor of item 19? I'll be recording opposition as well. Thank you. Okay, and that's carried. Next, we move on to bylaws for first reading only. Or, pardon me, hang on 1 second. Yes. No. Yeah, no, we have more motions. There's a whole pile here, Mr. Mayor. Okay, item 6. It is moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Councillor Schreier. It's a notice of motion regarding the remote work policy. It'll appear on next month's agenda. We have motion 9, moved by Councillor Wyatt and seconded by Councillor Schreier. It's regarding parking at City Hall, also will appear on next month's agenda. Item 12, motion 12, is moved by Councillor Schreier, seconded by Councillor Wyatt. It's a notice of motion. It's regarding titles of motions put before council. That'll also appear on next month's agenda. Okay, and that concludes our motions. Mr. Mayor, on to bylaws.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would move the following bylaws be read at first time. Bylaw number 95, 2024.
Okay.
Bylaw.
Mr. Mayor, we have a conflict declared by Councillor Wyatt, so we'll deal with Councillor Wyatt.
I'd like
go
to
ahead.
declare future conflict, financial, 103, 2024.
Okay, we'll deal with that item first. Thank you. Just let Councillor Wyatt depart from the chamber.
Certainly.
Just 103 of 2024, Mr. Mayor, then for first reading only.
So just, okay. So
Just
I'll
that one.
All right. Then I would move that the following bylaw be read at first time. Bylaw number 103, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried.
Bylaw number 103 of 2024.
Thank you. We'll now go back to others for first reading, and then we can move on to second and third readings.
Okay, just to be,
He'll be right here in just a moment.
okay, to be clear, Madam Speaker, then we are dealing now with bylaw 95.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll wait till my colleague is in place, and I will now move the following bylaw be read at first time. Bylaw 95, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 95 of 2024.
Mr. Mayor?
I move that the following bylaws be read a second time. Bylaw number 19, 2024, bylaw 72, 2024, bylaw 90, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 19 of 2024, bylaw number 72 of 2024, bylaw number 90 of 2024.
I move that the bylaws number 19, 2024, 72, 2024, and 90, 2024 be read a third time and that the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
I move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 102, 2024, 104, 2024, 109, 2024, 111.
Yeah, not 111, because we did pass an amending motion.
Oh,
Motion.
all right.
We'll take out 111. Thank you.
Okay, so then 102, 104, 109, as I stated, please be
Thank
read first time. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 102 of 2024, bylaw number 104 of 2024, bylaw number 109 of 2024.
Okay, then I move that the bylaws number 102, 2024, 104, 2024, and 109, 2024 be read a second time.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 102 of 2024, bylaw number 104 of 2024, and 109 of 2024.
Madam Speaker, I would move that the rule be suspended and bylaws number 102, 2024, 104, 2024, and 109, 2024 be read a third time, and that the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, that's carried. We'll now move into question period for the mayor. Councillor Mays?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Free Press had a piece on Saturday that had a headline along the lines of "Everything is negative." But in that piece, there was a quote from the mayor where the mayor said that Gillingham said the city is spending a record $138 million on road construction this year. $138 million, record. This contrasts poorly with the statement from the 2022 budget over the mayor's signature and with former Mayor Bowman. In 2022, we are investing a record $164.7 million into local and regional road renewal. So we had a record $165 million. We're now at a record $138 million. This is a bit hard to follow, so I would ask the mayor, I assume the answer will be, well, that's what the city's putting in. It's a record high from the city. But aren't we better than that? Why don't we just give a straight answer as to what the total amount is? Why would we say a record now of 138? Maybe that's our contribution and the other levels of government have bailed out. Why don't we just say that instead of claiming we had a record 165 and now we have a record 138?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the councillor for the question. He will note that the line is not in quotations, because what I said was that we have been spending record amounts of road budgets. I never gave a figure of 138 because, in fact, that's not a record. Certainly, if we look at our budgets over the last year, as council will know, we had a great regional program that was funded by the federal and provincial governments, which gave us larger budgets in previous years. We've dipped this year. I think, in fact, it's $141.5 million. I think it's the 2024 budget, projected to go back up again in future years. But I have said consistently that we have been doing record roads budgets in the last several years. I believe my comment was that we're doing record road budgets. And that was, I'll consistently say that. It dips a bit, it goes up, but when you compare it over the last several years, a decade ago, we're on record pace and set to climb again.
Thank you. Councillor Mays, second question.
Pleased to hear that. I mean, the actual quote in the paper said the city is spending a record $138 million, so I'm pleased to hear the mayor say that isn't accurate, because I think we should be consistent and straightforward with the public and whether we're using our money or the overall money. Well, I guess the question would be, so when we get to 2027, are we going to say it's a record 30% reduction in the roads budget, because that's our share is going down 30%, or are we going to say it's a record $170 million because we're including in the other levels of government? I would prefer to say the latter. So I don't know why we would start quoting our share in lieu of the overall number. It gets confusing if you're saying we're spending $22 million less and that's a record. But to be fair to the mayor, he's saying that's not exactly what he said.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, thankfully, obviously, yes, future budgets are yet to come, and if they are indeed a combined record budget as we increase, we'll be saying that again. So I thank the council for the opportunity to clarify that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Eadie?
Yes, Madam Speaker, it was explained to me that the mayor was on the radio and they were talking about garbage bins overflowing and having people from around the area dumping into the bins that they don't own and or don't live in that particular property. And it was mentioned that, well, just lock the bin. and you won't have that abuse happen. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering if the mayor knows that we have a number of businesses like Luda's Restaurant on Salter Street where she keeps it locked at all times. And what happens, Madam Speaker, is people still dump their Chesterfields, bags and bags of garbage. Even though it's locked, they're dumping it beside it. And you know what happens, Madam Speaker? So you want to make a recommendation, you should understand what's really happening out there, Madam Speaker. So I was just wondering if the mayor's aware that those bins, even if they're locked, get abused, and then the carrier who's supposed to come and collect it and take that bin away or empty the garbage won't do it because there's needles, couches, bags of garbage all around it. So I'm just wondering if the mayor's aware, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the councillor for his question. And no doubt, Councillor Eadie has talked about bulky waste issues in his ward and other areas, among other things, for a long time. I have said consistently, where we can, reduce the ability for individuals to tamper with
Please. We've got a speaker on the floor.
where we can reduce the possibility for individuals to tamper with garbage receptacles and pull their contents out and you know, they end up all over the street. We should do that. We're taking, from several different fronts, we've been making efforts to try to reduce the amount of the garbage that is around our community, whether it's bulky waste or drinking cups or whatever could come out of a small receptacle. Where if we can lock up garbage cans in certain areas and that can help reduce that debris everywhere, I'm in favor of that. If we can get different garbage containers that can't be tampered with, I'm in favor of that. But I do acknowledge locking garbage cans is not the answer to everything. Councillor Eadie's right. I can absolutely appreciate where you've got bins sometimes that have locks on them. That doesn't stop individuals just from coming and dumping stuff beside the bin. So I would not say that locking garbage cans is the panacea to all things, the challenges we're facing. We're just trying to find ways, though, to reduce the amount of litter in our community. I do believe the receptacles that are along Main Street, Portage Avenue, and other places where they can be locked or secured or make it impossible or very difficult for people to tamper with them, I think that should be done. And so, but I appreciate the councillor's question.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We, like other jurisdictions throughout Canada, North America, and many parts of the world, are dealing with budget challenges. Of course, you can't solve a problem you can't explain. It's pretty hard to do because we're in the business of talking together in order to make decisions, explaining things to the public so they can vote on these things. In the last year or two, His Worship, our Mayor, has said in this chamber that the primary reasons for our budget increases are due to COVID, labor costs, and other factors. And I thought that was an unusual way to put it, a way I wouldn't put it because it's not very precise. And to say labor costs, well, I mean, how labor costs in terms of wage earners, that proportion of our inflation at City Hall is kind of minimal. In fact, in some sectors, labor costs are a smaller and smaller part of the budget. But I was thinking in terms of wages. It's really kind of on me, not just me, but on me, and I admit, should have figured this out earlier. It really just occurred to me this summer that when you say labor costs, it does make sense, it could make sense. It might make sense if you're talking about including salaries. And I wasn't thinking about that. So I'm asking His Worship, when he said labor costs, was he also including salaries, not just wages?
Mr. Mayor?
I thank the council for the question. Generally, and I don't know the specifics of when it was, generally, if I'm talking labor costs, in my mind, labor costs include everything: salaries, wages, benefits, pension contributions, and the like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. No further questions. Councillor Mays? Yeah, second round.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the mayor's credit, when he was finance chair, he resisted the urge to spend the revenue from the impact fee, despite pressure from many others, and that proved out to be, frankly, a godsend for the city when we lost the litigation and hadn't spent the money and still had it and had been accumulating interest.
This one?
This contrasts poorly, I would say, with the decision in the most recent budget to book the revenue from a 911 fee that doesn't yet exist. So we have, frankly, a problem. We have a problem that's on the backs of the taxpayers, which is we expected revenue, we budgeted for revenue, the revenue isn't there. It's hard to get the exact number out of the last budget, but it's certainly $1 a line starting roughly $300,000 a month, I would suggest, starting July 1st. Can the mayor clarify, something went wrong here? Was there a written agreement with the province? Did his office misinterpret what the province was saying? What has happened here? Has the province reneged? Because we have a problem that's getting worse and worse in the budget, which is we booked revenue from a 911 fee revenue we are not getting.
Thank you.
I want to thank the councillor for the question, Madam Speaker. Yes, the intention, the budget was passed, was that these funds would, the revenues would already started to be collected by now. They haven't. We are actively working with our staff. I think we're much closer with our staff on that, and also act in discussions with the province of Manitoba as far as the timing of that. So this is a matter we're working on right now.
Thank you. Right to the question.
Someone has made a multi-million-dollar mistake. Can the mayor release any correspondence that was had with the province? I wasn't on the budget working group, nor was Councillor Rowlands, so I don't know what might have been discussed there, but you were, Madam Speaker. So was the idea that the province had agreed to this? Has the mayor's staff misinterpreted? Did someone from the province renege? Could we have, if there's anything in writing on this, can we have that released so the public can see what went wrong here?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know that anything went wrong. It's just a matter of timing, and so be glad to provide any information that could assist the councillor.
Thank you. That's no further questions, I see. Let's move on to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. We have many items before us. Councillor Rowlands.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask for your help because I believe some items are going to need to be stood down. Otherwise, I'll move the majority of items 1 to 16.
Thank you.
With thanks. So I think there's a few here that are going to be stood down.
We will stand down 4. There's an amending motion. Councillor Mays?
15, please.
Okay, just one moment. 15 is subdivision and rezoning of LeMay. Next, Councillor Reedy.
5 and 6, please. 5 is the procedure.
5 is the procedure bylaws amendments. And 6, you mentioned?
Yeah, 6 is the
citywide residential
infill,
infill strategy. Councillor Wyatt. 2.
And 16?
2 is extension of time, Elmhurst Road. 16
There is an amendment on 16?
is 16, yes, there's an amending motion.
Okay.
The real estate policy framework. And that is it. Okay, I'll call the question.
Is 4 being amended?
4
is
yes.
called down.
Being stood
Yeah.
down?
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
that's right. Okay.
There we go.
Councillor Rowlands, thank you. With that, I'll call the question on 1 and 3.
Wow.
7, 8, 9, 10 through 14.
Excellent.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. The first item is item 2.
Item 2, extension of time, plan of subdivision and rezoning, 398 Elmhurst Road, DASZ 17 of 2022.
Councillor Wyatt?
It's a
Rise on a financial conflict and step over.
Pecuniary conflict of interest. Yes, thank you. We'll have you depart the chamber momentarily.
Are you going to call it, Mays?
Thank you. Councillor Rowlands on item 2.
Thank you. So moved.
Okay. Any further speakers? I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Okay. Get ready for the next item. Madam Clerk.
Item 4, concurrence of prioritized list of issues with recent legislative changes to the City of Winnipeg Charter Act.
And there's an amending motion going with this item. Motion 11, we're withdrawing. Councillor Orliko's not here, so we will not be dealing with it. There's a new motion. Motion 13, moved by Councillor Eadie, seconded by Councillor Gillingham, Mayor Gillingham, with respect to the municipal board, and that is in order. Councillor Rowlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to briefly introduce this. I think Mr. Mayor, actually, Madam Speaker, introduced components of what has changed earlier this morning, if you'll recall. In essence, what you have here is an appendix of issues, and they're in a variety of themes that this council knows very well, stemming from Bills 37 and 34 that came into effect October 29th, 2021, and September 1, 2023, respectively. In both pieces of legislation, make changes to the City of Winnipeg's charter and require the province to undertake a review in consultation with the city. And to that end, I, as well as the department, have been consulting on issues, around 5 issues: the municipal board, terminology like refused and rejected, development plans and unproclaimed sections of the Act, inconsistencies and general cleanups that, you know, is the fodder of a legislative review, especially one that is so critical to enabling our economy. So what you have here is the thick of it, Madam Speaker. I'm very interested in the City of Winnipeg Charter Act. I'm very interested in our Planning Act, and I'm very interested in the Met Region and the economic development priorities. I've said a lot in this chamber about the municipal board, and I will say that I'm amenable to the amendments, and I'll open that way, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor or Councillor Eadie, your opportunity to speak to the amending motion.
Yes, Madam Speaker. John and I have spent a lot of time, Councillor Orliko and I have spent a lot of time. Ultimately, having to get 500 citizens who are opposed to a development that's going to go to the municipal board to go against it is totally anti-democratic. Like, really? 500 people? There's only been a couple that have gone to the municipal board from the citizens who are opposed to development in the area. And that required 100 people. Like, the area that happened, you know, maybe it's easier for people to organize there and stuff like that, but I mean, it's really far and few between 100 people in opposition to be able to go to the municipal board. But now, to say 500, Madam Speaker, 500? Wow. Like, Madam Speaker, it's just, that is totally not right to the public. Yeah, we want to help developers develop. Madam Speaker, you know myself, I support many development agreements, and actually one of those ones that had 100 citizens go to the municipal board, I was actually in favor of what the community committee and then P&D and then council ended up voting on, and it was shut down. That's fine, but I thought it was a great project from the developer. I didn't understand the aspects, but so ultimately, there's been a number of problems as the chairperson has pointed out, Madam Speaker. But so this would amend it so that it's recommending 150. So it's adding 50 more, which in a sense in itself is like, if there's only been 2. Anyway, but this is what Councillor Orlikow has worked on, and he knows what he's doing, and so it's so moved.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Mays.
I'm troubled by some of the comments. I'm troubled by the document as a whole. I'm troubled in this sense. This is sort of the mirror image of what the staff proposed some years ago as a response to when the municipal board was created. The 500 should look familiar because that was going to be the Winnipeg suggestion for the threshold for public objectors. My reading is the current standard is 25, not 100, but perhaps someone can change that. Thanks. The package, I support the amendment. The amendment's better than having the 500. So kudos to Orlico and Edie for coming up with that. It's still a much higher threshold than the current 25. But what this package does is kind of flip on its head the objection we had earlier. The original draft of the provincial legislation was developers can appeal, not so much neighbors or residents. We objected to that. The staff then said, well, okay, but it'll be 500 in order for the citizenry to get there. So that got changed luckily down to 25. We're saying 150, but we're also saying in the very first provision, no appeals by landowners or applicants. So I'm not sure how that's going to promote building or densification or any of the goals we've been talking about. So this actually takes what was originally proposed by the Conservatives and completely inverts it, which is only the residents can get there, not the applicants, not the landowners, if indeed the province listens to this whole submission. And I actually would disagree with that, and I would disagree with the phrase, well, we don't want an unelected body telling us what to do. I think there's a serious problem to stand here and say, yes, we don't want that other level of government meddling in our planning decisions, just after we've said yes, but it's okay for the federal government to put certain requirements on us, like fourplexes everywhere, and a very specific height limit, and a very specific distance limit from a very specific determination of what frequent transit is. All of that's okay, because we're getting some money. Some Churchillian quotes about, once you get money, what that makes you, but I gotta say, I find it incredibly incongruous that we're very upset that the provincial level might have some say in our zoning decisions, but we're okay with the federal government doing that, as long as we get some money for it. So the HALF program has given out some commendable grants, some today, some for affordable housing. But the idea that somehow there's no control, there's no input on our local democratic decision-making is just complete falsehood. So I'll vote for the amendment. I don't think I'll vote for the overall package. I actually, dare we say, I tend to agree with Mr. Winthrop's editorial recently published that said, well, there is still a role for provincial oversight because, frankly, it brings a level of consistency. You've heard me go on about some of the decisions we've made here recently, and you'll probably hear me later on in this agenda. Things like the property on Grosvenor was one that was recently overturned by the municipal board. One of the ones I put in was overturned by the municipal board on a gravel lane requirement. Other decisions have been overturned by the municipal board. Frankly, maybe that's just politics. Maybe that's just if you have enough votes, you can get through for your ward what you want. In other words, well, not so lucky, but one can't blame the province for saying, shouldn't we have some measure of consistency here across the field? So frankly, I think if the province agrees to our suggestions here, I would certainly expect the development community to question why we're propounding only the residents can appeal now and none of the people who want to actually build. So kudos to Councillor Edie, to Councillor Orlico for spotting the problem with the suggested return from our staff that we would actually have a 500-person threshold, which I think is completely undemocratic. So the municipal board, we don't always agree with it. They overturned one of my decisions. That's okay, but I also don't think we should claim that we're upset with another level of government having some role in our planning decisions when we've made the vote around, and we will be doing a very intense exercise on what do you mean by fourplex? What do you mean by the height limit? What do you mean by 800 meters? That's pretty much micromanaging from the federal level as I see it. But that's not the vote today. The vote today is on this, so yes to the amendment, but I will not be supporting the overall package.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Edie, do you wish to close?
I'm just going to close.
On the amending
Yeah, on the
motion.
amendment, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to close on the amendment and just say the comments from my colleague, I think, are fair, but yeah, in the end, 500 is just ridiculous. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rowlands, your opportunity to close.
Yeah, and if I may, here's why I think you can support this motion, because the review is going to go in, and then the province has a year to read it, contemplate change, and make changes, to which all legislative changes, we will get another say. So I think that this is low risk. I appreciate the time and effort, though, in reviewing. We all care about it. We might hold different opinion, but you know, I definitely care about Bill 37 and 34, and while I want our enabling legislation to provide certainty for the City of Winnipeg, and as every member of council knows, Madam Speaker, patience isn't my virtue. I think that there's more to come with respect to the provincial government, their priorities for this legislation, after they've contemplated a review by the consultants, and so more to come on this.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on amending motion 13. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. And the main item 4 is amended. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Noted. Councillor Mays in opposition. Councillor Orlikow absent. Madam Clerk.
Item 5, development procedures bylaw amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Rowlands to introduce the item.
Madam Speaker, in some respects, Madam Speaker, this is a bit of a notes for you. Property and Development considered Council's direction on Council being the hearing body for the Housing Accelerator Fund, and to that end, we, considered a few amendments. And one of the amendments that I'll point out, and I'll listen for I'll turn it back over to council colleagues that pulled it down. But one of the things we talked about when all 16 members are in the chamber and you're in the speaker chair and chairing the meetings, Madam Speaker, is just that perhaps we could shorten the amount of time that we speak to 5 minutes. We considered that, we have a lot of experience doing hearings, not necessarily together, but apart within our community committees and certainly within various standing policy committees that hold hearings, and that we would do just like we do, except all together. And so this motion comes for council's consideration that provides some contours when council is designated as a hearing body in respect to a public hearing or combined hearing, and that we should follow the established practices and procedures that we follow from every hearing, just like much of the work that we did this month at Property and Development. And where council is designated the hearing body in respect to a public hearing or combined hearing, like many other jurisdictions, whether it is in Canada or around North America, as the mayor found out at the big city mayors, sorry, not the big city mayors, also probably there, but at Bloomberg Harvard, that really shortens public speaking opposite in a hearing to under 3 minutes, Madam Speaker, that we could be assured that 5 minutes was still very generous. So I'll open it that way. I'm very excited about this prospect of council designating a hearing body, in this case, designating ourselves, and I'll open that way, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any further speakers? Councillor Eady.
I stood it down, yeah.
Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stood down. I'm actually, I'm impressed. I'm totally in favor well, it was amended, I think, in EPC a little bit, but to add in the 5 minutes, I was listening to EPC while it was happening, Madam Speaker. The thing that troubled me, Madam Speaker, as you know, in the last council meeting, which was like 10 weeks ago, I had a concern about another host of zoning changes that were done that I believed under the motion we passed under the half should have been considered by all of council. And in that meeting, there was dialogue, and it totally demonstrated, Madam Speaker, how having one committee deal with the hearings and that sort of thing, and when it's related to zoning and that stuff, really you can't say nothing. EPC is allowed to change it, whatever, Madam Speaker. But ultimately, I thought there was something unreasonable in that one, and it was demonstrated by another colleague besides the chairperson as to why I felt that it was illegal, Madam Speaker. It should have been heard by all of council, where each member of council then has an opportunity to propose an amendment without having to go back to another hearing, and you could explain all the nuance and ask the administration a question, for example, because when we're in the hearing, we're allowed to talk to the administration. I could have pointed out that there was a concern by a colleague, but there are other rules that pertain to river lots, especially in flood zones, and which would prevent certain things from happening anyway. So, Madam Speaker, anyway, I appreciate that this is being done for our next 2 rounds of zoning changes related to the Housing Accelerator Fund. And I just wanted to say the 5 minutes, I think that's pretty good, because I think all of our experience has been, we ask, please, maybe not repeat several times, the points are made, right? But with 5 minutes, that gives the public a chance to present their concern, maybe not all their concerns, but it does give them a chance to present some concerns. And the thing is, there are questions, Madam Speaker. And in a hearing of all of council with you and the chair, you respect that if a member of council while hearing has a question, you get to ask the question, right? So I think that this is going to work really well. And what another thing I found amusing was it only required an amendment of the development procedures bylaw, Madam Speaker. Didn't require any charter changes, didn't require any changes to the procedures bylaw or organization bylaw or anything like that. Just simple amendments here to the development procedures. So anyway, I thank the chairperson for shepherding it through and actually adding in the 5 minutes, because actually in some senses it's a bit abusive on the members of council if you get 100 people wanting to speak for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Like Councillor Eadie, I'm impressed by it in 2 senses. The provision that talks about if the same matter is coming back again within a year, that's a good control. Thank you to whoever drafted that. I think that's the clerks, so thank you for that. And I'm hoping Councillor Rollins can clarify the phrasing, council is the hearing body for certain matters under the half. My understanding is, A, there would be a hearing around the malls and corridors, probably before Christmas, and B, there would be a separate public hearing, council again, on the fourplexy stuff, as I like to put it, the fourplexes, the 800 meters, that provision. So that's, I'm not sure one can get that immediately from the text that's in front of us, but I think we're all on the same page on that without getting into the buckets, we'll go at least twice on this, maybe a third time, but we'll go at least once on malls and corridors, and then a separate joy-filled public hearing of some hours on the fourplex provision. I'm paraphrasing here slightly.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Rollins, our chair to close.
So really appreciate the words from Deputy Speaker Edie and Madam Chair, your supportive eye contact. I do feel a bit that Property and Development was, trying to aim for those compliments today, Madam Speaker. It was delicate work that I'll credit Carlos and the team at Clerks that came in Property and Development to really contemplate this. Exciting day all around for Property and Development, but in particular, the implementation process that, Madam Speaker, I've been sort of very clear at Council that we are taking 3 big bites of an apple, and I want to keep going on pace, doing what we intend to do, frankly, to the end of the term. And yes, the next step in November is anticipated our first public hearing as a council body on malls and corridors. And then we go into some open houses where the highly anticipated next steps in the implementation process are public hearings coming up in March 2025, depending if we're on time and, working away at the engagement processes, and to consider the 4 units and up to 4 stories on residential lots. And then, of course, we'll see right through to next term with the 2026 rewrite of the zoning bylaws. So definitely, you want to stay tuned for that, but I can clarify that. Big moment this, little motion, pretty subtle, but a lot of work was put in it, and credit goes to always the great Department of Property and Development led by Hazel Boris, but in this case, the firm guidance of Clerks, Madam Speaker, who you spend a great deal of time with. So
We've discussed this. But
great. I hope it's unanimous, because it really matters when we're all a hearing body.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on item 5. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Councillor Eady, Deputy Speaker, will you move the motion that we can work past 6 p.m.?
I'll move to work past 6
All in
p.m.
favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. I think we're going to now recess for about 20 minutes.
Right now, or
Okay.
do you want to just, 6 is good to go
We could
fast.
finish 6, sure.
6 will go fast.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Item 6, citywide residential infill strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I referenced this just a minute ago in terms of staying the course, so I'll turn it over to those that perhaps Councillor Dobson, who originally moved the motion with Councillor Orlico, but I believe Councillor Eady may have stated it down.
Thank you. Councillor Eady?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this motion was actually pretty complex, and I'm not sure if some other colleagues besides Dobson are going to speak to this, but I stood this down, Madam Speaker, for one reason. Infill strategy. Now, we have our whole infill, areas, lower density, higher density, and all that kind of stuff. And we talk about a strategy, Madam Speaker, but at our last council meeting, there was a motion that was referred back to EPC, and it didn't show up, though. It was moved by Councillor Gilroy and seconded by Councillor Eady, related to having trying to get we were calling something different, but something like a core area initiative to deal with outside, all around the outside of downtown in neighborhoods like William White, Dufferin. We need to revitalize those neighborhoods. We need, there's a lot of things that need to do, and we need all levels of government to work on it. Now, an infill strategy, Madam Speaker, could be designed and focused in, and under our complete communities, we have those areas that are defined in terms of what level of infill and all that kind of thing. Now, Madam Speaker, what could happen with a strategy, this could be part of that tri-level agreement, and you have an infill strategy that looks at not only trying to, because I'm trying to remember the last number, but William White neighborhood, for example, was it 180 vacant derelict houses, or was it, I mean, there's 500 or 800 or whatever in the city. It seems to be growing. They're burning down. Some are getting ripped down. Our administration this year is a few interesting ones that have been happening in my ward, and I really appreciate that, Madam Speaker. But there's a lot of empty lots now, Madam Speaker. And they're going to sit there because we need a strategy for infill where there's ownership and rental, where these lots that will sit empty and people will speculate, but nobody wants to build, we could have a strategy that looks at these neighborhoods because they're all there. I think Spence neighborhood might be one, and why even maybe to some degree the Chalmers neighborhood, South Chalmers maybe, Madam Speaker. Anyway, so I just wanted to point out, well, I'm going to be voting for this, that it was received as information. I know it's a very, really controversial proposal that Councillor Orlikow and Dobson move forward, but I just wanted to point out to my colleagues that, you know, there are some things that we need, and there's a bunch of pieces, Madam Speaker, that we are doing already that could go into what I call neighborhood revitalization. And then there's other levels of things. The Minister of Housing and Addictions doing a number of things. What we need to do, Madam Speaker, is bring a bunch of people together, look at what's being done, where do we target focus. We know that that's happening in downtown right now, Madam Speaker. That is definitely happening now in downtown. And I love the 11 half projects. Some of those are, I think they're all infill projects. Well, except for that one bill. Anyway, they're like infill projects, right? So this is what's happening for downtown. I was a little disappointed. I know there was some applications. There's some really bad properties that need to be gone in my ward on Main Street, just outside of downtown, And I was sad that that one of those proposals didn't make it. Oh well, I don't know for what reason or whatever, Madam Speaker, but I just wanted to point out an infill strategy rather than, you know, we have the complete communities, we focus, we say what we want to do there, whatever. The downtown zoning bylaw has its thing, and but a strategy is where do we have the biggest problem? Let's try to target it and resolve it through doing or promoting ownership infill as well as rental infill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Mays.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with receiving this information as moved to DPC. There was a conscious decision made by council, at least those of us who voted for the infill guidelines, which were shepherded through by Councillor Gilroy, to her credit, back in 2021, that those applied only to certain areas of the city, the mature communities. There was a fair bit of time spent on defining what did we really mean by mature community, and a lot of work done to try and make sure that was applied equally in different neighborhoods. We can't really call them the infill guidelines anymore. They're the infill rules now. We'll have to get used to that. As of, I think, 2 meetings ago of council, I voted for that as well. The idea that, hey, let's just spread this across the city, I don't think is appropriate. The idea was to try and encourage infill in some of the older neighborhoods. Obviously, it's controversial, the blanket terms that get thrown around. Oh, it's all failed housing, and where houses past their useful lifespan. I don't know. I've been to Councillor Rollins' house. It's older than mine. I don't think it's past its useful lifespan. It's a very nice house. Good for her. You go down Wellington Crescent or go down Kingston Crescent. Those are older homes. Some of them are 100 years old. They're not past their useful lifespan. They're not failed housing. So one can get into the details, but the larger point here was made actually by Appeals Committee yesterday, to the credit of Appeals Committee. there was a hearing with somebody trying to take the infill rules and move them across into the mature community neighborhood, saying, well, just over here, you've been doing this. Yeah, that's what line drawing is. There are two sides of a line. So, to the credit of councillors Dobson, Allard, Rollins, and Duncan, they sided with the administration and with the residents who said, no, we shouldn't be bringing in a different set of rules, arbitrarily allowing some of this in some wards and not in others. So that's the framework we consciously decided to make. We are going to have a debate. The infill rules, to the credit of some of the staff who worked on that, Kostiuk, Mahe, and others, was we're just going to leave the fourplex concept alone. That's going to be dealt with by council later, but we've got pretty clear rules now on triplexes, duplexes, some of what was envisaged in the original infill guidelines. So I support what EPC said here. Let's leave that alone. We are going to have a debate within a year about what do we want to do with this whole idea of fourplexes, but I want to commend Appeals Committee the other day for being consistent and saying, yeah, it's, people can get up there and claim they're going to solve the housing crisis, but there are a set of rules. These people weren't complying with the rules, so Appeals Committee said, no, we're going to follow the staff and the residents. I think that was the right call to make, and reflecting that, yeah, I think we should just receive this motion as information.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, Councillor Rollins to close.
Thank you. I do want to be really direct with council about the work plan and where it is and where it isn't in the priorities, and I really appreciate the motion, and I really appreciate, and I think it's really important to say on the record, the housing challenges that all wards have in various different ways, from Mynarski to Point Douglas to Daniel McIntyre. There's not a community committee that goes by that Councillor Orlico and I don't have a development in our wards, but there are many months that go by where Councillor Gilroy does not, and that is really critical, and it's critical to have kind of an equity lens on that, to consider what we're doing together for each other to build a stronger city. And certainly, if I didn't believe that the work that we had before us was going to get us there, then, I would obviously probably take a different position opposite this as a priority. I obviously only have residential infill in my ward. I think that's obvious. I have no other types of development. And so, but I do think we're on the right path to building a stronger city together. I do think we have a lot of the right ingredients, and I do have a meeting with Minister Smith really soon, and guess what constituency is shared between Daniel Mack and Mynarski and, a bit of, Point Douglas is Minister Smith. So I think it's really critical that we're listening to each other, our priorities, and I think we are very much on a successful path. I truly believe that.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on item 6. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. There are 2 more items under this committee, and then on to water and waste. I think it was the will of council to take a recess right now for about 20-25 minutes. Okay. And we'll reconvene at about 6:20, 6:30. Thank you. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of September 26, 2024. We're on the Standing Policy Committee of Property and Development, item 15. We do have Councillor Chambers. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be recusing myself on apprehension of bias, or perceived apprehension of bias.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 15, subdivision and rezoning, 823 LeMay Avenue and land located between 35 de la Digue Avenue and 100 Villa Maria Place, DASZ 9 of 2024.
Thank you. Our Chair, Councillor Rollins, to introduce the item, 615.
Thank you. Standing Policy Committee of Property and Development concurred in the recommendation of Riel Community Committee, Madam Speaker, and EPC also concurred in the recommendation of the Standing Policy Committee on P&D, and that's how it gets to council.
Thank you. With that, any other speakers on this item? Councillor Mays.
Excuse me. Admirable brevity from Councillor Rowlands there. A few words in praise of Councillor Chambers, who is conflicted himself out on this one. He and I had a good talk about this, more generally, not this file, but just where we are on housing in general. And I think we cleared the air a bit. This file, for those who've read it, applicant wanted 5,000 units. Very good city report from the planners, recommend 800 units. Completely proportional to what they've recommended in areas like my ward. If you can put 4 units on 5,000 square feet, math's pretty easy on what you can do in a million, which is what this is. It's 800. It's exactly proportional. So actually, to Diana Skierski and some others, I thought that was actually a pretty measured report. That said, at the public hearing, for a couple of different reasons, the Councillor Allard and I did not support the application. It has rolled through without a whimper after that. So why did I pull it then? 2 reasons. It's almost certainly moot anyway. The applicant's gone to the municipal board. Due to our failure to hear this in August, the city countered that, haha, no, there's a different element to this, and as long as we make a final decision by September 24th or 25th, it's all fine. Well, obviously that hasn't been done. We're here today. So it's almost certainly all moot anyway, and it'll be thrashed out at the municipal board. Perhaps these comments, if Hansard is legible, can be used in one way or the other there. But back to Councillor Chambers. He and I talked about housing in general, and I guess what we came up with was, you know, there are those who have said, well, you're either a visionary or an exclusionary, or there are those who have said, oh, I think it was the federal government who said, well, we voted to legalize housing. For clarity, housing was actually never illegal in anywhere where we've voted to move forward, and it's not on this file, but the vote on the half did not actually legalize housing. And if you actually want to get into inflammatory rhetoric that's wildly inaccurate, I suppose you can. But I think Chambers and I actually had a pretty good discussion in which he said, look, I think there are exceptions in your ward. I think there are exceptions in my ward. So we talk about a crisis, and we do need more housing. And I think the work along the malls and the corridors will help with that. But what I think we need to be wary of is the kind of shaming and the kind of blaming and the kind of demonizing that sometimes occurs around here when people come forward and object in their neighborhoods to a proposed development, and people are told that they're in favor of climate change, or they're insensitive to the needs of the poor, or they're insensitive to the needs of young couples who need housing, or they're indifferent to any number of other things. So if we really believe that it's a crisis, and by God, we have to do everything we humanly can to develop within our means, well then, why didn't somebody pull this earlier? Why didn't somebody say, hey, this is 800 units, they're all within 800 meters of frequent transit? I don't think that's even debatable, because frequent transit runs down Pembina, down into St. Norbert, but surely it's a little more complicated than that down there at the LeMay Forest, and I think Councillor Chambers would want me to say that surely if there are exceptions in his ward, and this appears to be one of them, where we aren't saying, well, it's a crisis and therefore let's do 800 or 5,000 units, we are saying quite the contrary. No, we're listening to the residents. We have concerns about the loss of the trees. If that constitutes a de facto expropriation, I guess the municipal board will make that call, or the courts will. But that is not my point. My point is to say, I was glad that we cleared the air, Councillor Chambers and I, to say it isn't as simple as someone's an exclusionary and someone's a visionary if they voted for the half. It's rather more complicated than that. It's rather more complicated in that obviously we are making an exception here in this ward saying, no, we're not just going to go with the developer. We're not going to put 800 units in, damn the residents and their concerns, they're all NIMBYs. We're not saying that. So all I would ask is, well, let's use that same discretion, that same consideration, that same balancing when we look at issues in some other wards. We all have our concerns. I'll talk about gravel lanes sometimes. I'll talk about how there certainly should be a reasonable lot size minimum for fourplexes. That's in the motion we just saw from last November. And what exactly that'll be, I guess we'll have to sort that out next year. But I would just say perhaps a cooling of the rhetoric, and I think Councillor Chamberson and I accomplished that to his credit, and I think to mine, to say, look, there are exceptions. It isn't as easy as one is an exclusionary or a visionary or, oh, you didn't vote for this, you don't want housing to be legal. It's more complicated, and this is an example of that. So when we get to those debates, those public hearings that Councillor Rollins was talking about a few minutes ago, just bear that in mind. If you're voting today to not proceed with 800 units or 5,000 units of housing, then please let's not tell people who show up and also have concerns about their communities and their neighborhoods. Let's not shame them. Let's not blame them for, let's not say they're in favor of perpetuating a crisis. Let's try and find a balance. The mayor ran on the council on the corridors and malls, and that is fair. That was always part of the part of this SPAP. But really this idea of fourplexes everywhere, and then the staff say, did you mean up to fourplexes? No, the federally imposed requirement was fourplexes everywhere. Okay, do we really mean everywhere? No. Even the motion says, well, on paved roads and lanes, and with a certain lot size minimum. So we'll have to haggle all that out. But, so I come not to bury Councillor Chambers here, but to praise him and to say, look, we seem to have, this is an important precedent, important model here. We are listening to the community. We're not going to simply blindly go ahead and ignore the residents and their concerns. We're going to take a breath and say, well, even with our concerns about housing, there are exceptions. So on that, I think I stand aligned with Councillor Chambers. There are going to be exceptions in his ward. There are going to be exceptions in my ward. Probably going to be exceptions in every ward. How do we work out the details? Well, I guess we'll sort that out at the public hearing. But I would just ask for some of the same consideration for people in Councillor Orliko's ward, my ward, Dobson's ward, other wards that is being afforded to the people here. We'll see what happens with the municipal board. But for today, at least, let's note none of us are rushing to change the recommendations of EPC. None of us are rushing to say 800 units, within 800 meters of transit. By God, let's go with that. So let's use that same judgment, that same respect for the residents when we come to other matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on this item. Seeing none, Councillor Rollins to close.
Thank you. Appreciate the words from my colleague, Madam Speaker, to engage in an appeal against rhetorical fallacies, Madam Speaker, and misleading reasoning, and I think that that's really fair. To tackle the crisis, we need a comprehensive approach. We certainly don't need rhetorical fallacies and misleading reasoning, and we probably do need a lot more diplomacy and collaboration, some that you'll see in real time coming up at the next motion pertaining to amendments to the real estate policy framework in support of affordable housing by colleagues Wyatt and Schreier, Madam Speaker. What I'll say about this is that we had several appeals before committee, and each and every one of them, it seemed that Mr. Winthrop, who is the representative of this developer, was advancing before Property and Development, Madam Speaker. And I'll say this about Mr. Winthrop. I've known him for quite a few years now, and I really do appreciate, which I told him in advance of him getting ready for an appeal, whether it was this one or another one, that I really appreciate his updates because he supports women in development and is quite proud of developing people. And so I have that to say about him, and I'll focus on, you know, what aligns us and not necessarily what divides us. And I think that that's what we should do today. If you could call the question, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Next item, item 16, Madam Clerk.
Item 16, amendments to the real estate policy framework in support of affordable housing.
We have the main item. We have motion 14, the amending motion moved by Councillor Schreier, seconded by Councillor Wyatt. I understand you'd like to withdraw.
Rescind that motion with support of the seconder.
Councillor Wyatt, you concur? Okay. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. There's now a new motion that's similar, amending motion 15, moved by Councillor Wyatt and seconded by Councillor Schreier, that will be considered. It's being circulated at this moment. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Council will recall that we are engaged in a generational change with respect to our zoning bylaws and with the support of the Housing Accelerator Fund. What we know too is that since taking office, all of us have been concentrating on housing motions and advancing those. And some of them we started right back in November of 2022. I think the month after we were elected, maybe December, it went through council on amendments that would provide property, city property, for social housing, affordable housing. And so here we are, doing what we said we're going to do. And the CAO, and thanks to our team, Mark Pite, Gord Chappelle, and the CAO was delegated by council to really declare city-owned land surplus intended for affordable housing, subject to the circulation requirements in the declaration of surplus and sale of property policy. And then further to regardless of the value, the city-owned land will be intended to for affordable housing and really must remain affordable housing through the life of the agreement. These are key features I think we can be really proud of as a council and I hope it passes unanimously. To that end, it's important to understand too that what we'll be doing is we will be delegating to the CAO once more the authority to declare the city-owned properties intended for affordable housing as surplus. And you know what? There's a lot of people interested in this housing. I've been approached sometimes by 5 or 6 groups on the same plot of land, and key to that, Madam Speaker, and key to drawing down funds, whether they're green build of FCM, whether they're the Housing Accelerator Fund or the Rapid Housing Initiative that we had before it, CMHC is land assembly. So this is a really key step. If you're interested in affordable housing and you know that there's a lot of providers out there, we know we got 66 applications and $166 million of requests. This is a really key step. It's really, if you thought we were one and done with the Housing Accelerator Fund, no, we have more planned, and this is that moment. We release this property and it gets exciting from here because there's more to do. So 825 Taché, Cal Gardner Drive, William Avenue, Pacific Avenue, Osborne, Pembina Highway, Watt Street, Granite Way. Here it is. Now, colleagues have come with a amending motion to delete recommendation 1A, the Cal Gardner Drive property, and then renumber the recommendations accordingly. I'm amenable to this, Madam Speaker, and I'll tell you why. I think the point today for me is to get this property out the door today. Now, there is property that we require. It's zoned, I believe, commercial right now, but we require a 2/3 majority vote here, and I am absolutely willing to let go of this property to get that vote, Madam Speaker. I think it's really important, though, that we get as much out the door today. It's a critical moment. So I'm amenable to this motion, but I hope it's fairly unanimous because I know people need us to see us do this. They need us to be doing more on housing, and this is more.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, your opportunity to speak to the item and your amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to note that, I moved the motion reluctantly. I'm very supportive of what Councillor Rollins has indicated. However, when I indicated, and I did respond with the administration back in December of 2023 regarding this property, I indicated to them at the time that there is an active transportation path along the side of this property and that the land should be set aside as our right-of-way. They're calling for an easement instead of a ownership of the right-of-way. I think it's important that an active transportation path be treated no different than a roadway for cars, that bicycles are just as important, and physical exercise, whether you're walking or biking, that the right-of-way be secured as city land versus giving it up through the easement. So actually, I am committed to bringing this property back to what Councillor Rollins was speaking about. Once we have a chance to follow up with the public service, namely the real estate department of the city, to bring this back so that we have the land set aside as city-owned land. We don't have to have an easement on a private title, and to ensure that that connectivity exists. This is called the Flamingo Pathway. It connects from the north to the south. It actually connects up to Transcona Boulevard, which is the Park City pathway, connecting all the way down to the Transcona Trail, and via into what's called Sir Wilfrid Laurier Park. Furthermore, to complicate this site, which is the map, you can see the attachment. It shows Cal Gardner Drive as one access to the property, Steve Mimco Drive as one access. Believe it or not, if you look at iView or if you look at Google Maps, Cal Gardner Drive does not exist. It's not installed. The developer in question, Genstar, in this neighborhood, this is considered Devonshire Village, did not build out Cal Gardner from Primac Place through to the property line because they didn't need to. They built a multiple family housing project on the north side of Cal Gardner, so land is actually landlocked. Steve Mimco as well does not exist. It turns basically onto Larry Vicker Drive, and there's a section. So there's basically about 100 feet on one section that's maybe 110 feet where a road stops in advance. Further down is probably about 300 feet in terms of the actual address, the main road accessing the site being Cal Gardner Drive, which means that it would drive up the cost in terms of affordable housing. However, the councillor and I are both on the Winnipeg Housing Board of Directors, and we have worked with Winnipeg Housing to find a way to get property earmarked, and they find a way to make it work with their applications to different government authorities to help cover those types of costs. Furthermore, the entire site is a concrete parking lot, not a brownfield, not a clean greenfield site. All the parking would have to be removed. I also question the need to have a connection running right through the middle of the site, which is being called for here as a public easement, because frankly, that actually devalues the site in terms of the ability to build affordable housing on it. But that connectivity is really not necessary with the connection further to the south. So there's just a little bit of work that needs to be done, but I'm committed to bringing it back and having the site as a future site for affordable housing as soon as possible. And I give my commitment to this council for that. I've been spearheading affordable housing projects for a number of years. We did build Sir Paul Martin Estates on Chrislin. We have another 2 acres available now with Winnipeg Housing on Transcona Boulevard that we've earmarked as a council, and they've got some big issues there that they're working through in terms of the soil from the Park City Commons that was dumped on their site that they got to remove. But they're working that through, and they've been filing applications towards the HAF as well. And this one, it takes a little bit of lifting as well, just because of the nature of the site not being connected, being landlocked, because of the concrete parking on the site, because of the bike path that I want to make sure is preserved as city-owned land. But I want to commit to bring this back as early as possible, because I support affordable housing on this site. So thank you for the chair for supporting, and I hope all members of council support the amendment. Thank you, and I'll support the clause accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a bit of a whirlwind this evening in terms of dealing with this report item, just given, well, the seriousness of it. We're dealing with the seriousness of declaring surplus assets and dealing with the seriousness of affordable housing. And in this case, just to clarify, because the amendment has changed from an hour ago, it is regarding, my concerns were over what's on this report, item 545 Monroe, which is the home of the Elmwood Community Resource Center. They've been there for 9 years now after sort of going through another flurry of events back in 2015 in order to secure the Elmwood Community Resource Center a home, which they love. And in fact, it's in recent years, the last couple of years, that the Elmwood Community Resource Center, led by Nina Kondo, the executive director, had been looking themselves at developing an affordable housing project. A very ambitious one, as a matter of fact, with a specific consideration to housing for women and families suffering from family violence. And on that case, being aware of their work to create affordable housing, notable number of housing, I've been rather aware and rather supportive, of course. It happens to be that the concern was whether they could get this done in time, and Nina was scared, and therefore so was I. Having said that, in the last hour, it's been made clear to us, including by Sherry Rowlands and as well as members of the administration, Myra Gear, Richard Mahe, that they are in fact going to work with the Elmwood Community Resource Center. In fact, they already have, but continuing tomorrow to work with Nina Kondo and the Elmwood Community Resource Center to work towards achieving their goal of affordable housing project on this property. It's not just this property. If you look at the item, it does show 2 addresses, because the address next door happens as well to be city-owned property. It happens to be the property of a former fire hall. And on that basis, being able to sell them together makes for the ability to have a rather significant housing project. And on that basis, since we've had that extra guarantee in the last hour, I'm pleased to hear that. So is Nina Kondo. And with that support for the Elmwood Community Resource Center to continue their work with the administration to create that affordable housing project, I'm glad to rescind that aspect of the amendment. Having said that, we are always looking at the intent of these things. And sometimes things don't exactly fit the intent. Sometimes you need someone specific to this to sort of point that out. And in this case, none other than Russ Wyatt, who, let's face it, knows a thing or two about development in Transcona. How do we know that? Well, you don't have to take my word for it. We can all talk about it. I happen to have been witness to it as a member of the community committee. And this year, and in fact in my first term, looking at a significant amount of development, a significant amount of notably dense development here and there, for which he's always stood by dense development because it does make it more affordable. In fact, just in this month alone, we've had 2 community committees in Transcona in which we were developing neighborhoods with hundreds of units. In fact, just last week, we had a 9-hour meeting, half of which, just on Monday. I wish it was further away. But anyway, a 9-hour meeting that I had to chair, and keeping up with Russ Wyatt. And hats off to the administration, our clerk's office, for doing that as well, because it was a very ambitious, large neighborhood, almost 1,500 units to this new neighborhood, including affordable housing, apartments, and to which Russ Wyatt stood by to make sure that there was a full gamut of types of housing in this new neighborhood. So look, that is Russ Wyatt's testament to density and affordable housing. That cannot be denied. So all I can do is look at this in the same pattern. Russ Wyatt is being consistent with his vision for real neighborhoods, densification in these neighborhoods, including affordable housing, just this week as well. So on that basis, when Russ Wyatt says this doesn't work, that makes sense to me. He's pointed out why this doesn't fit the other affordable housing units that he's been working towards, not just this week, which he obviously did because it got passed. It's going up to, well, given all the amendments to it, you know, Councillor Wyatt, going up the chain to the Property Planning and Development Committee to get to EPC. And in this case, you know, I'm going to be a little sensational in this case. Sometimes, you know, maybe someone wants to make Portage Avenue a landing strip. And, well, maybe it doesn't fit. Well, what are you going to say? He's against air travel or avionic tourism or trade? Well, no. Sometimes you just don't have the fit. All right, that was an exaggeration. I admit to that one. But having said that, not bad. You like that one? Well, can you imagine? So anyway, in this case, Councillor Wyatt simply saying, this isn't the fit. On Monday, there was a fit, and he fought for that. And he made sure this one isn't. And that's why there's an exception in this case. That's why he's asking for this amendment. And thank you to Councillor Rollins for having been part of solving this amendment issue in the last hour or two. And to the administration, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mayor Gillingham.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I took the bait. I'm trying to imagine where planes would land on Portage Avenue, and I can't find it. Top of the monorail. Well played, Councillor Mays. Well played. Channeling former Mayor Stephen Juba. Nonetheless, I just want to rise to say I'll be supporting the main clause and the amending motion as well. I want to thank Councillors Rollins and Wyatt for working together. Appreciate hearing that Councillor Wyatt will be bringing this ultimately back to make it available for affordable housing and just working out some of the details that need to be worked out. I also want to take a moment just to thank this standing committee and Councillor Rollins and her leadership. This is very important. We have been talking for quite some time about identifying lands, and I want to thank our staff for doing this as well, to the work that they have. Identifying City of Winnipeg lands that we can deem surplus and declare surplus so that we can get housing built on them. And specifically here, we're looking at affordable housing. I won't belabor the point or repeat what's been said at length about the need for more housing, but I just want to thank all those involved in getting us to this point here.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins, do you wish to close? Or first it'll be the amending motion. Pardon me. Councillor Wyatt, no. Councillor Rollins?
Madam Speaker, if you could call the question.
Thank you. All in favor of amending motion 15? Contrary? Yeah. That's carried. And all in favor of the main item as amended, 16? Contrary? That's carried. Okay. On to the notice of motion. It's under Property and Development. It's from the July 18th council meeting, moved by Councillor Wyatt and seconded by Councillor Orlico regarding the development application timeline. Okay, and there's also an amending motion that goes with this, motion 7, moved by the mayor and seconded by Councillor Wyatt. Okay. Councillor Wyatt, your opportunity to introduce the main motion.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I think it's been moved by Councillor, I think it's been referred. We have a motion. There's another motion on the
There's an
table.
amending motion.
Right, yeah.
Yes, and we'll get to that.
Okay, very good.
Do you want
No,
to hand
I'll
it over to
stand
the
by
mayor?
and let the mover of the amending motion speak, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Simply want to thank Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Orlico as well for the original motion. Councillor Wyatt and I worked on a motion here, an amendment here that really would task the public service with reporting back on specific improvements undertaken or recommended to meet the intent of the following immediately after the therefore be it resolved. So I think it's pretty straightforward here. We're going to send it to the process and the consultant and have our staff report back on these improvements.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Motion are we on here?
7. It goes with the notice of motion
Sorry, got it.
that's on the electronic agenda. Okay. Okay, no further speakers. Mr. Mayor, do you wish to close? No? Councillor Wyatt, I'll call the question.
I'd like to thank the mayor for moving the motion to refer and to keeping the matter alive. And it's definitely something we've heard about in our, from different applicants, and welcome the fact that there's actually a process available through the consultant who's been hired related to the HAF to look at options with regards to increasing the speed by which applications come to community committees for hearings, as well as the back end of that once the hearing is approved, trying to figure out what resources are required or what the issues are at property development and across the organization, legal as well, with regards to signing off for executing the development agreements, which sometimes is taking upwards of 12 months to 18 months. So we've constricted the amount of time that we can lay matters over at a public hearing up to basically the equivalent of 3 months. But the front end and the back end has been an issue, even though with Bill 37, we have certain timeframes that have to be met. But if it's deemed that the application is not complete, that's part of the issue as well, from the point of view of those who are making applications. So hopefully we can find some solutions to that to ensure the process moves smoother and faster. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on amending motion 7. All in favor? Contrary, carried. And the main notice of motion as amended, all in favor? Contrary, that's carried. We'll now move on to bylaws under P&D for first reading only. Councillor Wyatt?
108.
You're declaring a conflict on 108 of 2024 for the which item? That is the rezoning land
Correct.
on Court Avenue and
Financial,
the
yeah.
pecuniary. Thank you. He did say pecuniary. Yes. Okay. And Councillor,
Yep. I move that the following bylaws be read a first time, Madam Speaker. Bylaw number 108, 2024.
all in favor? Contrary, carried. We'll just wait a moment. We can deal with the other items. We can have Councillor Wyatt back.
2024.
Okay, we could move on,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Madam Speaker, did you want me to move on?
Just a moment. Yeah.
You have to be.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I move the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 105, 2024, bylaw number 106, 2024, bylaw number 107, 2024.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 105 of 2024, bylaw number 106 of 2024, bylaw number 107 of 2024.
Okay. Next set of bylaws for second and third reading. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, item 20, pecuniary.
Item 20, and that is Court Avenue.
Correct.
Pecuniary conflict, as you've stated.
Yeah.
Okay, just stand by, please. Don't go too far away. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, bylaw number 20, 2024, so moved.
All in favor? Contrary?
Can I
That's
move
carried.
it
Bylaw number
a
20,
third time?
2024.
Yeah.
We'll let the clerk read. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, read the item into the...
Bylaw number 20 of 2024.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I move that
We'll have
bylaw
Councillor Wyatt back.
No, Madam Speaker, sorry, if I may, move for third reading of bylaw 2024, Madam Speaker, and then I will continue on.
Okay, I don't have that on my sheet, but yes, go ahead.
Okay, so moved, bylaw number 2024, for a second and third reading now.
All in
Third-
favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. That's just second reading, I believe.
Shall we go for the third reading then? I think that was third.
Just two readings.
No, we're going to do third.
Okay.
Can we
Madam
do third
Clerk?
at the same time?
Apologies. Bylaw number 20 of 2024.
And I'm,
That one does not have a third reading?
it did
Mr.
have a
Clerk?
third reading.
It does? Okay.
Which
Thank
is-
you. I see it now. Thank you.
All right, I'll move that bylaw number 62, 2024 be read for a second time, Madam Speaker.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 62 of 2024.
And Madam Speaker, I move that bylaw 62, 2024 be read a third time and the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Madam Speaker, I failed to say that for 2024. I think that council knew my meaning, that I intended that third to be read, the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed, but I'll leave it to the clerks, FYI.
Yes, that's noted. Okay, next. The question?
I move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 110, 2024, bylaw number 113, 2024.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 110 of 2024, bylaw number 113 of 2024.
Madam Speaker, I move the bylaws number 110, 2024 and 113, 2024 be read a second time.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 110 of 2024, bylaw number 113 of 2024.
I move that the rule be suspended in bylaws number 110, 2024 and 113, 2024 be read a third time and the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary, that's carried. We'll now have question period under this committee. Any questions for the chair?
I feel like there's more items. No, we're good. Sorry. Question period, yes.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, let's move to the next committee. Councillor Duncan, you've been waiting for this. Committee on Water and Waste in the Environment.
Yes, waiting my whole life. Here we go. Before I do introduce this report, I just wanted to thank Councillor Mays for his time as chair of this committee, and now being a year into my time on the Executive Policy Committee, I know the amount of commitment and work that takes, so for his long-standing tenure on the EPC Committee as well through several mayors, congratulations and thank you for your time on that. I'd like to introduce the report of September 9th and move adoption of consent agenda items 1 through 4.
Councillor Mays?
Please.
One? Yeah. Just one? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll call the question on 2 through 4. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Item 1, building emissions reduction strategy.
Councillor Duncan, the chair.
I'll wait to hear from my council colleague.
Councillor Mays?
Yeah, thank you to Councillor Duncan for the generous remarks. That's very decent of him. This should probably be read in conjunction with the notice of motion put forward by Councillor Gilroy and myself today. We should do something on building emissions. We have some commitment to that in the strategic plan. The mayor had some commitment to that in his platform. I do not think I've ever seen, though, here at number 1, a layover to consider whether to grant a layover. So the layover requested after a year is, can we have another 6 months, please? So we would completely miss this budget cycle and beyond to the next. Two things. So I would encourage you to read the notice of motion, which we'll be debating next month, which would perhaps catch this budget rotation in terms of trying to do something on building retrofits and recognizing the social benefit of reducing carbon emissions. That social benefit was vital. It was the key, in fact, that produced a positive cost-benefit analysis when one looks at the Kenaston widening. We're not revisiting that debate, but I did say that I thought that set an interesting and perhaps valuable precedent that we should go and consider the social benefit of carbon reduction in other contexts. This is one of them. So we'll come to that debate next month on the Kenaston math and how it can be applied on building retrofits. We'll come to that next month and probably, hopefully, refer to the budget process. For today, I leave it to the committee to decide whether they want to grant this extension. I will, however, point out that if you go back to the building report that was done in September of 2023, where we had asked for the most cost-efficient model, if you could spend up to 15 buildings and up to 80 million bucks, what would you do, City of Winnipeg, to reduce carbon emissions? There's a remarkable inclusion in there, remarkable in that it would save only 5 tons of carbon emission per year for $5 million. To give you a context, we dropped about 7 million, maybe, with the province at Brady, and to do the flaring. That saves 95,000 tons each year. versus this odd inclusion of a proposal to have a $5 million retrofit that would only save 5 tons. And then you say, well, what building was that? Well, it's the Eldon Ross Pool. And something tells me maybe we shouldn't be spending $5 million to energy retrofit the Eldon Ross Pool because we're trying to sell it. So if the committee goes back and decides to grant the 6 months extension to the year-long extension, could you please ask the staff why a couple of months before the Eldon Ross Pool was suggested in the budget for sale, the staff also suggested dropping $5 million to save virtually nothing. It wasn't really an energy retrofit at all. It was just a fixing up an old building, clearly. But why that would have been identified as a cost-efficient way to spend $5 million to save energy. Hopefully, we can just delete it, and then, frankly, the Mays-Gilroy motion looks even better for the math. Now you're down to $45 million, not $50, and you're still saving the same amount. That looks even better. So I leave it to the committee to decide whether or not they want to lay this over further, and I'll vote for the request for 30 days. But please, when you're back at the committee, can you please ask them, what the hell with this recommendation on Eldon Ross Pool if 2 months later the city staff are saying, let's sell the thing?
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Duncan to close.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Excellent points, and those questions will be raised. Call the question.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Okay. We now have a notice of motion moved by Councillor Mays, seconded by Councillor Gilroy. It'll appear on next month's council agenda. It's regarding the carbon tax payment and obligations. We have no bylaws under this committee. We'll now move into question period. Any questions for Councillor Duncan, our chair? Any questions? Seeing none, next committee is the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduce the report and move adoption of consent agenda items number 1 and 2.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Thank you, Chair Councillor Santos. We now have motion 4. And this is moved by Councillor Mays, seconded by Councillor Allard. It's an automatic referral to the Standing Committee.
Unless I speak to that and
Yes.
try to get it considered today?
That's right.
Okay.
Councillor Mays wishes to suspend the rules. Councillor Mays?
Yes, of those present. Thank you to Clerk Cowan for clarifying that.
Okay, so you wish to suspend the rules to deal with the item today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll call the question on that. That would require 2/3. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Okay.
So much.
Okay, and now the item, motion 4, Councillor Mace.
Noting the hour, I'll try and be brief. We have a log jam at the City of Winnipeg. A number of park and renamings have run into a process difficulty with the Welcoming Winnipeg process. Former CAO Mike Jack talked about this at a relatively recent meeting. This impasse will be solved in some way at some point, but we don't know. So I've got 2 parks out there to be named for gold medal winning curlers that are stalled out. There's also this one for Louise Johnston, who Councillor Allard has honored as well. So the idea was to rename William Johnstone Park for Louise Johnston, which seemed appropriate as it's right next to Penner's School in St. Vital. Louise was a long-time school trustee. Interestingly, she actually survived 2 different boards that she sat on. She was a Norwood Division school trustee with Nancy Allen before Nancy got into provincial politics. Then she was a St. Boniface School Division trustee, survived the collapse of that when it became Louis Riel, and then was a long-time Louis Riel School Division trustee. Very proud of her Métis heritage. That's on her Twitter page, front and center. And then we don't know when we're going to be done with the impasse on the park naming. Dave Domke, to his credit, has pointed out one can just name park assets, park amenities for people. That is not covered under the Welcoming Winnipeg. We have an outdoor classroom in this park. It is well-used and well-loved by the kids at Penner School. It was in the budget 2023. It's done. I'd like to open it, but it seemed kind of weird to be opening something in a park that you're going to rename. We're stalled out. I would request we name the amenity. It's a classroom. She was a school trustee. It's outside. It's right by a school. We can honor this nice woman. Councillor Allard hopefully will come with me to do that. That's the request, really. Can we just name this outdoor classroom, which has no name? There would be the cost of a sign. Councillor Lukes correctly pointed that out to me. I'll cover that. We put up a sign calling it the Louise Johnson Outdoor Classroom. We do it bilingually, and away we go. That would be the request. Why do I ask to suspend the rules? Because it doesn't seem controversial, and this way we can get this thing opened before the snow flies, hopefully. It's a nice little amenity, some good work by Ian Legg and colleagues with City Parks. Really very good work, frankly. Came in under budget and on time. This seems to be a way out of the impasse. I don't know about other parks that other councillors may have. I'm not trying to end run them, but trying to get out of this impasse for this particular park. I'd like to name the outdoor classroom that has been paid for, it is completed, is on city property for former trustee Johnston. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eady.
Madam Speaker, over the years as a school board trustee in the Seven Oaks School Division, we were all members of what's called the Manitoba Association of School Board Trustees at the time. I believe it's changed its name. But I can't think, Madam Speaker, of anybody more worthy to have something named after her, Louise Johnson. She was a wonderful woman to work with, cared so much about education for kids. And it was whenever I had the opportunity to work with her at MAST, that's what it was all about. And I just want to give great kudos to the councillor for St. Vital for moving such a thing forward. And it is frustrating. It's very clear on Welcoming Winnipeg. It says we're years behind. Please be patient. I don't see any reason why this outdoor classroom couldn't be named after her by us, council. There's no controversy about this woman. It's all positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Mays, do you wish to close?
I top that.
I'll call the question on motion 4. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Okay. We have no bylaws under this committee, so we'll move on to question period. Any questions for our new chair, for Councillor Santos? Councillor Mays.
As I was saying when I was critic for arenas and when I was so rudely interrupted back in 2012, to pick up on my train of thought, given advance notice to Councillor Santos of a question, to her credit, she's already replied. Question is about arenas. The last new arena we built in this town was 1975. So they're all getting to be 50 years old plus. The last time we combined with the province and the community centers to build 3 new sheets, 2 that you'll know well, and 1 up in Councillor Wyatt's area, was in the Sellinger, Harper, Sam Cates era of 2013 that we did that. So we have not knocked it out of the park, to say the least. We've actually done rather poorly on arenas. However, in 2022, Councillor Allard and I moved to allocate the $8 million of provincial money that was to go to arenas. To our credit, I think we managed to move to have some of that money go into every ward. Councillor Lukes doesn't have an arena, so we're putting some extra money into Councillor Chambers' ward. It's going slowly, I felt. Councillor Santos, to her credit, voted for that motion. It was 9-7. She is the only one now on EPC who voted for that motion. So, can you update us, please, on the state of the arena? The $8 million, we've got these decrepit arenas, we got provincial money, can we not spend it?
Thank you, Councillor Santos.
Thank you to my council colleague, Councillor Mays. He did email me and give me a heads up, so I do appreciate that. And I followed up with Jeff Patton to get us an update on where we're at with the $8 million towards funding arenas, especially with wanting some urgent and immediate priorities and repairs. To date, the last update was provided in April. All of council has it, but now we have a new update. In April, it was 3 out of 10 larger projects were complete, and now we've moved up from 3 to 6. So 6 of the 10 larger projects are completed, and the work will be continuing on in the remaining priority projects in 2024 into 2025. Mr. Patton had advised me that he will be sending an update to all of council for everybody to take a look at. And then my understanding is we've spent nearly half, so approximately $4 million out of the $8 million in phase 1, and then phase 2 and phase 3 are still ongoing. As a new chair, I am committed to obviously work with Councillor Mays and the public service to move these projects a little bit more expeditiously. I do understand that this has been a long-going issue since 2022, but as a new chair, I do promise to continue on with those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question?
Yeah, and I want to thank, had Councillor Santos not voted for this back in 2022, it actually would have failed on an 8-8 vote. So thank you to her for her support. It is doling out money throughout the city. I guess my concern is, I'll wait and see what the written update is, but the last update, some things were falling a year later than they had originally been said, and when I said, why is this delayed? The answer was because it's delayed, which is not really an answer to a question. So thank you to Councillor Santos. So it's, I guess the point here is to make sure, if we're going to ask the province for money and get it, we shouldn't take 5 years to spend it, I would say. It'd be like saying to the current NDP government, you're too late. We can't spend this till after the next election now. So we got to get this money out the door if we're going to ask for it and get it. So thank you to Councillor Santos for the response. And do you know when we might get this next update from Mr. Patton?
He said he was going to send it right after this council meeting, so you might get it Friday, or I can actually forward the email to everybody right now.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Next committee is the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. Councillor Lukes, our chair.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to move consent agenda for items number 2 through 5.
All in favor? Contrary? Yeah. Councillor Gilroy?
One's pulled already.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried.
Okay.
Item 1, North Garage Replacement Project budget status.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes to introduce the item.
I guess I'll hear from my councillor colleagues first, and then I'll close with my statements.
Thank you. Councillor Gilroy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not be supporting the motion that's in front of us here today. I just cannot believe that within the information that we have, Madam Speaker, that we're not moving forward with this. We know we have this transit master plan that's coming forward. We have electrified our fleet, which we really need this garage to happen. Now, we have put money into community centers and other areas that have went over budget. And we need to make sure that we have a place for our transit fleet. And this is really vital to how we grow our transit. And so I'm very, very concerned that we're not moving forward with this. And I heard what the delegates have to say, and I share those concerns if we don't move forward. Now this is a challenge for us because we're not, I don't think that we are ensuring that when we're getting these quotes that we're doing it properly. And now we're always becoming over budget, which is a major concern. But this is one area on our transit when we're about to be starting a major new transit lines and changing our transit and electrifying with new vehicles. This is not the time that we should be not investing in this. So I have major concerns that we're not moving forward. If this is a concern with budget restraints, then maybe we should be looking at the community center that we just allowed to go over budget and look at phasing that in more so that we have money for our transit building. Like, I just do not understand why we're not moving forward with this, Madam Speaker. So I share the concerns of those that are in delegation today and think that we should be prioritizing this. We have prioritized transit, and we need to, this has been on the works for a long time, Madam Speaker, and we as a council have prioritized transit, and I can't believe that we're not looking at this garage and deeming it necessary to do the upgrades that we need to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Mays, then Councillor Eadie.
Okay. Well, actually, I don't agree with Councillor Gilroy on that. I actually, somewhat to my own surprise, totally support Councillor Luke's position on this. It's for a couple of reasons. It's actually quite an important vote, I think. I had been planning for about a year to denounce Councillor Lukes because she had said when we debated the bringing Transit Plus in-house, well, my God, or words to that effect, this is going to cost us, $6 million more for the garage if we bring this in, $6 million. So I've been waiting and waiting for her to approve a massive cost overrun for the other things in that garage. And I could say, oh, you shortchanged the disabled community. But no, to her credit, she has been consistent here, I would say, and said, no, we don't have it. We don't have the money to do this. I think it's important for the reasons I blathered on about earlier with the CSO system. We built in 100% contingency, so of course no one ever wants to do it because it looks so expensive. Whereas this, it's like, well, we put it in the budget. It's got 100% potential overrun. Here we are, we're only 55% over. Well, you have to send a message, I think, to the public service and to the public at some point and say, no, we can't just keep rubber stamping any cost overrun. We have to draw the line. So I appreciate what Councillor Gilroy is saying, but I think there's a bigger principle here, which is the small principle perhaps is, look, we didn't expand the garage budget to accommodate better service for disabled patrons, so I don't think it'd be fair to now say, well, let's expand the budget to accommodate able-bodied patrons. But the larger point is, look, we all like to spend more money on a lot of things, but we are not able to do that, and I think it's fair to say to the public service, you're going to have to go back and revisit this and not just say, well, it's an old estimate and otherwise it becomes the game. The game was, and I asked Catherine Kleffer and Lisa Pablo this once, give me an example of anything we've ever put in the budget as a Class 5 that we ever bounced out when it came back as a Class 3, and they wrestled with, well, what about that Marion Archibald thing? No, that wasn't because of the cost. That was because we moved it over to Waverly Underpass. Really, at some point, you have to say, well, is the standard just once you get in, whatever the overrun will pay it? That shouldn't be the standard. So, no, actually, I agree with the EPC recommendation here. Try and fit within the existing envelope. That will have side effects, but I think that's the fair way to do this, given how we voted on the Transit Plus item. And frankly, I think it sends an important message to people in water and waste and other departments that, yeah, you're going to have to live up to the cost estimates. So on this one, I actually agree with Councillor Lukes.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Eadie.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. This is a tough one to vote for, I have to say. Madam Speaker, I just want to start off by just making one statement. This project, Madam Speaker, is about the whole city and its consideration of the city. And, other projects do go out of price, but in a sense, what's happening here is to fit within that $200 million envelope. They're going to be doing what's called value engineering, which has been done to there was value engineering done on the brand new outdoor pool spray pad over in Transcona. There's value engineering over at the St. James Civic Center. There's value engineering in many different places. Now, this is a huge amount of money, though, to do some value engineering. I do have like a problem with it, but what was asked of the public service, as I was listening to the Public Works meeting, Madam Speaker, to look at, are there components that we can build after the main need is met? And I think there's still a report to come back on that. When Councillor Lukes closes, she can let me know, but
Thank you.
because how they're going to achieve it. We heard from someone who's actually heavily involved in transit, Mr. Scott, and he pointed out some serious concerns. And yeah, the existing north garage, there's that thing is so like it's amazed that I'm amazed it hasn't fallen in yet, Madam Speaker. It's very old, like very old. It was built before I was born. So, Madam Speaker, you know, it's really tough for me to decide if I want to vote for this because, you know, I don't know if we put enough pressure on the province yet to throw in, but I have to say, in almost every other province, the amount of investment from the province in the transit system is huge as compared to what happens in this province. And I see that, we extended the gas tax relief now till December 31st when the province says they don't have enough money, Madam Speaker. Now, election promises. Well, you know, geez, Madam Speaker, at some point you could make a promise, but you have a reality that has to be dealt with, Madam Speaker. And there are other decisions that elected people can make in order to make this thing go according to building it the way it should be built. There could be some value engineering, but I don't know that we pushed hard enough yet. Somehow rally the public or whatever, Madam Speaker. We only heard from one other individual from outside, like involved with other groups. Now, the money isn't everywhere. On our project in the north, over up in North Winnipeg, I call it, Phase 2, way over budget. But in that case, Madam Speaker, we're not talking about here, we're going to go to the user fee and we're going to raise it. I don't want to raise it. We want more people will ride the bus, the cheaper it is and the more convenient it is. It's not going to be very convenient if we don't get this garage built, Madam Speaker, but on the water side, we have to build it, just like we have to build this new garage to have a proper transit system. And in the end, we're going to have to go after the water bill payers. If we can't get money from the province and the feds extra, we're going to be going after the water bill payers. That's the reality. No, that is the reality. You know, nobody wants to charge taxes. Nobody wants to do all these things. But you know what? The reality is, if you want to get deliver the proper service, we haven't looked at that. And so that's why I'm having trouble deciding to vote for this or not. So, but when I hear in closing, I just want to confirm that the public service was sent back to say which components are okay to build in subsequent years from now. You'll note all the additions that over the years we've done over on Osborne over there, right? And Brandon or whatever. We didn't build the main enchilada altogether, right? As the system expanded, we expanded what we had out there. So anyway, I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker. In the next, what have I got, 3 minutes or whatever, to decide how to vote, but I'm just concerned that they went with option 3, and I think we could have tried maybe harder on a couple of those other options. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Rollins, followed by Mayor Gillingham.
Madam Speaker, you know, whether it's the 50-50 deal on transit that we lost around 2016, or it was news in the middle of a pandemic in 2020 that I think Mayor Bowman did a really good job in outlining the major difference that was only had in our city and in cities in New Brunswick, where our province did not come to the table for transit. They did not come in line with the federal Safe Restart program that Canada had maybe provided a bit too generous of terms to support provinces that were also feeling the budget pinch. And Manitoba did not pair any money with the money that Manitoba, you know, the federal government gave Manitoba in the Safe Restart program. And despite the fact that on paper, the province was supposed to match the funds. And so whether it's operational losses that Winnipeg has suffered, or it is a federal ISIP program that definitely we are not going to be carrying a third, something has to give. And we can't look at our capital projects in isolation. We cannot. We cannot afford to. I remain frustrated at the delegations this morning, Madam Speaker, because there's often times where I think the math is just left to us. And I think sometimes city budgets, as all budgets are somewhat inaccessible. But when you have the president of the ATU come, and there is a real absence of advocacy, I get concerned. What I want from Labor in this city is to stand shoulder and shoulder with this council. Sure, there'll be times where we disagree, Madam Speaker, but when it comes to the health of our transit system, the health of the city's infrastructure, there should be no room between us. And so when they're not meeting with the province or the feds, they're not doing the job. I have outlined this for more than one president of the ATU. And as a Labor-endorsed candidate, I'm frankly disappointed, Madam Speaker. And I've kind of had it with people not understanding the crux of the matter of our finances in the city of Winnipeg and what has been happening federally and provincially. We have no legislative powers to expand our revenue without the province. We cannot go over budget by their legislation. So something has to give. And all of us, both things can be true. We can love and create a wonderful master transit plan, the transportation plan that Councillor Lukes has aptly been leading, that we've all done consultations. And then we can outline these priorities, some of them very inspirational, Madam Speaker. But when it comes to budgeting for the priorities, for sure we have to make choices. But at the same time, we have to lobby really hard. And when partners like the ATU fail in that regard, they fail the city, and we can partner with them. So I was happy to hear the president of the ATU has a meeting tomorrow morning And I would encourage labor to continue those meetings, because there was something wrong with the province not coming to the table for transit. But when the province and the feds do not come to the table on housing, on daycare, on transit, on water, we've got a problem. And it's a problem that everyone can lean into, from the climate change activists to labor unions, from every member of this council in line with their Winnipeg City councillors, their Winnipeg MLAs, our Winnipeg Premier, to understand if we want to move on climate, if we want to move on building this great city, then we're going to need partners with serious cash at the table to free up some revenue sources for us, and for heaven's sakes, not to be able to ignore federal provincial plans and vacate tables that we desperately need them at. I want everyone leaning in on this, because these tough choices will have to continue if we don't. And that's not on anyone's shoulders. Yeah, we make some decisions that might not benefit the whole of the city, perhaps, in some folks' view. But I want those folks to turn around and start looking at the stark differences that many reports from New Brunswick to Manitoba have outlined of what happened during the pandemic, the revenue that we never even got at the table, the pleas to journalists to actually cover it, because frankly, it was covered better in New Brunswick than it was in Manitoba. Why? Because maybe we're the largest city, and maybe it was just us. But you know what? This Met region has the majority of population in this province, so folks should care. Folks should care. And that's how you get this labor-endorsed councillor to get a fire in her belly and start saying, pony up, labor. You got a job to do in lobbying.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mayor Gillingham, followed by Councillor Schreier.
In church, we say amen to that. So I just appreciate, through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Rollins' comments, Councillor Mays' comments as well, especially I think the two of them really have captured so much for us here today. And I certainly support, it's difficult. It's a difficult decision, but I certainly support Councillor Lukes and the Public Works Committee on their recommendation. A couple things matters I do want to put on the record. I think, first of all, we have to keep in this project in context. I don't think it's fair to compare this project with building a community center in an area of the city that has a recreation center, should say, 55, 60,000 people with no center at all. There's a couple of small community centers, but no community center. There's this is an ISIP-related project. I want to take us back to that. Councillor Mays took us back a little bit to that. I want to take us back to the fact that this North Garage is one of the ISIP projects that we agreed to under a former term, and I voted for that. A lot of us voted for that. I think it was good leadership by everyone around the table, including then Mayor Bowman. There was a point in time when federal money, provincial money was available. That didn't happen very often. We jumped on it. We knew we were walking into this with a Class 5 estimate. Couple that with the fact that between 2017 and 2023, Councillor Schreier probably knows this number off by heart, but in all seriousness, construction inflation has gone up 55%. So it's not that our staff have blown it with establishing these numbers. These are Class 5 numbers that have been the subject of and been impacted by significant construction inflation. But the ISIP program, and you've heard me say this before, was predicated on a formula. It's fully subscribed across Canada. There's no more money in the program, but the formula was this. The federal government would put in 40% to pay for the project. The province would put in 33.3%, and the city would put in around 27% of eligible costs. What we're seeing right now in our Newpick project, with the costs rising at $2.3 million and maybe perhaps going up, is that we're looking, for example, on what we've agreed to so far under ISIP, that unless the province and the feds step up and do something more, we will be paying, I think it's about 58%, not 27, but 58% of the cost, or somewhere in that neighborhood, which is why we await the updated rate report that will be coming to us sometime later this fall. And it'll show what we're going to have to ask ratepayers to do if the feds and the province don't step up and fund that project. There is an announcement that was made by the federal government that there's a new transit fund, a new public transit fund that's coming on sometime down the line. But they have said, it's a $30 billion fund, I believe it is, but they said that the funds will not begin to flow until 2026 to 2027. Now, there is some funding available in there that they do indicate that could be, in the program details, that could be used for key public transit projects over the long term. They do say that funding will be delivered through metro region agreements. I'll leave that alone. So we don't know if we'll ever get the funding, but the feds have said they're not going to flow that funding until 2026 to 2027. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, AMM, has joined the call as well. The Big City Mayors Caucus within that has been calling upon this federal government to not wait until 2026 because transit systems are across Canada and certainly within Winnipeg. We need the funds and we need the funds now. So we've been pressing the feds to flow the funds now, and we've also asked them to allow cities to stack funding. Even though there's this project, this North Garage project and other projects already have federal funding, often they don't let us stack funding. We've asked them, permit cities and municipalities to stack the funding so that we could, hopefully, access that funding and do more. But until the federal government, until the provincial government step up and say, you've got more for these projects that we, as three levels of government, agreed to pay for, we're going to have to make decisions like the decision we're making today. To keep the project cost, the project budget at $200 million, and ask our staff to do the hard work of pulling out their pencils and redesigning, prioritizing within that project the things that they really, really need for a $200 million garage to get them going. There's opportunity later on, hopefully, if the funds come in, to expand and add on to that garage. But today we're at the point that unless federal and provincial governments come to the table with more funding for this project, we can't do more than what we have before us, than what we've agreed to at this point. I think at this point, it's the right thing to do on this project, and I appreciate the hard decision and leadership Councillor Lukes has provided. I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Schreier, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This sure is a tough one. And no, Madam Speaker, I was not exactly aware of the construction inflation statistic that His Worship has offered us. And hats off, quite frankly, because how can we go through council on a month-to-month basis without mentioning construction inflation? I don't understand it, but I can see why the mayor mentioned it. That makes sense. However, let's face it, we've heard all sorts of stuff, and just last year, I was told, when he's talking about 2023, I was told in 2023 that my statistics were completely inaccurate. Not by any of our good members of council here, but it was said in this chamber. Is that true? I don't think so. Remember, I offered, if my statistics were completely inaccurate, I offer my resignation. That offer of resignation still stands. However, I do appreciate when we can correct each other, when we can improve on each other's perspective and correct each other's, enhance each other's equations. And when it comes to Councillor Mayor Gillingham's statistic of a 55% construction inflation rate, was that in 1 year or 3 years? What was that inflation rate? Well, these are the things we have to talk about. Pardon me? 2017 to 2023. So there you go. So, of course, I haven't been talking about a 4-year. Yeah, and 4-year. I've been talking about over a 30-year period. And I'm not the first to mention it at City Hall. I'm not the first to mention it from the construction industry. And yes, I am from the construction industry. A lot of people are from the construction industry. Just like members of the construction industry are taxpayers and voters, I am one of those people. From my working life, and as a person sitting here, I do come from the construction industry as well. And I care, like anybody else. I feel really much part of it. And these are our challenges. Now, I'm going to say something. If we're at this point where some would say what we're dealing with now contradicts our transit master plan. Some say, well, it doesn't. Well, it certainly does put a dent in it, doesn't it? It does change our plans, doesn't it? Well, of course it does. That's why the motion's here, to change our plans. Why? It's been said adamantly because we don't have the budget for it. So that's a change of plans, isn't it? That can change plans notably. That can actually change your master plan one way or another to some extent. Well, I'm going to tell you something. We've been using a lot of money, a lot of taxpayers' money, a lot of the city's budget, our finite budget, which is getting harder and harder to deal with, using it in the name of green budget, green fund for experimental buses. And I'm all in favor of experiments. Well, especially when it comes to electric vehicles, electric buses. We've been doing this for decades. It's not new, but we're getting better and better at it. Vivian Santos, one of those people that has an electric vehicle, does she not? So one of those, we're getting there. We're evolving in that direction. It's been a long, slow evolution. Maybe at this point, we're hitting sort of a geometric progression in which, a lot's going to happen in this next decade. As a matter of fact, it will be. We already know that. And to some extent, it has to. But here's one thing that's not necessary. I'm all for the experiment, but if we're looking at saving money so much that we're looking at actually reducing our ability to maintain our buses, look no further, ladies and gentlemen, people of Winnipeg, and I shouldn't be the first to tell you this. I've said it here before, but if we're looking at saving money on transit, we just spent green funding, we just spent money for hydrogen fuel cell buses in the name of green energy, in the name of saving or reducing or stopping fossil fuel emissions. Fellow Canadians, I don't know how to put this, fellow human beings, hydrogen fuel cells, as we're doing it right here, including in Winnipeg, hydrogen fuel cells is absolutely, unequivocally, black and white, a greenhouse gas emitting fossil fuel. That's just the way it is. How do we know this? Really simple. The administration will tell you, because we get our hydrogen from methanol. At the best, because that's the most efficient form of fossil fuel, greenhouse emitting fuel, from which we derive our hydrogen. The only real way we have of getting hydrogen in a pure way is from water. That's called electrolysis. Okay, but it's very expensive, so we don't do it yet. It's not cost effective. It is cost effective to get your hydrogen for a hydrogen fuel cell from methanol. Sure, it's more cost effective, but that makes it not a zero emission fuel. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. It's not a zero emission fuel. It's derived from a very valuable, which you'd like to keep on the ground for generations later, because it's very valuable, from a fossil fuel. You don't want to burn your fossil fuels if you don't have to. In this case, we're offering it. We're saying we're going to spend millions of dollars.
Far away from the discussion on a.
Oh no, Madam Speaker, I can tell you why I'm saying this. If we want to save money, let's get rid of the hydrogen fuel cell project. I think that was obvious. I thought that was obvious from when I started. So I apologize. Madam Speaker, if we want to save money, let's get rid of our hydrogen fuel cell project. Excuse me for not connecting the dots, but we're trying to save money here for Winnipeg Transit.
I don't believe we have any hydrogen fuel cell buses. I don't know what the councillor's talking about.
Well, I should explain, Madam Speaker. It's been part of City Hall. It's been part of administrative reports, and we're moving towards hydrogen fuel cell buses, and they've explained why.
Okay.
Yeah, hydrogen fuel cell electrical buses. I've seen a tour. I've seen how they work. They've got the hydrogen fuel cell. They convert it to electricity, and then that's right. And that's all very well for the private industry, Madam Speaker, if they wish to do so. But if we got a plan for zero emissions, and if we got a plan to have to reduce our transit buses, this is one way to do it. Why? Because they're more expensive, and they don't actually fulfill the obligations of zero-emission buses, because they're not. And on that basis, Madam Speaker, this is a serious issue. Look how torn we are on this. Even His Worship has mentioned construction inflation and giving us a statistic. This is a big moment, Madam Speaker. Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Eadie is talking about how he's torn on this. Because we need more buses, Madam Speaker, if we're going to have an effective transit system. We need warm, safe buses. We need warm, safe bus shelters. And we need to be able to maintain them. That's why we need the garage, to be able to maintain our buses, to keep them on the road, to have the best schedule we have, a guaranteed schedule of more buses, so that people can get on their bus. And Winnipeggers, I'm going to tell you something. They don't care if they have to spend 3 more minutes or save 3 minutes. They want to get on that bus and spend less time outside. It's pitch black, it's 30 below. They want to get on that bus. Madam Speaker, in Winnipeg winters, it's pitch black before you're waiting for the bus. It's pitch black when you get back on the bus. And in the morning, that's the coldest time of the year. Our coldest days in Winnipeg are going to be morning winter rush hours, when people have to get on the bus and transfer. That's what matters to Winnipeggers, and be able to maintain those buses, keep them on the road, that's the important thing. Hydrogen fuel cells, that is a superfluous use of our city budget. We want to save money, that's where to cut it. Save our transit system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, I guess you're both right. We're moving in that direction, though. There's 5 issues or 6 issues that I see that kind of came up in the committee, and this kind of ties all together. First of all, number 1, the decision will have an impact, we heard in the committee, on the transit master plan that we just voted on in terms of the level of service in the bus fleet, based on what our own administration said. That was right out of Bjorn's mouth to us, that the scaling down of the garage will have an impact on the transit master plan that we just voted on, in a negative way, not a positive way. Secondly, the decision, of course, was made by our public service to recommend that we buy land for the expanded garage that was environmentally impacted, and that cost money to remediate. Why did they recommend land that needed environmental remediation? Good question. That's another issue. So that cost millions of dollars that was not in the budget, that all of a sudden had to be spent on cleaning the land. Third issue, the decision to move towards hydrogen electric. We are buying electric low-floor buses, but they also are talking about, they're pushing to get buses coming in for hydrogen electric. There is, Councillor Schreier is correct, there is dirty hydrogen, non-green hydrogen. You can also get hydrogen from green energy, i.e. hydro, to make hydrogen. So there is, right, thank you. And that is another option. However, what we also learned in the committee, and this spins off right onto the project, is that the building code has not been yet adopted by the province to deal with these hydrogen buses. And so we're not sure whether or not this building will actually have to require, for example, that every bus has to be separated by a safety wall, for example, inside the garage. Now you try to add that. That's not even, I think, on this estimate. The fourth issue, if you like, or it's tied to the, I guess it's sub-issue number 3 in the hydrogen, which, well, I'm going to come back to that one. The fourth issue is that there's a pattern here, folks, and that we're running into cost overruns, not just pertaining to this project. We're running, and it doesn't mean that one project's bad and another one's good and this one's good and that one's bad. So, it's been raised about, for example, the rec facility down in the southwest needed, as the mayor has said. But we're running into this. We've voted on to having as the mayor campaigned on, a construction czar. We basically, what we need now is we need that construction czar. We need to coordinate all these projects. We have the North End treatment plant, which is going over budget. Of course, that is subsidized by our water rates, so we kind of get glassy-eyed over that one, even though we should probably make it subject to the PUB because the rates keep going up, and we just pass it on to the consumer via the rates. Well, it's another cost overrun, we'll just pass it on with a higher rate increase with water rates. But, well, that is a tax increase. That's a tax increase. So we keep doing that. But yet, that one is out of, we're not talking about that one as much, because that one's water and waste rates, but not tax supported like this. Yet, in my view, it's a City of Winnipeg capital project that clearly is not in control in terms of their budgets, where they're going. We need a coordinator. There has to be an overall office coordinating all of this, bringing it together, because what's happening here, from what I can see, and God bless our transit staff, we've pushed them to roll out a whole overall change, the entire transit system. And they're running around getting that ready. And at the same time, we're saying, okay, you're also going to manage capital projects, and you're going to do this, and you've never done it before, but you're going to do it. All right? On this size and scale. Because we haven't done anything of this size and scale before in some time, with regards to transit at least. And that's the same thing with the rec, our folks in rec. They're scared as heck because they've never built a rec facility of that size and scale since the Pan Am Pool. We need to actually ramp up in terms of our construction. If we are a growing city, we keep proving developments, we keep proving it. We're going to build now Keniston, and I support that project. The expansion, we need to ramp up to get these projects under control, that we have an office that knows what they're doing, both in terms of structures, in terms of roads, all of those, and in terms of special industries, I would call it, like a north end treatment plant. But that takes front-end resource, that takes people, that takes ingenuity, that takes hiring the right people, more than just one person at construction czar, but an entire office of many, many construction czars who know how to manage projects of this size and scale. And I know the Madam Speaker is tapping her watch, and I thank her for that reminder. And so, with that point in mind, with the overall construction and the fact that the fifth issue, in my view, is what have we approved for debt financing? We're at 97% if we had given them what they wanted. What have we approved in the last 2 years, 3 years? Parking Authority came to us in January. We approved them tens of millions of dollars. Why? Because I would argue they skewed a report that came to us based on our budget examination that I asked them, how did you establish your point system to determine whether or not you should sell that parkade or whether or not you should fix it? And then all of a sudden in the hearing, oh, well, we were told by legal that we couldn't separate the title. Well, we just separated a title over at Winnipeg Square with the building above and with the parking below, and we own the middle. But we can't separate the library above? Excuse me. But all of a sudden, the same guys who are picking and choosing whether or not we keep the parkade are the very guys who will own it. And there's a problem there, in my view, when the entity that's actually wants to keep it is the one deciding how they're going to rank the point system of sale or repair. We've proved 14 and almost 15 million, and we're in the hook for 30, and potentially they had another report that said as high as 50. We've given the green light on that. And that's going ahead. We could rescind it. We could free up some debt money. And the other suggestion that was made in the committee is we could actually review all of the debt strategy, debt decisions we've made on capital projects in the last year or 2 years, or even three, and figure out which ones, maybe we got to have another look at one based on the priorities, based on SPAP, based on the mayor's commitments that he's made, and revisit those decisions. I would welcome that based on that kind of rationale. And then finally, the biggest issue, and it comes back to the hydrant issue, which came up in the report that's not on the agenda here because it was delegated authority to the standing committee, is the safety of these buses with hydrogen electric. Thermal incidences. And that scared the heck out of me because I don't, our staffs to be gung-ho to move down the hydrogen route. But we found out that there's no other city of our size and scale that's ordering hydrogen in this kind of cold climate. And they are having incidences in other parts of North America. Hydrogen, and remember, hydrogen is the same fuel that was the Hindenburg, okay? All right, same thing. So we got to, well, it doesn't matter. This stuff is explosive. It's explosive, and it can blow. So, well, yeah. All I know, Madam Speaker, is this stuff. It was explained to us that the building code could actually recommend, for safety reasons, for our employees to actually have separate units for each bus inside this garage. And that, to me, set off a red flag. When I'm hearing that there's incidences taking place with regards to thermal incidences, and that's what they called it, thermal incidences, I think there has to be a review. Do we really need to go the hydrogen route? Or could we go the electric bus route with low-floor buses, and it would serve the same purpose that we need, without taking the big leap to hydrogen? I asked, have you looked at Europe? Have you looked at Northern Europe, Scandinavia? They didn't have any examples, any idea of what would actually be comparable to Winnipeg in terms of this technology. These are the things that concern me, Madam Speaker. I didn't support the report because I was perplexed because we had just voted on the Transit Master Plan. I think I was the only member of council not to vote for the Transit Master Plan. But we actually voted on the Transit Master Plan almost unanimously in this chamber, and now we're voting to change it de facto by reducing the scale of this project. And maybe there's an opportunity to allow for this project to come on stream, but I'm still have major misgivings with the fact that I don't think they have the expertise to run a project of this size and scale, to be honest. I think they're excellent staff, by the way.
2-minute extension, all in favor?
Thank you.
Contrary?
They're excellent
Carried.
staff. I don't want to knock them any, but this is a big project, number one. And number two, the decision to go hydrogen versus straight electric is a huge decision to make, huge. And I don't think there's been a full analysis done of that. And there's not a full coordination of our existing capital projects of major scale like this. And finally, we haven't really reviewed the debt of other projects that we've given green lights to that maybe we shouldn't, and maybe we should reconsider. So I think there's a lot of issues that could potentially bring something like this back on track. But I am concerned, and I agree with the mayor, with what his comments were with regards to the budget going from 20, yeah, it was a class 5 in 2019, now it's jumped up by $100 million, or a third, if you like, from there to now. I mean, that red flag, why would you buy land that's environmentally impacted, right? Like, or recommend that to us. We went through that dialogue in the committee. I remember when we made the decision. That didn't come up. All of a sudden now it's environmentally impact. Shows up in a report now. No, not much due diligence in this report on environmental impact land. All of a sudden it shows up. I have concerns. Does it mean we throw the baby out with the bathwater? No. Does it mean we roll up our sleeves to try to solve them? Yes. Because if we believe in the transit master plan, I didn't support it, but it's now council policy. Let's stick to it and find a way to make it work. Those are my concerns in a nutshell. And thanks, Madam Speaker. I don't know how I'm going to vote on it yet, but thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Rawadi?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I won't speak long. We've had a fairly long day already, or a very long day. I will be supporting this, and I thank the Standing Policy Committee on Infrastructure Renewal and Public Works for taking, I think, the tough decision to scale back the project to the $200 million. Again, I think we have opportunities to ensure that we have the transit system and the transit network we want with the $200 million investment. I mean, in the interim, there's the possibility we could, again, we know it's end of life. We know the Main Street garage is on its last legs. But what's to stop us from perhaps, using it as a storage facility for a period of time? As it is already operationally, they only use the Main Street Bridge on the weekends. It really is basically a storage barn. And as the member of the union mentioned this morning there, that the maintenance facilities in there are fairly limited. So again, I think there's an opportunity. And to Councillor Wyatt's point, again, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on hydrogen buses. I do know that anything is possible. During FCM in Calgary in June, I toured the new Stony Mountain transit facility in Calgary. Those buses are filled with natural gas. Natural gas is also very dangerous. They have a totally separate area, bomb-proof style facility for the indoor fueling of those buses, and they have air exchange equipment that is completely wild to mitigate that. I should point out that that garage is not that old. It was built through a P3, and it also cost about $200 million. And I think it's quite a bit larger than what we're proposing. So, fair enough. Anyways, we're scaling here. We'll have transit come back in the near term. Why I think it's important to keep it at the $200 million. Again, this is a project where we have that shared money, and we're going to get the best bang out of our own dollars. Again, we don't know what's going to happen in terms of a possible change in government during the next federal election. What will happen to this permanent transit fund? We don't know that yet, but there is still the prospect of there being future transit grants. And again, should ATU come out and find money from our friends in Ottawa and on Broadway, great. Let's see if we can go back to the full project. But I think this is a responsible decision for the money we have now. I look forward to transit coming forward with a viable path forward to getting a very good facility for the $200 million allocated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes to close.
Okay, wow. Everyone made some really good points here. Yes, I must say, out of all the decisions we've made in Public Works, this one, the emails that I got on this one were quite outstanding and quite intense. A lot of people read headlines. A lot of people don't really get into the details of an article, and a lot of people really don't understand the budget at City Hall and where we're at. So I would think for the Public Works Committee, this is probably one of the hardest decisions we made to support option 3 by reducing the scope of the current project to match the existing approved budget. Now, as was mentioned, you note in the report, we pitched the project to the federal and provincial governments when money was available at a Class 5 estimate. We received funding from both levels, 73 from the Fed, 61 from the province, and the city's putting $66 million in. So what we did was we asked the department to come back in January with a revised plan on what $200 million would get us for a garage. You know, can you include maintenance in it? What type of storage will be included in it? What will we do for our movement to zero-emission buses? What will be included? So we're going to wait till January. We're pushing the public service hard on this. I met with them, I don't know, Monday, Tuesday of this week with the project manager for the garage. They're going to look at the north garage. There would be operational costs involved. They're going to look at a lot of options, and they're going to come back. They're going to come back to the Finance Committee. So the city owns this land on Route 90 in Inkster where the garage will be constructed. We still own the land at the north garage and the garage, and Transit's taking all of this into their consideration when they come back in January. But I do want to make note, and I think this is really important. It was really not an easy decision at all. And to think that, you know, to be frustrated and to say, oh, this is, you know, I can't support this, I simply can't support this. Open your mind to the bigger picture, right? Open your mind to where we're at in the city. This council has done more for transit than a lot of councils in the past. I came on board and I was on the council in 2014 when we voted on how to pay for the rapid transit corridor. So for the last 10 years, we've been doing incredible work for transit. We've moved to a high-frequency network coming this July. We've hired an accessibility coordinator to work on initiatives. We've added more routes. Madam Speaker, you just had one. A couple more routes coming next year. We've streamlined, this is interesting, we've streamlined the hiring process for drivers, and this year we're going to break past previous year's records of hiring 164 drivers. We're going to be way above that. We've added a safety team. We've provided outstanding support for transit, and I think it's reflective of how we all want a better transit system. We're converting to zero-emission buses through hydrogen and electrification, but the sad matter is we have a debt ceiling of $150 million. And I want to remind residents and councillors that the City of Winnipeg Finance, we've experienced a $200 million impact because of COVID, and that doesn't just get better in no time. Because of that $200 million impact, it's impacted the fiscal stabilization fund, it's been reduced and drained, and that's why our ability for debt also is restricted. And then you add a large list of other projects that also are critical projects that have no funding. Our number one priority is the sewage treatment plant. Granted, it's a utility, but still, it is a tax, like Councillor Wyatt noted. The Arlington Bridge, no money for that. It's going to come forward. St. James Bridge, no money to fix that. Kenaston, Chief Peguis trade corridors. But we have the land. We have $200 million. We have smart people. I think there's areas for optimism federally, as Councillor Barati said. And I think it was Councillor Wyatt, or maybe it was the mayor stated, you know, that there is funding. There is a transit plan that's being put together federally. There's optimism there, but federally, we are not alone as a city in our challenge to support transit expansions and conversion to zero-emission buses. Transit agencies across the country are facing a fiscal cliff that is affecting their ability to maintain existing, let alone expansion of transit service to people that rely on transit. We're not the only ones here. I really encourage you, and I'd ask the two delegations today if they had read it, I encourage you to read the end of the line report, because we're kind of at the end of the line here on transit and a few other things. It presents really interesting revenue solutions that cities could move forward on, but also, as Councillor Rowlands noted, most of the initiatives require provincial approval. And that's a challenge, right? We're looking for other revenue. So the federal government is acutely aware of this issue with transit across the nation. Now, once we get this election over, whatever's going to happen, let's hold some optimism federally. They're busy with many other things right now, and I'm sure they don't want to hear delegations talking about transit. But provincially, we have to hold optimism too. The current government understands the importance of transit. I know they understand the importance of transit, the positive impact it has on individuals, ability to be employed, the overall positive economic impact it has on the economy. Now, I've not heard any statements yet from our new government related to transit. And I'd like to think it's because they're really doing a comprehensive analysis to understand and bring themselves up to speed now that they're the government in power on how the city can best deliver excellent transit service. So I hold optimism that that's what they're looking at. We're going to be meeting with our counterparts in the provincial government. But I encourage all my colleagues to reach out to your provincial MLAs, and Councillor Rowlands said it incredibly well. Talk to them about transit. Talk to them about maybe winding up this gas tax holiday at the end of December and maybe using $165 million for transit going forward. That would be incredible. I'm going to hold great optimism for the province because I think they really understand the city's situation. I know, and we've mentioned this before, the Premier mentioned it in the budget, that he understands that out of every tax dollar, the cities get 10 cents, and we have to do all of this. In transit, we are at the end of the line. We cannot afford to do electrification. We cannot afford to do conversions. It's incredibly expensive, the infrastructure required to, and even former transit director Dave Wardrop sat me down back in 2015 and said, we're entering into this transition period and transit won't improve because it's so costly unless we get significant funding from elsewhere. And it won't. And that's the fact of the matter. So all of you colleagues here who have really close ties to the current provincial government, you go out with your MLAs, we can't do it. We are at the end of the line with our transit funding. So we have the land, we have optimism, and we'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Call the question on item 1. All in favor? Contrary? And that's carried. Okay. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Barwadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Edie, Gilroy, and Schreier.
Vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 12, nays 3.
Item 1 passes. On to motion 5, moved by Councillor Dobson, seconded by Councillor Schreier. It's an automatic referral to the Standing Committee. It's regarding parking for veterans. We'll now move into bylaws under this committee. Councillor Lukes, our chair.
Okay, I'd like to move the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 93, 2024, 94, 2024, 11, 20, 112, 2024.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
I'd like to...
Bylaw number 93 of 2024, bylaw number 94 of 2024, bylaw number 112 of 2024.
I'd like to move the bylaws numbered 93 of 2024, 94 of 2024, and 112 of 2024 be read a second time.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws number 93 of 2024, 94 of 2024, and 112 of 2024.
I'd like to move that the rule be suspended and bylaws numbered 93, 2024, 94, 2024, and 112, 2024 be read a third time, and that same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Any questions for our chair? Okay. Next committee, Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development. Chair, Councillor Barwadi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce the report of September 16, 2024, and move adoption of the consent agenda item 1.
All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. We have no bylaws. Any questions for our chair under this committee? Okay. That concludes our agenda for today. Mayor Gillingham, will you move adjournment?
Speaker.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Please stay for roll call. Madam Clerk?
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Barwadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Edie, Gilroy, Lukes, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, and Councillor Wyatt.
We now adjourn. Thank you.